The global apocalypse has arrived. Cultivating at the end of the world with my sister-in-law. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76. Kill the boss creature. The caveman locked his eyes on Cao Xing, then picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at him. At this moment, Liu Muxue raised her shield and stood in front of Cao Xing. Bang, bang, -7, -12, -6. The stones hit Liu Muxue's shield, splashing weak damage. Cao Xing was overjoyed. Hahaha, you bastard still wants to throw stones at me. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved the muzzle of his gun and fired a shot. Bang. Successfully killed the caveman level 6 and gained 60 experience points. At this moment, the battle gradually got on track. Sam fought against more than a dozen cavemen alone, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. His armor was too high, and he also had a frost magic shield that occasionally sprayed cold air, causing damage to these cavemen and slowing them down. In addition, there were Irina and 2 frost elves next to him, constantly dealing long-range damage. More and more cavemen fell down with their health points reduced to 0. Cao Xing watched his experience points continue to increase. Level 7, 16%. Level 7, 18%. After a while, it rose to 36% of level 7. The tree spirit woman tied to the stone was watching the battle below with a corner of her eyes. She thought she would die today, but suddenly a few humans came out, and they were so powerful that they could deal with so many cavemen. There was hope of life in her eyes. At this moment, Sarah was suppressing the caveman shaman unilaterally, with a level difference of 5 levels, and the caveman was an assassin. The caveman shaman had no ability to fight back. The health of this leader level creature has been reduced to less than 3000. After Sarah resolves the battle, she can support Sam and the remaining cavemen. There is no need to worry. Damn blasphemer. At this moment, the caveman shaman was very angry. It raised its staff, pointed at Cao Xing in the distance and shouted. The next moment, Cao Xing felt a ball of frost energy suddenly appear above his head. Damn. Coming at me? Muxue, run. Cao Xing felt his scalp tingling, and he quickly retreated with Liu Muxue. However, the caveman shaman's attack speed was too fast and the attack range was also very wide. Crash. Before Cao Xing ran far, the first wave of ice arrow rain fell. Puff, puff. These ice arrows pierced Cao Xing and Liu Muxue, and a cold stinging feeling appeared. -374, -335. A damage number appeared above their heads, and their health instantly dropped to less than half. Wow. Cao Xing didn't care about the pain and stiffness in his body, and rolled over and quickly rolled out of the area covered by the ice arrow rain. Liu Muxue also rode the shield, and avoided the attack without any danger. However, this scene just now made Sam and Sarah look terrified. When they saw Cao Xing almost being killed by the caveman shaman, Sam was even anxious to rush over. But when they saw that they were safe, they were relieved at the same time. Sarah seemed extremely angry at this moment. How dare you, a lowly creature, offend the Lord? The next moment, she went into a violent state. Like a tigress, she pounced on the caveman shaman fiercely and slashed down with the shadow blade. Puff, puff, puff. The caveman shaman's mountain god protection was ruthlessly chopped to pieces by Sarah. Terrifying damage numbers floated up one after another. Ah. Damn it. The caveman shaman's screams continued to come, and his health continued to drop. After experiencing that scene, Cao Xing became more cautious. At the same time, he held up the barret, always paying attention to the caveman shaman's health, ready to grab the head at any time. Seeing that the leader's health dropped below 1000. At this moment, the caveman shaman raised his staff and sprayed a stream of cold air at himself. A green number +650 suddenly appeared above his head. Damn, it can restore health? Cao Xing was stunned. Although it was a lot, for Sarah, it was just a matter of one sword. She slashed with the sword. Poof. -773. This time, without Cao Xing's signal, she had already stopped the attack. At the same time, Cao Xing, who had been waiting for a long time, directly pulled the trigger. Bang. -664. The health of the caveman shaman was instantly reduced to 0. The system prompt appeared. Successfully killed the caveman frost shaman, a second level boss level creature, killed a monster above the level, and gained experience points 1000 200%, and gained 2000 experience points. Obtained loot, primary heart of power obtained, shaman soul covered by chill *1 obtained, shaman necklace, purple, *1 obtained, ice arrow rain skill book, blue, *1 obtained, chair shaman recruitment scroll *1. Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing laughed so hard that his legs couldn't close. Wow, killing a leader really brings a lot of rewards, not only a purple necklace, but also a skill book. At the same time, the cave dwellers were horrified when they saw the death of the shaman priest. Ah, the priest is dead. These damn blasphemers, they killed the priest. The great mountain god will punish them. The cave dwellers looked at Cao Xing and his men with hateful eyes. However, Cao Xing ignored this look and ordered, "Sarah, go help Assam and solve the battle here." Sarah received Cao Xing's order and quickly rushed into the battle group. With the addition of this kitchen knife assassin, the cave dwellers died faster. Cao Xing, on the other hand, aimed at the opportunity to finish off the enemy and kept pulling the trigger. Bang. With a gunshot, an elite caveman holding a battle axe fell down. Successfully killed a caveman berserker, a second level elite creature, killed a monster above the level, and gained experience points 300 200%, and gained 600 experience points. There were still 2 elite creatures left on the field. At this moment, Assam slashed out a frost sword energy again, and then stabbed with a sword. Poof. -466, -314. The second elite caveman died randomly. Your territory member, Assam, killed the caveman berserker and gained 300 experience points. Assam's level has been upgraded. Current level, level 13. Haha, my knight has also been upgraded. Cao Xing laughed. After a while, a white light appeared on his body. Your level has been upgraded. Current level, level 8. This upgrade, a total of attribute upgrades, strength +2, agility +1, spirit +5, constitution +2. Then, it was Liu Muxue. She also reached level 7. There were a lot of cave dwellers in this cave, providing them with a lot of experience. When the last cave dweller was killed, the cave became completely quiet. At this moment, after fighting bloody battles, Assam returned to Cao Xing and said, "Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission, Lord." His health has dropped below 20%. If it weren't for so many buff bonuses, Assam would not have been able to hold on until now. Cao Xing nodded. "Assam, you are a brave knight, and the light of glory shines on you. Now you guys take a break and clean up the battlefield." Assam nodded respectfully. Then he cleaned up the battlefield with Serandrinus. Cao Xing brought Liu Muxue to the stone altar. Then, the two began to climb up. When they climbed onto the pile of rocks, the tree spirit woman was staring at Cao Xing in horror. Her whole body was tightly bound by ropes, revealing sections of white flesh, as white as porcelain. Her slender legs were exposed, and the scene was somewhat erotic. Cao Xing also saw the other party's attributes. Botanist, Juliet LV8, level, first order elite HP. 760/760, skills, plant mastery, reading various plant related books since childhood. A lot of relevant knowledge is stored in the mind, and can clearly distinguish the characteristics and growth habits of some plants and herbs. Talent, Pale Tree Guardian. That's right, this is Neve's sister, Juliet. She is also an elite, and it seems that she has a good skill. This is also a talent. Cao Xing gestured. "Muxue, untie her rope." Liu Muxue nodded gently, then waved the iron sword in her hand, and cut all the ropes on Juliet's body. After breaking free from her restraints, the woman from the tree spirit clan quickly hugged her legs and curled up. She looked at Cao Xing with horror, her whole body shaking. How can I describe this scene? It was like a little girl who was captured in a cave, looking at a bad guy. And Cao Xing was the bad guy. Cao Xing coughed awkwardly twice. "Hello." Hearing Cao Xing speak, the woman from the tree spirit clan was even more frightened. Because she had just seen with her own eyes that this man led a group of powerful creatures to kill all the cave dwellers. This is a being that is more powerful than the cave dwellers. Seeing that she seemed to have been frightened, Cao Xing said directly, "I'm Lord Cao Xing. Your sister Neve entrusted me to go to Mount Terran to look for your trace. Now, I'm going to take you back to my territory." Cao Xing directly stated his identity and purpose. When Juliet heard Neve's name, she stopped shaking immediately. She asked carefully, "Little Neve asked you to come. Is she okay?" Cao Xing nodded. "She's fine. The Black Lion Chamber of Commerce brought her to my territory. I took them in. Now Neve is mine." After thinking about it, Cao Xing felt that this sentence seemed a bit wrong, so he changed his words and said, "Neve has joined my territory." After Cao Xing finished speaking, Juliet believed his words and immediately knelt down. "Thank you, the powerful and kind Lord Cao Xing. The pale tree will protect you." Cao Xing nodded and said, "This is not the place to talk. Let's go down first." He pointed to the top of his head. Juliet also raised her head and saw the huge stone hanging above. If it fell, the three of them would be crushed to death together. Juliet nodded. Then, they quickly walked down from the giant stone altar. At the same time, Assam and Sarah had also cleaned up the battlefield. They handed over all the spoils on the ground to Cao Xing. Chapter 77. Open the treasure chest and get the mutated thorn vine seeds. Obtain viscous liquid asterisk 312. Obtain primary heart of strength asterisk 2 right square bracket. Obtain caveman totem asterisk 17. Obtain caveman berserker totem blue asterisk 3 right square bracket. Obtain large dry food asterisk 74. Obtain book of agility weak asterisk 6 right square bracket. Obtain caveman berserker hand axe blue asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtain centaur warrior recruitment scroll asterisk 2 right square bracket. A large pile of loot, most of which were dropped by the 3 elite cavemen. Cao Xing nodded. "Knight Assam, the number of people in our territory is increasing day by day, and we need a lot of resources to maintain operations. So the resources in those cavemen's rooms cannot be let go." Assam nodded respectfully. The Lord cares about his subordinates and is always worried about the operation of the territory. Assam will do his best to help the Lord share the pressure. After that, he turned around and started collecting resources. Cao Xing looked at Sarah next to him again. "Sarah, scout around to see if there are other passages leading to the outside world. There are so many cave dwellers living here, it is impossible for them to rely on that small hole to enter and exit. There must be other places leading to the outside world." Sarah nodded and then disappeared on the spot. "Renus, help me search in the cave to see if there are any hidden areas, such as treasure chests or other things." The tall archer turned and left, searching the cave according to Cao Xing's instructions. Now, there are only 3 of them left on the field. Cao Xing looked at Juliet on the side. "So, Juliet, the situation is as I said. Not only your sister Neve, but also other tree spirits have joined my territory. Now, are you willing to leave with us? I will take you back to my territory to reunite with your sister." This Juliet is obviously also a special NPC, and Cao Xing doesn't want to let such a talent run away. Juliet's face, which seemed to be carefully carved, showed a touching expression. "I do, thank you, kind Lord Cao Xing." Cao Xing nodded. Now that the most important task has been completed, a big stone in his heart has fallen. Next, he will open the goblin treasure house by the way, and then take Juliet back to the territory, and then he can end this day successfully. While Sarah and others are looking for it, Cao Xing began to check the spoils he had just obtained. Caveman Berserker Totem, blue, ornament, equipment effect, strength +3, constitution +3, blue ornament, good stuff. Cao Xing put on the totem directly, and then gave one to Liu Muxue. The attributes of both of them have been greatly improved. Then, there are 2 recruitment scrolls. Centaur Warrior Recruitment Scroll. You can use this scroll to summon a Centaur Warrior with level 15 strength. It's just an ordinary recruitment scroll, but it also has level 15 strength, which is not bad. Cao Crossing directly clicked on the summon. 2 blue hexagram arrays appeared in front of them. As the hexagram array continued to emit light, 2 strong figures gradually emerged. After the light dissipated, 2 creatures about 2 meters tall appeared in front of everyone, with the body of a horse and the upper body of a human, holding a sharp blunt weapon. Centaur warrior, candle. Centaur warrior, candle. Reporting to you. The 2 centaurs shouted in unison. Cao Crossing nodded. Welcome, candle. Let us build a territory full of faith together. The centaurs held their heads high, placed their right hands on their chests, and responded to his words. Then, Cao Crossing checked their attributes. Centaur warrior, Candor LV15, level 15 and 672 over 50,000. Second order ordinary creature, HP 2840/2840, attack power 2540-58, weapon bonus, armor 6568, attributes, strength 121, agility 117, spirit 98, constitution 147, skills, horsehoof trampling, stomp the ground hard, stun and damage nearby enemy units, damage coefficient is 77%. Stun time is 0.5 seconds 2 seconds. Charge and strike. Increase movement speed by 100%. Rush towards the enemy at high speed, causing 112% attack damage to enemies along the way. Talent, none bond. Centaurs. When there are more than 10 centaurs in the team, attack power plus 10%, hit rate plus 10%. When there are more than 30 centaurs, attack power plus 20%, hit rate plus 20%. When there are more than 50 centaurs, activate the skill, victory charge, satisfaction. 68 loyalty. 65. These ordinary centaurs are relatively strong among monsters of the same level. Moreover, after Cao Crossing's various buff bonuses, the combat power of these centaurs can also usher in a qualitative change. At this time, Assam and Irina came over together. Lord, this is the reward found in the rooms of those cave dwellers. After saying that, Assam handed a lot of things to Cao Crossing. Obtained. Viscous liquid asterisk 117. Obtained. Large dry food asterisk 324. Obtained. Wool fragments asterisk 74. Obtained. Caveman totem asterisk 8. Right square bracket. Obtained book. My Bright Path. The Road of Light. What is that? A thick book appeared in Cao Crossing's hand, and an item appeared on it. Book, My Road of Light, item attributes. After reading, you can get a spirit plus 3 attribute improvement. Reading time 4 hours and 20 minutes. Click to read. So that's it. Reading a book can also increase attributes. Is this what they call knowledge is power? And the most important thing is that after you finish reading this book, you can trade it to others. Cao Crossing was happy and then put it away. Irina on the side also reported, Lord, I didn't find a treasure chest in the cave, but I found a storage box behind a stone door. Hearing this, Cao Crossing's eyes lit up immediately. Storage boxes are good. There are more things in the storage box than in the treasure chest. Maybe I can get another black diamond, then I will make a fortune. Irina, you did a good job. Take me over to have a look. After a while, Cao Crossing came to the stone door that Irina mentioned. At this moment, the stone door has been opened, and a storage box has appeared inside. Cao Crossing walked over. Caveman storage box, blue, opened successfully, obtained. Thick wolf meat asterisk 272, obtained. Copper ore asterisk 211, obtained. Mithril ore asterisk 72, obtained. Gold ore asterisk 13 obtained. Carrot seeds asterisk 74, obtained. Beet seeds asterisk 54, obtained. Mutated thorn vine seeds, blue, asterisk 32. A large number of materials appeared. It can be seen that this group of cavemen hid a lot of good things. Cao Crossing exclaimed, there is actually gold ore. This is a good thing. Gold is a precious metal, no matter which world it is in. Refining these gold ores and selling them to merchants can probably fetch a very high price. But what is this blue seed? Cao Crossing checked the properties. Mutated thorn vine seed, blue, magic plant, planted near the buildings in the territory. The vines will grow rapidly and cover the buildings, which can increase their armor by 50 points, durability by 1000 points, and come with a level 2 anti-injury aura, rebounding 20% of the damage received. Planted on the city wall, it can increase durability by an additional 1000 points. Item introduction. Don't try to crawl over me, otherwise, I will turn you into a failed vine. After reading the introduction of this seed, Cao Xing's eyes lit up. Good guy, it is worthy of being a blue mutant plant. Not only can it greatly increase armor and durability, but it also has an anti-injury aura. And more importantly, the novice protection period is about to end. Without the protection of the system, the monsters in the snow will begin to attack the territory. At this time, it is necessary to build a city wall for defense. There is no doubt that these blue magic seeds can greatly increase the defensibility of Cao Xing's territory. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction and put all these things into his backpack. At the same time, Sarah appeared silently and spoke suddenly. We have found a passage to the outside world behind a huge rock. This startled the two newly joined centaurs. Got, this dark elf lady's stealth skills are too superb. Second, candor. Cao Xing was already accustomed to Sarah's elusiveness, nodded and said, very good, then we will go out first and meet up with the other companions. Sarah turned around and led the way silently. The group followed her. Soon, they came to the place where they had fought with the shaman before. Behind the wall of the cave next to them, they did see a huge rock 2 or 3 meters high. After bypassing this huge rock, a deep passage appeared in front of them. Assam drew out his long sword. My lord, please let me clear the way for you. Cao Xing nodded. Go, brave Assam knight. Assam took the lead and walked into the passage. Everyone followed him. In this passage, Cao Xing found several spike traps and rope traps, but they were all removed. Soon, the group came to the end of the passage. A light appeared faintly at the entrance of the cave, which seemed to be hidden in a bush. Cao Xing came out of the cave directly, and in an instant, the cold wind from the top of the mountain whistled past. The temperature dropped instantly, and it was so cold that people shrank their necks. Cao Xing looked around and found that the surrounding environment was somewhat familiar. This seemed to be the forest they just passed by, and Andrew and his friends should still be waiting at the edge of the cliff. Assam, go and call Andrew and Abe. Assam took the order, and his Mount Frost Wolf was there. After a while, 3 robots, plus the mammoth Abe and Andrew, all came together. Seeing that Cao Xing and others were fine, Andrew said devoutly, the god of nature protects you, respected lord. When Andrew saw the tree spirits around Cao Xing, he knew that they had successfully completed the task. Looking at Juliet, Andrew showed a gentle smile. Juliet was not afraid when being watched by the tall Andrew, but felt a sense of intimacy. This may be related to the fact that they were both guardians. The team reunited, but compared to before, there were 2 more centaurs. Liu Muxue turned her head and asked softly, Xing, are we going back now? Cao Xing shook his head, not for the time being, I have something to do in the Ballis Mountains. Under Liu Muxue's curious eyes, Cao Xing took out a bronze key. This is. Cao Xing smiled and said, this is the key to the goblin treasure house. The location is nearby. Let's take a look and see if we can open this treasure house. Hearing this, Liu Muxue's eyes also showed joy. She nodded and said, yes, I'll listen to you. Cao Xing looked at Juliet next to her again. Seeing that she was shivering with cold, he took out a complete wolf skin from his backpack and handed it to her. Juliet hesitated a little, but finally took it. She looked at Cao Xing gratefully. Thank you. Cao Xing didn't care, but said, next, we have to go to a place first. After we get out of that place, we will take you back to the territory to reunite with your sister. Although he has the final say here, there are still some things that need to be told. Juliet quickly replied, no, it's okay, just do whatever you want. Cao Xing nodded, and then he took Liu Muxue and climbed back on the back of the crawler robot. As for Juliet, Cao Xing arranged her in the bucket of the forklift robot. Then, Cao Xing looked at the map and found that it was not far from the coordinates on the key. After passing through the Tello Mountain Business Road, and moving forward a distance, you can reach the location of the Goblin Treasure House. So Cao Crossing directly announced, let's go and continue to move forward into the depths of the Bolus Mountains. Dang. Dang dang. The team began to move forward. Assam and Andrew led the way together, followed by 2 centaurs. The big white guard was beside Cao Crossing's robot. Cao Crossing sat on the back of the crawler robot leisurely. With these powerful recruited creatures and pet guards around him, Cao Crossing felt a strong sense of security. While he was on his way, he was going to check what was exploded from the shaman. After all, it was a boss level creature. Last time, a lot of good things exploded from the hunter boss, which made Cao Crossing even more excited. With a little excitement, a soul with a chill appeared in Cao Crossing's hand. Cold covered caveman shaman soul, boss level, soul with icy breath, can be used on an elite follower below level 2, making it evolve into a boss level creature with a high probability, with a success rate of 40%, 70%. It is indeed a soul that has advanced to a boss. The success rate is about the same as the soul of the hunter boss. Great. Cao Crossing was very excited. Now, he has 2 boss level creatures under his command. This soul has a high chance of success, which means that he has a high probability of obtaining the 3rd boss level creature. However, who to give this soul to is a problem. The subordinates, Assam, Andrew, and Irina all meet the conditions for use. Among the 3 of them, no matter who breaks through to the boss, they can bring considerable help to Cao Crossing. So, who should it be given to? Thanks to the book friend, Cao Xing SUI a heart for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friend 161,218,225,114,900 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to book friend 20200724225503321 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Yishuhan for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Mo Change for 1 monthly ticket. Thank you to all book friends for your recommendation votes and subscriptions. Chapter 78 Black Smoke Shaman and the Sword of Justice. After thinking for a while, Cao Crossing called Assam over. Cao Crossing said, Knight Assam, are you ready to have more powerful power? My lord, what do you mean? Assam looked puzzled. At this moment, Cao Crossing took out the soul that exuded an icy aura. The leader level aura emanating from the soul attracted everyone's attention. This is a soul that can help us transform to a higher level. His tone was filled with shock, and he also clearly knew the powerful power contained in this soul. Cao Crossing nodded. Yes, now, use this soul to break through. After the initial surprise, Assam put away the desire in his eyes. He glanced at his companions around him, then shook his head and said, My lord, this is an extremely precious soul, and Assam does not think he is qualified to have it. Andrew, Irina are more suitable to use this soul than me. Hearing this, Andrew, Irina and others turned their heads and stared at the soul in Cao Crossing's hand that exuded a chill. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire Assam's personality. He even gave away such an item that could transform himself. He has a true chivalry. However, Cao Crossing shook his head. Assam was right. Letting Andrew and Irina make a breakthrough would bring greater help to Cao Crossing. But Cao Crossing had his own ideas. Although Assam was not the strongest among his men, he was definitely the most loyal and the most daring one. For such good performing men, of course rewards should be given, and training should be carried out. Cao Crossing said directly, Knight Assam, you are one of the earliest followers under me. During this period, you have proved your humility and bravery. Use it. Only with stronger power can you better help me and our territory. At this moment, a trace of tears had already appeared on Assam's resolute face. He took it almost tremblingly. Thank you for your respect, respected lord. You are like the moon in the sky, guiding me forward at night. Your territory member, Assam, is moved by your generosity and his loyalty is further improved. Because his loyalty is full, a special effect is triggered. Die hard. Die hard. Always maintain full loyalty, and will not be affected by any effect. Seeing this system prompt, Cao Crossing was stunned. Is this triggering a hidden effect? Loyalty will never be reduced, which means you never have to worry about Assam's betrayal. It seems not bad. At this moment, Assam sat on the back of the frost wolf and slapped this soul into his body without hesitation. There was envy in the eyes of others. Cao Xing cleared his throat and said solemnly, "My warriors, those who haven't broken through yet, don't worry. Our territory is gradually developing, and everyone will enjoy the distribution of resources. First Sarah, then Assam, and then it will be your turn. Let us work together to contribute our own strength and build a prosperous territory." After Cao Xing finished speaking, Andrew took the lead in responding, "Dear Lord, we believe in you. Under your leadership, we will definitely build a great territory," including Sarah and Irina on the side. They also nodded slightly. They believe in Cao Xing because this is their personal experience, including Sarah, who was also promoted from the elite level. Then, a lot of system prompts appeared. "Your territory member, Andrew, was moved by your words, and his loyalty has been increased. The current loyalty is 95. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, was moved by your words, and her loyalty has been increased. The current loyalty is 93 except for them. Irina's loyalty increased to 80, and the loyalty of the two centaurs also reached 70 points. Cao Xing was delighted. This wave of big cakes can be said to be very effective, and everyone's loyalty has been greatly improved. At this moment, Assam had just taken a picture of the soul, and was undergoing a transformation from an elite to a leader. This would take a certain amount of time, and there was a probability of failure for this soul. Cao Xing, who did not expect his luck, was ready for failure. Cao Xing shook his head and began to check the second thing, which was a black necklace with the same beast skull engraved on it. Shaman necklace, purple, quality, rare, additional attributes, spirit plus 10, agility plus 5, additional special effect, spirit hand, hit rate plus 10%, casting speed increased by 20%. Additional special effect, magic break, when attacking, ignore 10% of the enemy's magic defense, 15% chance to ignore 80% of the enemy's magic defense. Item description, a necklace with shaman's blessing, containing strong magic fluctuations. Be careful not to be broken. Cao Xing's heart was lifted. What a strong attribute. It's worthy of being purple equipment. Obviously, this necklace is very suitable for Cao Xing. Just the spirit plus 10 can provide him with more than 30 points of attack power, and can also greatly increase the recovery ability of ice therapy. The two special effects on the necklace can also increase Cao Xing's output very well. He wore it around his neck with satisfaction. In an instant, a force emerged, and Cao Xing could clearly feel that his mental power had been greatly enhanced. He looked at his own attributes. Name, Cao Xing. Race, Blue Star Human. Level 8 and 120 over 7000. Detailed attributes. Click to view. Good. The spiritual attribute has reached 57 points. Ice healing can restore 46 health points per second, and ice armor can also provide an additional 34 armor points. It's a huge improvement. Cao Xing also noticed that his attack power has also exceeded 200. This is almost comparable to the attack power of a second level creature. Among the survivors, his damage is already very outrageous. A wave of ice cone, followed by an ice ball, can even kill monsters of the same level in seconds. At this time, a blue book appeared in his hand. Ice Arrow Rain Skill Book, blue, skill effect, condensing frost power in a fixed area, causing 3 to 6 ice arrow damage to all enemies in the area, with a damage coefficient of 112% and a cooldown time of 180 seconds. Click to learn. This thing is the skill that the shaman used to deal with him at that time, and the attack power is quite outrageous. If Cao Xing hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been almost taken away by a wave. Unexpectedly, Cao Xing also has this skill now. He clicked to learn. Skill successfully learned. Ice Arrow Rain. Woohoo. Finally got the first group attack skill. Now it looks a bit like a mage. Cao Xing was very satisfied. So far, the harvest in the cave has been almost counted. In his hand, there is one last reward, which is a recruitment scroll. Char Shaman Recruitment Scroll. Through this scroll, you can summon a powerful Char Shaman with a strength of level 15 boss. It is indeed a boss level recruitment scroll. Cao Xing's eyes moved slightly. In this way, he can have a 4th boss level creature. The premise is that Assam can successfully break through. At this moment, Assam, who was sitting on the back of Frostwolf Winter, suddenly showed a strong momentum. A system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Assam, has completed the transformation and has advanced to a boss level creature. All attributes are increased by 30%. New skill, Sword of Justice. Sword of Justice, condensing a 5 to 10 meter long sword energy, causing 4/ damage to the fan-shaped area in front each time the attack hits, reducing the enemy's armor by 10%. The effect lasts for 20 seconds. The cooldown time is 120 seconds. Skill introduction. In the name of justice, the sword is invincible. Seeing the skill introduction, Cao Xing's eyes condensed. What a powerful skill. This thing directly turns Assam's attack into group attack damage. Especially when dealing with multiple enemies under siege, it is even more effective. Assam turned around and said respectfully, "My lord, I have fulfilled my mission. I have successfully transformed." Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, Knight Assam. Then, he began to check Assam's attributes. Frostwolf Knight, Assam, race, human, level 13 1724/50,000, 2nd level boss level creature, detailed attributes, click to view. Cao Xing's face showed strong joy again. After advancing to a boss level creature, Assam's overall attributes have been greatly improved. Of course, his health is a little lower than other bosses. But this is normal, because Assam is a human, and naturally cannot compare with druids or those beasts in terms of health growth. Moreover, Assam, who has been blessed with so many statuses, cannot lose at all, even if he challenges a level 20 boss. Very good. If it continues like this, it will be just around the corner to upgrade all the recruited creatures under my command to the boss level. Cao Xing was full of expectations. As for the recruitment scroll, since he was in a hurry now, Cao Xing decided to recruit. After arriving at the destination, on the way, he raised his staff and continuously refreshed the effects of ice healing and ice armor for each member. Now his ice therapy can restore more than 40 health points per second. According to Assam and Andrew's health, it only takes 2 or 3 minutes to restore it. Survivability has increased greatly. As the team passed through the Troy Trade Road and walked past the cliffs, the coordinates on the key were getting closer and closer. 5 minutes later, they appeared on a forest path. At this time, Cao Xing changed direction and led the team directly into the woods on the left. Because the direction shown by the coordinates was on the other side. After twists and turns, they came to the foot of an unknown mountain. "We are here." Cao Xing looked at the mountain in front of him and stopped the team. Liu Muxue asked softly beside him, "Xing, is this the place?" Chapter 79. The treasure house door is slowly opening. Cao Xing nodded. Yes, the location shown on the coordinates is nearby. After hearing this, everyone looked around. However, there seemed to be no gates to the treasure house here, only huge rocks sliding down from the hillside. After observing for a while, no relevant clues were found. Cao Xing fell into thought. Because the system would not make mistakes, according to the coordinates on the key, it was nearby, but they did not find it. That means that this goblin treasure house is likely to be a hidden area. So, Cao Xing ordered, search nearby to see if there are any hidden passages or something like that. Andrew, Assam and others received the order and began to search everywhere. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. They soon searched every corner of this area. After a while, Sarah made the first discovery. She stopped at the foot of the mountain, in front of a pile of collapsed rubble. "I'm here, and I sensed a weak magic fluctuation." Hearing this, Cao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. He controlled the crawler robot and came to Sarah's side with a grunt. Perhaps because Cao Xing's level was not high, he did not sense the magic fluctuations here. But Sarah would not lie. So he called the forklift robot over and ordered, "Shovel this pile of rubble for me." The forklift robot immediately did it. But the energy core began to operate at full power. The huge bucket picked up the rubble and moved it to the side. Pieces of rubble were shoveled away by it, gradually revealing the scene behind the pile of rubble. Indistinctly, Cao Xing seemed to see a corner of a grey door. When the pile of rubble was completely removed, Cao Xing saw a grey stone colored door about 5 meters high and 3 meters wide. Goblin treasure house door armor. 500 durability. 10000/10000. Attached special effect 1. Intermediate damage reduction. Reduces 20% of magical and physical damage. Attached special effect 2. Chain detonation. If forcibly broken, it will cause the collapse of the treasury passage. Oh my god. 100,000 durability. 500 armor. This gate is really tough. With the current strength of Cao Xing's men, except for Sarah and Abe, the attacks of others can't even cause much damage. It takes a long time to break this gate. Moreover, because of the second special effect, this gate cannot be broken by brute force. If it is broken by force, it will cause the passage inside to collapse. But fortunately, Cao Xing came prepared. He took out the goblin treasure house key from his backpack and approached the door of the treasury. The system prompt really appeared. Do you want to use the goblin treasure house key to open the treasury door? Yes. The next moment, the key in Cao Xing's hand disappeared. Creak. Creak. Cao Xing heard a sound of keys turning. A few seconds later, everyone felt a vibration under their feet. Boom. Boom. Cao Xing saw that the door of the treasury gradually rose. Then a dark passage behind the door was faintly revealed. As the vibration continued, a system prompt appeared. The door to the treasury is slowly opening. Boom. The ground kept shaking. After about 30 seconds, the door was completely raised. You have discovered the hidden area, the underground palace of the goblins. Map introduction. A group of goblins who worshipped the ancient gods once lived here. They sacrificed many treasures to the gods they believed in. Until one day, the goblins' sacrifice brought them an unknown disaster. In order to curb the spread of this disaster, the goblins inside chose to close the entrance to the palace. After reading the map introduction, Cao Xing was stunned. So it's not a treasure house, but an underground palace? Note, the goblin palace is a high-level area. It is recommended that at least 4 survivors with second level strength form a team to explore. Hearing this system prompt, Cao Xing frowned. It requires 4 survivors above the second level to form a team, which means that the monsters inside may be of a high level. I have 10 second level creatures under my command, including robots and Abe. And they all have my buff bonus, so their actual combat power is much stronger than that of ordinary second level creatures. According to this calculation, my combat power should be stronger than that of 4 second level survivors. Thinking of this, Cao Xing's eyes lit up. According to his calculations, his combat power should be able to challenge this area. Cao Xing made up his mind, that is, to go in. However, before entering, he can still improve his strength. So, he took out the scroll. Do you want to use the chair shaman recruitment scroll? Yes. The moment Cao Xing clicked to confirm, a choking smoke appeared in front of him. This smoke seemed to come from a furnace, with a scorching temperature. At the same time, as the smoke rolled, a humanoid creature with a height of nearly 2 meters and a strong physique could be seen faintly in it. Strong magic fluctuations emanated from this humanoid creature. After the smoke dissipated, a creature with a black leopard head, wearing a robe with bell flowers and a long tail, suddenly appeared. War will never end. Steel, blood, and flames. These are the main themes of war, turning everything into ashes. We embrace peace, but war makes us homeless. This lord, the shaman of the chair tribe, blots off a stone, reports to you. This is the chair tribe. Cao Xing had seen it once before. He got off the back of the crawler robot, came to the tall chair, and said solemnly, "Welcome, Blot, let us build a peaceful territory together." This time, Cao Xing was right. When the chair heard the word peace, his eyes lit up. "My dear lord, do you also advocate peace?" Cao Xing shook his head and said, "Blot, no one likes war, not even those powerful knights." After hearing this, Shaman Charles asked excitedly, "Then my dear lord, I want to know if the development of the territory in the future can be biased towards scientific research or agricultural planting?" He said it very sincerely, but this made Cao Xing fall into thought. The shaman meant that he should farm in peace in the future and not fight often. But it was obvious that the shaman's idea was very naive. In this world full of monsters and often accompanied by danger, it is impossible not to fight. Cao Xing shook his head and said, "Blot, you are wrong. The premise of peace is to have enough power to crush the enemy. If you don't even have the power to defend your territory, you will eventually be trampled by the horses of the invaders. Maybe the war in the past caused you to lose your home, your loved ones and everything, and even made you begin to hate power. But you have to know that power is not terrible, but its owner is terrible." When Blot's Sophistone heard the last sentence, his cat's eyes suddenly widened. Power is not scary. What's scary is his master. Power is not scary. He kept muttering, as if he had realized something. Brent Brimstone said excitedly, "You are right, Lord. If I had the strength of a 6th level hero or even a legendary warrior at that time, I could fight against the entire Blood Legion and prevent all tragedies from happening. I want to have a stronger power, enough to shake the entire Charles Empire. Thank you for your advice, wise lord. Your territory member, Brent Brimstone, was moved by your words and his loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty 71. Cao Xing was stunned, looking at the surging fighting spirit in the eyes of this Charles, with a strange look in his eyes. He touched his chin and thought, why do I feel like I have turned this peace defender into a war fanatic? Shaking his head, this is not a bad thing for Cao Xing. Then, he checked the attributes of this shaman. Black Smoke Shaman, Blot Brimstone, Race, Chair, Level 15 2731/50,000, Second Order Boss Level Creature, Health 6720/6720, Attack Power 5375/51, Armor 1311/42, Attributes, Strength 217, Agility 204, Spirit 253, Constitution 237, Skills, Black Smoke Totem, place a black smoke totem. Every 10 seconds, a thick smoke is cast to temporarily blind enemies in the surrounding area. The totem lasts for 30 seconds and has a cooldown of 90 seconds. Resonance Totem, place a resonance totem to increase the critical strike rate and hit rate of all friendly units by 20%. The totem lasts for 100 seconds and has a cooldown of 200 seconds. Smoke Shock, condense a ball of smoke, causing 144% damage to a single enemy. If used on a friendly unit, it restores health equal to Spirit asterisk 1.5. Cooldown time is 60 seconds. Black Smoke Storm, sets off a violent black smoke storm. Enemies in the black smoke storm will receive 88% of the attack damage every second, and the enemy's agility will be reduced by 50 points. The storm lasts for 10 seconds and the cooldown time is 300 seconds. Talent, Survival of the Fittest Satisfaction. 68. Loyalty 71. So strong. Cao Xing exclaimed sincerely, it is worthy of being a leader level shaman. But unfortunately, the 4 skills of this shaman are all biased towards damage or totem skills, and there is no such continuous buff skill. As for the 2 totem skills, the first, Black Smoke Totem, is obviously not a buff effect. This thing should not be added by Eternal Power. The second, Resonance Totem, although this is a buff effect, because the totem is a field skill, it will only be effective within the totem range. So Cao Xing is not sure whether this thing can become a permanent state. But on second thought, even if it can't be added, it's pretty good. After all, the attributes of the Black Smoke Shaman are there. Moreover, he now officially has 4 boss level creatures, which can be said to be a surge in strength. Then, as usual, he threw Ice Armor, Ice Healing, and Frost Shield to Blot Sophistone. Then he asked Liu Muxue to bless him with 2 states. Blot, like other members of the territory, expressed his gratitude to Cao Xing and increased his loyalty by 6 points. All of a sudden, his loyalty reached 77 points. Thank you, great lord, beautiful lady of the lord. Your power is as great as that of the gods. Cao Xing nodded and looked at the time. Due to nightfall. 5 hours and 32 minutes. Current temperature, -52. There are still 5 hours before dark, which is enough for him to explore this goblin treasure house, and then return to the territory. So, Cao Xing ordered, then, let's go in. Chapter 80 Altar, Shining Gem. Then let's go in. As soon as he finished speaking, Assam was the first to step into the gate. Dabe followed closely behind. Then, it was Renas and Blot, as well as 2 centaurs, Cao Xing and Liu Muxue, sitting on the tracked robots, walked at the back. A group of people entered the passage in a mighty manner. This was also Cao Xing's confidence. He believed that with the current strength, he was enough to deal with the dangers encountered inside. Tap, tap. The dense footsteps of the group sounded, and there was also the sound of the tracked robots rolling over bricks and stones. Cao Xing found that they were now in a brick and stone passage, and as they went deeper, the space became much larger, able to accommodate the size of 2 Dabe. Cao Xing began to look around. This look really made him see some good things. On both sides of the passage, there were several burning candlesticks. These candlesticks were gorgeous in appearance and glowed with a golden color. Seeing the golden light above, Cao Xing's habit of taking advantage of others came back again. Assam, help me take down the candlestick. Assam did as he was told, took down the candlestick on the wall, and handed it to Cao Xing. The system prompt appeared. Obtained gilded candlestick *1 right square bracket. Wow, this is gold plated. Although it is not pure gold, it also surprised Cao Xing. Because, just based on the exquisite carvings on this candlestick, it is already worth a lot of money. Gilded candlestick, exquisite handicrafts, can be sold to the Chamber of Commerce and sold at a high price. Haha, it can really be sold. Hilton should like this batch of goods. Even if it can't be sold, it's also good to take it to the territory to decorate your own lord's hut. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction and put it away. Then he asked Assam and Andrew to take down all the candlesticks they encountered along the way. Obtained gilded candlestick *1 right square bracket. Obtained gilded candlestick *1 right square bracket. Obtained. After everyone advanced about 100 meters, Cao Xing had harvested more than 20 gilded candlesticks, a rich harvest. At this moment, Assam, who was walking in the front, suddenly said vigilantly, "I sense an evil breath." He raised his long sword and was ready. At the same time, Cao Xing also heard footsteps in front of the passage. Crack, crack. The footsteps were very strange, like an ice sculpture walking. And as the footsteps approached, Cao Xing could even feel that the temperature in the passage dropped a lot. Current temperature, -37. What the hell? Such a big show. Cao Xing asked in confusion. Then, they saw the existence that made the footsteps. They were 2 short creatures with pointed ears and short limbs. Their iconic appearance showed that they were 2 goblins. However, the difference was that these goblins were covered with a layer of pale and granular frost all over their bodies. Their eyes were empty and their skin was pale, as if they had been dead for a long time. Lord, be careful, there is something wrong with these goblins, Assam said vigilantly. At this moment, the 2 goblins saw Cao Xing and others, and ran over in an instant. Seeing the other side taking the initiative to attack, Cao Xing ordered, "Go, kill them." As soon as he finished speaking, Assam rushed forward. Soon he came into contact with the 2 goblins. He swung his long sword and swept directly from bottom to top. Sure. However, the Frost Wolf swordsmanship that had been invincible before now seemed to be cutting into a block of ice, making a crisp sound of ding. -274. This damage seems not low. However, compared to Assam's attack power of nearly 500, it was at least reduced by nearly half. In other words, the defense of these 2 goblins, which were like ice blocks, was amazing. The 2 goblins also fought back immediately. They waved their claws in pounds directly. Bang, bang. -231, -247. The huge force made the Frost Wolf retreat several steps in an instant. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing was surprised and said, "Oh my god, so strong." At this moment, Assam found the right angle and slashed with his long sword accurately. Puff, puff. -315, -330 to the 2 goblins were directly sent flying by Assam. Having just become a boss level creature, Assam was now extremely powerful. Even though the level of the 2 goblins was obviously much higher than his, Assam was not afraid. Swish, swish. The knight's long sword was wielded by him so tightly that no air could penetrate it. Every time the two goblins tried to attack the frost wolf under his feet, they would be sent flying by a Sam. Seeing this, Cao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he directly ordered, "Come on, kill these two goblins together." Dabe was the first to let out a long howl. Moo. Then, it took a step forward with its heavy elephant hooves, and rushed forward madly. Bang. Dabe flicked its nose, and directly sent the two goblins flying, slamming heavily on the walls on both sides. -512 -507 to large damage numbers floated up. At the same time, Sarah, Andrew, and Renis next to them all launched attacks. Sarah appeared behind a goblin like a ghost, and her shadow blade slashed across. Ding. -576. Obviously, Sarah's attack was also greatly weakened, but it still caused considerable damage. And this attack also completely angered the goblin. It quickly stood up from the ground, then stretched out its frost-covered claws, and pounced on Sarah. Swish. Swish. -156, -148. After 2 claw strikes, 2 damage numbers appeared above Sarah's head. Only a little over 300 damage was caused. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing felt relieved. After the blessing of multiple buffs, the damage Sarah suffered was also greatly weakened. At this moment, with other recruited creatures joining the battle, these two weird goblins could no longer cause any trouble. In fact, even Brent Brimstone and Renis didn't have to make a move. Cao Xing began to check the attributes of the two goblins. Corrupted Goblin, level 18, race, Goblin HP. 3212/6740, attack power. 361378, skills, Corrupted Claws, waves Corrupted Claws, causing 80% of attack power damage to the enemy twice, and adds to layers of ice corruption mark, Corrupted Shell, covered by corrupted ice, armor increases by 100 points. Physical damage reduced by 10%. Talent, Alchemy. Note, this is a group of goblins guarding the palace. For some reason, they were eroded by ice corruption. While losing their minds, they also gained more powerful strength. Seeing the above introduction, Cao Xing's face showed a look of realization. So that's it. I was wondering why these goblins are so strong. It turns out that these curses are the cause. At this moment, the two goblins were besieged by everyone. Sam and Andrew continued to cause terrible damage to them, and there were 2 big boss level creatures next to them. This battle basically won't have any suspense. Cao Xing also raised his staff, and threw 3 ice cones. -74, -75, -77 3 damage numbers were floating. This damage seemed very low for Cao Xing's attack power that had exceeded 200. Cao Xing sighed. This corrupted shell skill is a bit abnormal. It directly increases armor by 100 points, which is comparable to the bonus of a full set of equipment. However, although Cao Xing's attack power was very low, the attack power of other recruited creatures was very considerable. Sarah cooperated with the forklift robot to deal with the corrupted goblin, and the shadow blade flashed continuously. -587, -571, -1129. One after another terrifying damage numbers were floating. After a while, the health of this corrupted goblin dropped below 1000. Sarah was also attacked 4 times. Although the health did not drop much, it was a bit tricky that a layer of light white frost appeared on the parts of Sarah's body that were attacked. Cao Xing checked Sarah's condition. Status: 4 layers of corruption mark. When the corruption mark accumulates to 10 layers, the upper limit of health will be reduced by 10% until the corruption mark disappears. Seeing the description of this corruption mark, Cao Xing pondered. It's a bit tricky. It actually reduces the upper limit of health by percentage. If we are besieged by a group of corrupted goblins, wouldn't it be possible to reduce the enemy's health to the minimum by simply stacking the ice corruption state? No wonder the system said that this is a high difficulty area. These 2 goblins at the door can wipe out many survivors. At this time, the Aurora Knight needs to appear. Cao Xing looked at Liu Muxue on the side and said, "Muxue, remember to observe their status. If you see someone with more than 5 layers of corruption mark, cast a purification spell on him." With Liu Muxue's current attributes improved, a cast of purification spell can purify 3 layers of negative status. Moreover, the cooling time of this basic skill is not long, only 5 seconds CD. Liu Muxue held a shield and responded solemnly, "Okay, I will." Crossing. After that, she raised her sword and threw a ball of holy aurora at Sarah. At the same time, Irina next to her was also attacking 2 goblins. She stood straight, like a standing pine tree, showing her figure perfectly. The bowstring in her hand was slowly pulled open, and an arrow was shot out in an instant. Whoosh! The arrow hit. -372. This arrow hit the head of the corrupted goblin, causing critical damage. Whoosh! Whoosh! The shaman also threw a totem skill to increase the critical hit rate and hit rate of friendly creatures. With the siege of several powerful creatures, soon, the health of the 2 corrupted goblins at the entrance had reached the bottom. Sarah slashed with a knife, and the last goblin fell. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed corrupted goblin LV18 and gained 200 experience points. Combatants gained experience points. 100 points. Your territory member, Irina's Hawkeye, killed corrupted goblin LV19 and gained 220 experience points. Combatants gained experience points. 110 points. The total time of the battle was less than 30 seconds. Cao Xing was delighted. Although these goblins are more difficult to deal with, they still give a lot of experience, which is comparable to killing a level 12 elite monster. Cao Xing glanced at his experience bar. Current level. 8th level 16%. Liu Muxue's level has also reached 4% of level 7. At present, the 2 of them are still the first and second on the leaderboard, far ahead. Very good. In this way, we only need to wait until we all reach level 10, and with the rewards on the leaderboard, we can directly advance. Not only that, there are also 2 recruitment scrolls that can greatly enhance the strength of my territory. Cao Xing was full of expectations. But what is more important now is to explore this goblin treasure house. Then, Cao Xing came to the goblins as usual, and began to explore the spoils. Get a large piece of dry food *1 right square bracket. Get a magic book medium *1 right square bracket. Get corrupted scales *7 right square bracket. Get primary element crystals *2 right square bracket. Cao Xing checked the properties of the 2 newly obtained materials as usual. Magic book medium, increase the spirit attribute of friendly units by 2 points. Note, cannot be used on lords. Corrupted scales, a kind of scale stained with the smell of corruption. Can be used to make some special equipment, or after collecting a certain amount, hand it over to the Dragon Research Society to get rich rewards. Is it related to dragons again? Cao Xing shook his head and put away the 2 things. Then he said, keep going. Along this brick and stone passage, the crowd continued to move forward for about 200 meters. Soon, they came to a wide space, which looked like a hall. There were ancient stone pillars and a black altar in the middle of the hall that was engraved with mysterious patterns. A group of corrupted goblins knelt in front of the altar, as if they were worshipping something. Their bodies were stiff and covered with frost, and they seemed to have been in this position for a long time. Cao Xing took a quick look and found that there were more than 10 goblins here. Among them, he also saw a strong goblin wearing armor and holding a black hammer. He took a look at their attributes. Corrupted goblin, level 19, race, goblin HP. 6840/6840, attack power. 3773/84 armor. 1371/54, extra plus 100, skills, corrupted claw, corrupted shell. Corrupted Goblin Warrior, level 20 race, Goblin level, second order elite creature HP. 10,760/10,760 attack power. 5545/71 armor. 2152/43, additional plus 100, skills, hammer, delivers a heavy blow to the enemy, causing 150% of the attack power, and causing the enemy to fall into a dizzy state for 2 seconds, in rage, after being attacked 10 times, the self enters the enraged state, and the attack speed increases by 20%. Earthshitter, swings the hammer heavily, causing 80% of the attack damage to nearby enemies within 5 meters, and adds 1 layer of corruption mark. Primary corrupted shell, armor plus 100. Talent, alchemy. Wow, an elite monster with 4 skills, and a corrupted shell. Obviously, with more than 300 armors, this guy's defense is absolutely terrifyingly strong. In addition, there are 11 ordinary goblins next to him. The goblins here are quite powerful. They can easily destroy a team of 100 survivors. Cao Xing did not rush over immediately, but continued to look for something in this hall. Behind the group of goblins, Cao Xing seemed to see a row of treasure chests. There were 4 treasure chests in total, 2 silver treasure chests and 2 bronze treasure chests. It's really worthy of being a goblin treasure house. So many treasure chests appeared at once. What made Cao Xing more concerned was the black altar. It seemed to be inlaid with several shining gems. Thanks to the book friends, Fallen Book Pillow 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Gao Meng Meng 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to King Shen Mingai 2 monthly tickets. Thank you all book friends for your recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 81 Ice Crystal Sword, Snow Mountain Robe. Cao Xing noticed the altar inlaid with gems. At the same time, the goblins who were kneeling on the ground also discovered them. They slowly climbed up from the ground. Crack, crack. There were waves of bone dislocation sounds, giving people an itchy feeling all over their bodies. Roar, roar. A beast-like low roar came, and it seemed that the group of goblins were about to launch an attack. Cao Xing directly ordered, go, moo. Dabe rushed the fastest. With a body of nearly 5 meters tall, it started to rampage in this hall. Boom, boom. One stone pillar after another was knocked down by it, and the corrupted goblins it encountered along the way were instantly knocked away. Bang, bang bang bang. Minus 473, minus 467, minus 477. Dabe's attack power was very strong and invincible, and those goblins quickly climbed up from the ground. They seemed to have no sense of pain, and there was a beast-like killing intent in their eyes. Roar. The next moment, at least 4 or 5 goblins surrounded Dabe at the same time. After they rushed over, they swung their frost-covered claws and attacked Dabe. Swish, swish. The attacks landed on him, instantly provoking a layer of frost magic shield, plus a layer of snake scales and ice armor. Minus 177, minus 163, minus 154, minus 157. Dabe was attacked 4 times, and his health dropped by more than 600 points. But considering his health of nearly 15,000, it was not worth mentioning at all. At this moment, the elite goblin holding the hammer was about to rush over to besiege Dabe. However, Dabe's frost shield suddenly erupted with a burst of cold air. The surrounding goblins suddenly slowed down. Moo. Dabe let out a long roar. He raised his upper body and stepped down heavily. Boom. A terrifying vibration came, and even Cao Xing, who was more than 10 meters away, could feel the shaking under his feet. Minus 2264, minus 2473, minus 3413. One by one, terrifying damage numbers floated up, and several corrupted goblins around were immediately severely injured and stood still. Several vortex symbols appeared above their heads, which meant they had entered the dizzy state, including the elite goblin. It was already in a short dizzy state at this time. Dabe's mammoth trampling was very effective. Cao Xing was certain. As expected, Dabe was now terrifyingly powerful, and its huge body was especially suitable for this kind of one-on-many battle. So he ordered, everyone, go. Assam raised his sword. Your order is the direction I will move forward. Andrew said devoutly, follow your instructions. As for Sarah, she had already hidden her figure and joined the battle. Then, Cao Xing sent out 2 robots and left 1 robot to protect himself. Including 2 centaurs, they also joined the battle. Cao Xing looked at the archer next to him. Renus, just keep an eye on the guy with the hammer, and attack him. Blot, throw 2 totems, and then pay attention to the health of other companions. Renus looked straight ahead and said firmly, the sunken glory still shines on me. Obey your orders, Lord. The shaman Blot next to him also obeyed the order, and threw down the black smoke totem and resonance totem on the spot. A cloud of black smoke erupted instantly on the spot, and all the goblins' eyes went black, as if they fell into the blind state. However, this cloud of black smoke did not have any effect on their own people. In the smoke, the strong men under Cao Xing directly fought with the group of goblins. Ruthless on the side also directly entered the hunting eye state. After being made permanent by eternal power, Ruthless can choose to exit or enter the state at any time. Her critical hit rate was already extremely high, and with the addition of the resonance totem, she almost achieved a 100% critical hit effect. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Blots off a stone successfully cast the skill, Resonance Totem. Under the influence of the talent, Eternal Power, this skill has become permanent. Cao Xing's eyes showed surprise. Unexpectedly, Resonance Totem was also affected by the Eternal Power. In this way, everyone's critical hit rate and hit rate have been permanently increased by 20%, which has increased the damage in disguise. Ruthless shot the arrow in her hand. Whoosh! This arrow accurately hit the goblin warrior on the battlefield. -473. A considerable damage number appeared. Then, Ruthless's hands seemed to be attached with a layer of red strange energy. The moment the first arrow was shot, she immediately pulled the second arrow. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Arrows passed by one after another. The blood volume of the goblin warrior was pouring out like water. This was the additional effect of Irina's Snakeman Frenzy. At this moment, the advantage of attack speed was reflected. On the battlefield, with the giant beast Dabei rampaging, the goblins could not organize an effective offensive at all. In addition, there was a ghost-like figure next to them, which could inflict heavy damage to the goblins every time it appeared. The powerful Sam and Andrew even withstood the attacks of the goblins and trapped them in a fixed area. Although this group of goblins was very powerful, it was obvious that Cao Xing's team was stronger. Liu Muxue on the side also breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she stared at Sam and the others with full concentration. Once she saw who had more than 5 layers of corruption mark on their body, she would immediately cast a purification spell. Seeing her calves tense and ready for battle, Cao Xing smiled and said, "Muxue, don't be so nervous. It's okay even if you don't have time to release the purification spell. They have a lot of health and can withstand it. It's the same if you wait until the battle is over to dispel them." "Well, okay, Cao Xing." Liu Muxue responded softly. At the same time, as the goblins fell one by one, system prompts appeared one after another. Your territory member, Andrew successfully killed the corrupted goblin LV-18 and gained 200 experience points. Combatants gained experience points. 100 points. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance successfully killed the corrupted goblin LV-20 and gained 240 experience points. Combatants gained experience points. 120 points. Cao Xing almost watched his experience points continue to rise. Level 8, 18%. Level 8, 19%. All 11 ordinary goblins on the field were killed. Cao Xing's experience points have reached 32% of level 8 at this time. Sam's Mount Frostwolf and Andrew, a white light rose from their bodies one after another. Frostwolf also rose to level 13. Andrew finally reached level 16. Cao Xing nodded in satisfaction. At this point, there was only one elite goblin left on the field. Although this goblin warrior also had over 10,000 HP, under the special care of Sarah and Ruthless, its HP had dropped below 3,000. Seeing Sam and Andrew surrounding it, the goblin warrior suddenly raised the sledgehammer in his hand and smashed it to the ground. Bang! An invisible shockwave spread instantly. Andrew, Sam, and Sarah in the dark were all attacked by this shockwave. -323, -307, -267. A damage number appeared above the heads of the three at the same time, and they fell into a short state of dizziness. This skill was actually the same as Dabei's War Trampling, a group attack and control skill. Cao Xing immediately reminded Andrew, "Get out of the way." Then, this elite goblin rushed to Andrew, raised the sledgehammer high, and was about to smash it. Andrew was in a dizzy state and had almost no power to resist. Liu Muxue, who was watching the battle, felt her heart tighten instantly. At this moment, Blot suddenly raised his staff and released a choking smoke. Black smoke impact. A cloud of black smoke enveloped the vision of the elite goblin and caused magic damage to it. -644. Dabe saw the opportunity and rushed over again. Moo. It flicked its nose and blew the goblin warrior away. Bang. -673. Andrew's crisis was resolved. Liu Muxue breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, the others also recovered from the dizzy state. Then, a group of powerful creatures swarmed up. The next battle was no suspense. When the goblin warrior had only a few hundred points of health left, Cao Xing was about to ask them to stop. At this moment, Sarah's shadow blade swept across. -1137. A 4-digit damage number floated up, and the health of the goblin warrior was directly reduced to 0, and it fell down. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the goblin warrior LV20 and gained 500 experience points. Combatants gained experience points 250. Cao Xing was stunned for a moment and then shook his head. After all, in such a fierce battle, it is inevitable that you will not be able to stop in time. The battle in this hall has ended. Looking at the goblin corpses all over the ground and the several large treasure chests next to it, Cao Xing's face reappeared with joy. Open the treasure chest. Then, he and Liu Muxue jumped down together. Cao Xing first came to the goblin corpses and collected all the spoils on the ground. Cumulative acquisition. Large dry food *72. Primary element crystals *6. Corrupted scales *63. Magic book medium *3. Cao Xing also found 2 special things on the elite goblin. Guardian hammer, blue, *1 right square bracket, bright goblin soul *1 right square bracket, a blue piece of equipment, of excellent quality. The effect of the other soul is similar to that of the demon spider soul. It can give ordinary creatures a 30% chance of advancing to elite creatures. The benefits are still good. Then, Cao Xing came to the 4 big treasure chests. This was originally a challenge area for at least 4 people. But now, there are only Cao Xing and Liu Muxue. So, all these treasure chests are his exclusive use. Found unlocked silver treasure chests *2, bronze treasure chests *2, do you want to open them? Yes. Open silver treasure chests *2 right square bracket. Open bronze treasure chests *2 right square bracket. Obtain intermediate shelter construction drawings *1 right square bracket. Obtain book of life medium *3 right square bracket. Obtain ice crystal sword, blue, *1 right square bracket. Obtain snow mountain robe, blue, *1 right square bracket. Obtain pearl *7 right square bracket. Obtain small resource pack *2 right square bracket. Obtain medium resource pack *2 right square bracket. Obtain medical pack *13. A lot of acquisition prompts appeared. Cao Xing's eyes showed surprise because he saw 2 blue equipment. Cao Xing took out the 2 blue equipment. A long sword made of ice crystals and a snow white robe with patterns printed on it appeared in his hands. Then, he couldn't wait to check the properties of the 2 equipment. Ice crystal sword LV10, blue, quality, excellent, attack power 5458, attached special effect, strength +5, agility +10, attached special effect, critical hit, increases critical hit rate by 20%, attached special effect, frost blade, after the attack hits the target, the enemy enters a deceleration state, and the movement speed is reduced by 15%. Snow Mountain Robe LV10, blue, quality, excellent armor 2532, attached special effect, spirit +10, constitution +10, attached special effect, primary magic resistance, when attacked by magic, reduce the opponent's spiritual damage by 20 points, attached special effect, Snow Mountain Shadow. When activating ice magic, there is a 30% chance to immediately release a second magic, which is only effective for normal skills. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82, Decomposing the Magic Pattern Stone Altar. So strong. After reading the properties of the two pieces of equipment, Cao Xing was excited, but also a little regretful. The properties are very powerful, and can bring a lot of improvement to himself and Liu Muxue. However, these two pieces of equipment have level restrictions, and can only be equipped at level 10. Forget it, it won't take long to reach level 10 anyway. By then, Liu Muxue can also change to that golden shield, and with this ice crystal sword, her strength will skyrocket. Cao Xing directly put the two pieces of equipment into his backpack. Then, he saw the candlesticks on both sides of the hall and the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. After taking all these candlesticks and chandeliers away, the system prompt appeared. Get gilded candlestick *1 right square bracket. Get glazed chandelier *1 right square bracket. Get. These glazed chandeliers are the same as candlesticks. They are all handicrafts. Although they don't have any special effects, Cao Xing can take them back and decorate his lord's hut, or take them to the town and find merchants to trade them in the future, which is a good choice. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Then, Cao Xing came to the place where the goblins knelt before. There seemed to be a small altar there. This was also the place he had set his sights on at the beginning. Cao Xing took a look. Magic pattern stone altar. Special item. This seems to be some kind of evil thing, which can be decomposed into high level materials. Magic pattern stone *15. Moonlight orb *3. Cao Xing directly clicked on the decomposition. Decomposition success. Obtained magic pattern stone. Gold. *15. Obtained moonlight orb *3 right square bracket half. It's actually a golden material. This was the first golden material Cao Xing had obtained. He checked the properties of these two items. Magic pattern stone. Gold. A material engraved with magic patterns, which can be used to make some high level buildings. Moonlight orb. Special material. Inlaid on equipment. Can increase 5 points of charm, 15 points of spirit, and casting speed plus 10%. An extremely rare gem, containing strong magic fluctuations, deeply loved by those great wizards. Seeing the introduction of the moonlight orb, Cao Xing's eyes lit up immediately. Obviously, the value of these three gems added together is definitely more than black diamond. That is a gem that can be exchanged for a piece of golden equipment. Moreover, even if it is not used for sale, inlaying it on one's own equipment can also bring a huge improvement to Cao Xing. This trip is really the right one. As for the magic pattern stone, although it is made of golden material, its function is unknown. Cao Xing can only put it in his backpack first. And just when he disassembled the altar, everyone's ears suddenly rang with a thunderous roar. Roar. This roar contains extremely strong penetrating power, like a beast that has been imprisoned for hundreds of years. Oh my god, what is so ferocious? Cao Xing couldn't help but look at the passage behind the hall. The sound came from the inside of the underground palace. Everyone realized that there might be a very terrifying existence in it. But this did not stop Cao Xing's exploration. After sorting out the harvest in this hall, Liu Muxue continued to perform purification techniques and cleared the ice corruption, state on and ruined others. Their blood volume was restored, and everyone returned to their peak state. Cao Xing continued to lead the team forward. Following the long corridor, winding all the way, he passed many empty halls. Cao Xing picked up the wool along the way. Gilded candlestick +1, glazed hanging lamp +1, gold inlaid picture frame +1, everything that could be taken away on both sides of the passage was taken away by Cao Xing. He nodded with satisfaction. When he was playing games before, he often entered some special areas where there were some things that looked very valuable. However, he felt regretful that he could not take these decorations away. In this world, Cao Xing finally realized this wish. After walking for about 500 meters, he just felt that he seemed to have entered the center of the snowy mountain. This group of goblins actually dug out such a magnificent underground palace in this snowy mountain. It was really amazing. Soon, they came to a wide hall. A group of corrupted goblins, like the goblins in front, knelt on the ground. There were more than 20 of them. The direction where they knelt seemed to be a gate. From inside the gate, there were still fierce roars. Roar. Roar. Obviously, the sound they heard before came from there. Inside the gate, Cao Xing felt a dangerous aura. He focused his eyes and scanned the information of this group of goblins. In addition to more than 20 ordinary goblins, Cao Xing saw 4 different goblins among them. One of them held a battle axe, and one held a staff. Another one was barehanded, but its body was an astonishing 2 meters tall. This size is already a giant among goblins. Corrupted Goblin Warrior, level 20, race, Goblin, level, 2nd tier elite creature HP. 11,020/11,020, attack power. 5685/84 armor. 2232/54, extra plus 100, skills, heavy axe slash, throwing axe, whirlwind, primary corrupted shell. Corrupted Goblin Monk, level 20, race, Goblin, level, 2nd tier elite creature HP. 7640/7640, attack power. 6636/91 armor. 2040-21, extra plus 100, skills, corrupted healing, soul link, pain transmission, primary corrupted shell. Corrupted Goblin Warrior, level 20, same attributes as above. In addition to these 3 elite goblins, there is another even more terrifying existence. Corrupted Bugbear, level 20, race, Goblin, level, 2nd order boss level creature HP. 14,020/14,020, attack power. 8708/91 armor. 3123/34, extra plus 200, skills, bear strength, after entering combat, strength increases by 30%, bear fury, after receiving 10 attacks cumulatively, attack speed increases by 20%, storm blow, imprisons the target, then jumps high, causing 300% damage of attack power. If the target is too big, it will be knocked down directly, causing 150% damage. Intermediate corrupted shell, armor plus 200, reduces 20% of the damage received. Talent, savage bear bloodline, HP increases by 20%. What a brutal guy, Cao Xing commented. This bugbear, in terms of strength and skills, is almost on par with the mammoth. Although the mammoth has an infinite HP recovery state, the opponent's corrupted shell can increase armor by 200 points. With this calculation, it is hard to say who will win if Dabe fights it alone. Cao Xing thought for a while and then came up with an idea. Dabe, you go fight the bear goblin alone. Sarah, the 2 goblin warriors are in your hands. Assam, you go kill the goblin monk. Andrew, Kanda, Cantle, your 3 tasks are to hold back those ordinary goblins. The rest of you, follow me and kill these ordinary goblins as quickly as possible. Cao Xing finished issuing the tactics. Dabe raised his head directly, activated, furious charge, and rushed over suddenly. Roar. The bear goblin saw Dabe rushing over, and stretched out his thick black bear paws, and grabbed Dabe's fangs. It actually wanted to forcibly interrupt Dabe's charge. However, as both are boss level creatures, after a moment of stalemate, Dabe's strength was still superior. Bang, 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 bang. The bear goblin was knocked out, and the stone pillars were directly knocked down. Dabe took the leader level goblin away from the battlefield. Sarah was no longer invisible. She appeared in front of one of the goblin warriors, and slashed it twice. -472, -483. The goblin warrior was about to raise his staff to fight back, but Sarah disappeared like a ghost. When he appeared again, several damage numbers appeared above the goblin warrior's head again. This goblin warrior was completely suppressed by Sarah. Seeing this, the goblin warriors next to him were about to rush up to help. Sarah made a provocative gesture to it, and then took the 2 elite goblins away from the battlefield. At the same time, Assam also rode the frost wolf, and rushed to the goblin monk. The frost wolf pounced on it, and began to bite it crazily. Assam's long sword slashed again and again, forcing the goblin monk back. At the same time, 3 robots, 2 centaurs and Andrew, simultaneously faced the remaining ordinary goblins. The entire hall was in a state of chaos. Now, Cao Xing's side was the better side on the battlefield. Dabe unilaterally suppressed the bear goblins, and the 2 fought back and forth. Although Dabei's attack power was greatly weakened, and with the recovery of ice healing, their health remained at a similar rate of decline. There was no need to worry about Sarah and Assam. They were originally boss level creatures, and they were even more powerful against elite monsters. Now, as long as they killed these ordinary goblins as soon as possible, they could stabilize the victory. Cao Xing continued to condense ice cones and ice balls. -77, -71, -112. The damage was actually okay, but in order to speed up, Cao Xing directly took out Barrett. After the battle with the cavemen, he still had 82 bullets left, which was enough ammunition. Bang! A gunshot. The thick ice shell of one of the goblins was pierced. -574. Haha, this damage is good. Cao Xing was very satisfied and continued to adjust the angle, then pulled the trigger. Irina, who was standing next to him, even had an after image of her right hand as she pulled the bowstring. Whoosh, whoosh, arrows flew out one after another, hitting the corrupted shells of the goblins, making crisp ding 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 sounds. At the same time, Blots off a stone had also dropped 2 totems. At the same time, he continued to condense clouds of smoke and attack those ordinary goblins. Puff, puff puff. Clouds of black mist hit those goblins, corroding their bodies. -314, -323 compared to Sarah. Blot's damage is lower, but he is 5 levels lower than Sarah. This damage is already very good. The battle gradually entered the regular stage. At the same time, there is a deep valley hundreds of kilometers away from the Bolus Mountains. At this moment, Ji-Jun from the Three Heroes Society led dozens of survivors into the valley. Chapter 83, The Horror Valley. Ji-Jun led dozens of survivors into the valley. At this time, one of the survivors named Hu Yi exclaimed, "This place is not bad. There is only one road into the valley. There is a large basin inside. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack. As long as this passage is guarded, the whole valley will be his territory." This kid named Cao Xing is so lucky that his territory is randomly located in this place. Others nodded. Yes, this location is indeed very good. However, as long as we kill that kid and occupy his territory, this place will be ours in the future. Haha. Hearing this, the other survivors also smiled knowingly. Ji-Jun said at this time, "Let's proceed according to the original plan. Xiao Hao, take people to explore the location of that kid's territory. If there is any situation, notify us immediately in the private chat channel." In the crowd, a tall and thin young man with a beret on his head smiled and said, "Don't worry, brother Ji-Jun, I'll be back soon. Just wait for my good news." After that, the tall and thin man selected several survivors, including a recruited creature, who was an elite assassin of level 8. With the people, he walked towards the depths of the valley. Everyone waited silently. A few minutes later, one of the survivors suddenly joked, "This Cao Xing must not have thought that we would attack him so soon." Speaking of which, Boss Fang Long is also very powerful. He can even find the coordinates of this kid. When Xiao Hao finds his territory, Cao Xing will be dead. The other survivors also nodded. Ji-Jun seemed to have thought of something at this time, and added, "After we find the boy's territory, before you are ready to take action, you all turn on the recording function. Don't turn on the harmony function, just record directly. Then after we deal with Cao Xing, we will send this video to the regional channel, to let everyone know the consequences of offending our Three Heroes Association." After Ji-Jun finished speaking, the other members of the Three Heroes Association all showed a grim smile on their faces. However, after nearly 10 minutes, there was still no news from the little monkey. Ji-Jun gradually felt that something was wrong. He sent a private message with some doubts and asked, "Little monkey, what's the situation over there?" However, the little monkey still did not reply to the message. This made Ji-Jun have a bad premonition in his heart. He was about to say to continue sending messages. Then, the little monkey on the other side sent a voice call. "Brother Ji-Jun, something is not right. I took a few brothers and walked around the canyon. I didn't see any survivors camp, only a village. The villagers there are a little strange, as if they are constantly worshipping something." Ji-Jun was stunned. "Village? Yes." Ji-Jun thought for a moment, and he seemed to realize that something was wrong. Could it be that the coordinates obtained by Boss Fang Long are false? As soon as this thought came up, Ji-jun's face rose. You bring people back first. I will tell Boss Fang Long about this situation. Okay, brother Ji-jun. At this moment, there was a sudden exclamation from the other end of the voice call. Oh my god, something is wrong. Those villagers seem to have discovered us. They are staring at us with terrifying eyes. Oh my god, those villagers seem to be cutting their wrists. They are also slashing their faces with knives. They are a bunch of lunatics. Fuck. They are rushing towards us. Brother Ji-jun, save me. Ji-jun's face was solemn. What happened? What happened to those villagers? However, the next moment, he heard a scream in the voice call. Ah. Ji-jun's scalp suddenly numbed, and he hurriedly asked, Xiao Hao, what's the situation? What happened to you? At this moment, a system prompt hit Ji-jun's heart to the bottom. Your team member, Hao Xiang has died. Ji-jun took a breath of cold air. He immediately realized something, and hurriedly exclaimed, damn it, we may have been fooled. Let's go. This is not the camp of that kid, this is a trap. When the other survivors heard this, their hair stood on end. Because they also saw the system prompt of Xiao Hao's death. And the key is that they don't know how the other party died. An invisible sense of crisis enveloped everyone's heart. Just as they were about to retreat, Ji-jun suddenly saw a black shadow flash through the crowd. Instantly, blood marks appeared on the necks of several survivors. -3317, -3513, -3731. Horrible damage numbers soared one after another. These survivors were immediately dead. The remaining members of the Three Heroes Society only felt a chill coming from the soles of their feet. Because so far, they didn't even see what the enemy was. Ji-jun shouted in horror, go, go. After hearing this, the survivors of the Three Heroes Society rushed back frantically. What they didn't know was that when they entered this valley covered with ice and snow, they had been noticed by the hunters inside. And this group of hunters was brewing a terrorist act. It was absolutely impossible to let them go easily. The black shadows increased from 1 to 3, and then to dozens, surrounding them. Then, these black shadows jumped into the crowd, and started a one-sided killing. Ah. Help, help. Don't kill me. Ah. Screams came one after another. In less than 10 seconds, most of the dozens of people in the Three Heroes Society were slaughtered. At this time, Fang Long, who was waiting silently in the territory, smiled when he learned that Ji-jun had begun to act. Very good, as long as we get rid of that kid, no one will dare to go against our Three Heroes Society for a long time in the future. He even thought about the reaction of those guys in District 174 after learning about Cao Xing's death. Next to him, a charming woman gently pressed Fang Long's legs. Her movements were very skillful, and he couldn't help but lie back comfortably. The woman looked at him with seductive eyes. From Fang Long's angle, he could see the whiteness of her chest. For a moment, he just felt that something was stirring. Kian, give me the steering wheel. After hearing this, the woman immediately understood and turned around. Fang Long grabbed her ponytail and was about to press it down directly. And at this moment, he suddenly saw the names in his friend list dimming one by one. The smile on Fang Long's face disappeared, and he became very solemn. What's going on? The woman also looked at Fang Long with a puzzled look. Fang Long tried to send a message to these survivors, but the system prompted, the survivor has died. At this moment, Fang Long's eyes changed from the initial confusion to strong horror. He hurriedly pulled the friend list, but saw that a large row of names had all turned black. This meant that these survivors were already dead. Fang Long almost held his breath. When he saw that Ji-jun's avatar was still lit, it was like grabbing the last straw. He quickly called. Fortunately, the voice finally got through. However, before he could relax, he heard a series of terrified screams from Ji-jun. Ah. Ji-jun. What happened? Answer me quickly. Fang Long was completely panicked. So many people died at once, and they were all the backbone of his team. And the more critical thing was that he didn't know what happened. It was really a ghost. At this moment, Ji-jun was running away desperately. At the same time, a black shadow quickly caught up. Ji-jun seemed to know that he was about to die. At the last moment of his life, he shouted, "Boss, this is not the coordinate of that kid's camp. That kid cheated us. "Boss, you have to help us get revenge." After a scream, Ji Chun's avatar also dimmed. Fang Long's body stiffened, and his whole body was cold. At this moment, he didn't know that he was fooled. Fang Long almost gritted his teeth, and at the same time, his brain was thinking quickly. He got the coordinates from Liu Zhenji, and Liu Zhenji got the news from Liu Muxue. Based on Fang Long's understanding of Liu Muxue, this woman didn't have such a complicated mind. And the one who controlled all this behind the scenes must be that Cao Xing. Damn it, Cao Xing. Fang Long felt that his heart was bleeding. So many people died at once, which almost caused heavy losses to the Three Heroes Society. He found Cao Xing's ID number and was about to send a message. But the system prompted, "You have been blacklisted by the other party and can no longer send." At this moment, Fang Long was so angry that he almost lost his mind. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. He directly opened the chat channel of Area 174 at Cao Xing. "You are so good, you actually dared to play tricks on me. I, Fang Long, will remember this grudge. You will definitely regret what you did." The other survivors were confused when they saw Fang Long's speech. They seemed to have no idea what Cao Xing had done to make Fang Long so angry. At this time, Cao Xing, who was fighting in the Goblin Treasure House, suddenly saw someone tagging him in the chat channel. After seeing Fang Long's speech, after the initial confusion, Cao Xing quickly understood what was going on. He couldn't help laughing. At this time, the battle in the hall was nearing its end. More and more ordinary goblins were killed by them. Sarah and Abe were also dealing with it easily. Up to now, their health has not even dropped below 70%. Seeing that the battle situation had stabilized, Cao Xing directly replied in the chat channel, "Fang Long, I have blocked you. Why am I playing tricks on you? Are you sick? Don't tag me if you have nothing to do." Cao Xing was not sure whether Fang Long had gone to the coordinates he gave, so he had to test it first. However, Fang Long saw that Cao Xing looked unaware and said angrily, "You kid is still playing dumb," and gave us a fake coordinate location, causing so many brothers of my Sanyin club to die. Hearing this, Cao Xing was immediately happy, and it was exactly what he thought. However, Cao Xing still said at a loss, "Don't talk nonsense, Fang Long. It's obvious that you have bad intentions and want to deal with me, but you found the wrong location. Can you blame me for this?" Through the conversation between the two, the other survivors also knew what happened. Fang Long wanted to deal with Cao Xing, but for some reason, he got a fake coordinate location and suffered a great loss. For a while, the other survivors also laughed in the chat channel. Ha ha ha. Are all the people in the Three Heroes Society a bunch of fools? Indeed, this is the first time I've seen such naive gangsters. I was almost frozen numb, but now I'm warm again, because of your laughter. Thank you, Three Heroes Society. Listening to the sarcasm in the chat channel, Fang Long's face was as gloomy as water, but he remained silent, which was unusual for him. He knew that he couldn't talk anymore. If he continued to talk, it would only further reduce the deterrence of the Three Heroes Society. Just now, he was just too angry because the loss was too heavy, and he lost his mind. Fang Long closed the chat channel with cold eyes. "Brother Long." At this moment, the charming woman next to him was about to come over to comfort him, but was pushed away by Fang Long. "Get out of the way." The charming woman was half lying on the ground, most of her long legs were exposed in the air, and she looked a little pitiful. However, Fang Long was no longer in the mood to enjoy himself. He almost gritted his teeth and said, "It seems that I have to pay a lot of money." Fang Long looked at a blue scroll in his backpack, and a look of pain flashed in his eyes. This was the scroll he had found in the wild yesterday, but he hadn't had time to use it yet. However, he quickly made up his mind. Fang Long opened the team channel of the Three Heroes Society and spoke in it. "In a moment, you go to the chat channel to spread a message. We are willing to use a level 10 elite creature recruitment scroll and a blue weapon in exchange for the coordinates of that kid's camp. To get the real coordinates, you must provide a video as evidence." The other survivors of the Three Heroes Society were shocked after hearing this. After all, at this stage, the value of a level 10 elite creature recruitment scroll and a blue weapon is self-evident. And now, in order to find Cao Crossing's location, Fang Long even took out this kind of thing. They knew that Fang Long was serious. Fang Long continued to tell those survivors that they can chat with me privately in secret, and our Three Heroes Society will never leak his name. I believe that there will always be some people who are tempted. After receiving the order, the members of the Three Heroes Society quickly went to the chat channel to spread the news. When the survivors first heard that Fang Long was offering a reward for Cao Crossing's coordinates, they were met with a round of sneers. However, when they saw that Fang Long had even taken out the elite creature recruitment scroll and the blue weapon, the sneers gradually died down. At this stage, they all knew how precious these two things were. Since ancient times, interests have moved people's hearts, especially in this world full of a sense of crisis. Being able to own a level 10 elite creature is equivalent to having the power to protect yourself. Although no one said anything, it was obvious that some of the survivors were already tempted. Thanks, book friend 20230529142243985 monthly tickets. Thanks, Lie 242 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, book friend. 2023122909223669142 monthly tickets. Thanks, Wingsuit Thug for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Don't Look at the Future, Only Look at the Present for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, book friend. 20170214080714337 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Zuanshan Shankson for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Unfan for 500 points of coins. Thanks, Zuanshan Shankson for 500 points of coins. Thanks to the book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 84, Everyone's loyalty skyrocketed. Cao Crossing also saw the bounty information released by the guys from the Three Heroes Society, but he didn't care too much. As mentioned before, let's not talk about whether they can find their territory. Even if they find it, Cao Crossing is not afraid at all. After all, his current strength is far ahead of other survivors. Under the absolute power suppression, this cannot be solved by a large number of people. As long as he sticks to the territory, those survivors will die. Cao Crossing turned his attention back to the battle in front of him. At this moment, as ordinary goblins were shot by Irina, Cao Crossing and Liu Muxue's experience points are also increasing. After a while, Cao Crossing's experience points have reached 63% of level 8 and Liu Muxue has also risen to 36% of level 7. She is constantly condensing purification to remove the ice corruption state for the recruited creatures on the field. They are all a little flustered. And at this moment, as the last ordinary goblin was slapped to death by Andrew, in the battlefields around, an area has already resolved the battle. Now, only Sarah, Dabe, and Assam were left to fight with their opponents. The health of these goblins was too high, and their armor was also very high. Sarah was fighting 2 elite monsters alone. Although Sarah was suppressing them unilaterally, the cooperation of the 2 goblins still caused Sarah some trouble. The goblin monk who was fighting Assam would continue to cast healing spells to restore the health of him and the other 2 goblin warriors. So Cao Crossing ordered, go and help Sarah solve the battle first. Assam obeyed the order and rushed over immediately. Buzz buzz buzz. The drill robot also turned wildly, rushed to the goblin monk, and launched a crazy attack. -173, -244, -175, -177. The dense damage numbers floated up. The 2 elite goblins, under the siege of the crowd, soon had their health reduced to the bottom. As Rinus shot an arrow, Sarah also secretly stabbed him. The system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Rinus Hawkey, killed Goblin Warrior LV20, gained 500 experience points. Combatants gained 250 experience points. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed Goblin Warrior LV20, gained 500 experience points. Combatants gained 250 experience points. Then, they rushed to Assam and also dealt with the elite level goblins. Your territory member, Assam, killed Goblin Monk LV20, gained 500 experience points. Combatants gained 250 experience points. At this point, there was only one leader level bugbear left on the field, and it was engaging in close combat with Dabe. The bugbear hugged Dabe's elephant leg and shouted, "Roar." The next moment, Dabe's huge body was actually lifted by it by dozens of centimeters. Then, it threw Dabe heavily to the ground. Boom. -1574. A huge damage appeared on Dabe's head. Dabe's health dropped below 7,000. Moo. Dabe cried out in pain, and quickly stood up again from the ground. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing's eyes widened. Fuck, dare you bully my pet? Come on, let this guy see what a righteous gang fight is. Sarah and Andrew rushed over after hearing this. Assam also rode on the Frost Wolf, and joined the battle with 2 centaurs. Under the siege of everyone, this leader-level bear goblin could no longer cause any trouble, as the blood volume of the bear goblin continued to decrease. This time, Cao Xing took out the Barrett early and was ready to make up the knife at any time. When he saw that the blood volume of the bear goblin dropped below 400, he decisively fired. Bang. -494. A large damage number floated up, and a system prompt appeared in Cao Xing's ears. Successfully killed bugbear, level 20 boss. Killed a monster above the level. Gained experience points 1200 *300%. Gained 3600 experience points. Your level has been upgraded. Current level, level 9. This upgrade has gained strength +1, agility +2, spirit +4, constitution +2. At the same time, Cao Xing's ears rang with system prompts again. Your command of this battle is proper, which reflects your excellent leadership ability. Territory member, Andrew's loyalty to you has increased. Current loyalty 98. Territory member, Sarah Blade Dance's loyalty to you has increased. Current loyalty 95. Territory member, Renis Hawke's loyalty to you has increased. Current loyalty 81. Territory member, Blot Brimstone's loyalty to you has increased. Current loyalty 75. In addition, the loyalty of the 2 centaurs has also increased to 78 points. Now, Sarah and Andrew's loyalty is almost full. Once the maximum value is reached, they will unconditionally execute any order of Cao Xing, just like Assam. Note that it is any order. Cao Xing's tactical arrangement allowed them to win the war with minimal losses. They looked at Cao Xing with respect. Blot clenched his right fist and placed it on his heart. An excellent general will put the safety of the soldiers first and formulate reasonable tactics to win. Obviously, you are a qualified general. And Renis, who was standing aside, also put away her bow and arrow and saluted Cao Xing. I see the shadow of the former commander of the empire in you. Renis believes that you can lead me to find new glory. She bent down slightly, highlighting the figure wrapped in leather armor. Renis's figure is not that hot. On the contrary, she looks very slim. Moreover, it seems that, because of long-term training, her waist is exquisitely curved, and she feels that she can't be held in one hand. She exudes a light and energetic feeling. Cao Xing nodded. Blot, Renis, you are brave warriors. And Kanda, Cantle, I have seen your heroic fighting spirit. With your joining, I believe our territory will be able to develop well. Cao Xing praised each other's tactics. Although it was a bit awkward, these natives liked to hear these polite words. After getting his approval, Renis and Blot both showed gratitude. The 2 centaurs on the side were even more excited. At this moment, Sarah appeared like a ghost and came to Cao Xing quietly. She took the initiative to hand over a few things, and before Cao Xing could speak, Sarah said, "These are the items dropped by the goblin leader." Cao Xing was stunned, and then looked at the woman with a face full of surprise. He didn't expect that Sarah would take the initiative to help him pick up things. Sarah seemed a little embarrassed to be looked at by Cao Xing, and she slightly tilted her head to the side. Cao Xing smiled and nodded. "Thank you." Sarah tried to lower her voice as much as possible, pretending to be indifferent and said, "You're welcome." Cao Xing took a few things from her. However, when taking them, Cao Xing deliberately touched Sarah's palm. This woman who had been dealing with shadows for a long time suddenly felt like she was electrocuted and subconsciously withdrew her right hand. Then she quickly entered stealth mode. Cao Xing smiled. Just now he was deliberately teasing her. Then he began to check the 4 things he had just obtained. Primary power heart asterisk 1 right square bracket obtained. Dark leader level soul asterisk 1 right square bracket obtained. Palace gate key asterisk 1 right square bracket obtained. Hard corrupted scales asterisk 7 right square bracket. Cao Crossing was immediately delighted. Another leader level soul? He couldn't wait to check it out. However, because this soul has a dark prefix, the success rate of allowing elites to break through to the leader is only 15%, 30%. Obviously, this thing will most likely fail. Then, he began to check the second thing. Key to the palace gate. Quest item. Item effect. With this key, you can open the gate of the Goblin Palace, and you will reveal the final secret of this palace. Note, before opening, please make sure that you are strong enough. Cao Crossing looked at the gate of the palace in front of him. This key should be used to open this gate. And the violent roar I heard before also came from inside. This means that opening the gate is equivalent to opening the final stage of the Goblin Treasure House. I may have to face a very powerful enemy. Should I open it? Cao Crossing thought for a moment and decided to use the few souls in his hand first to see if he could improve the strength of the team before making any plans. So, Cao Crossing called Andrew over and handed the soul to him. Then, Cao Crossing called 2 centaurs over. He threw the 2 elite souls to them respectively. The 3 powerful warriors looked at Cao Crossing gratefully at the same time. Thank you, generous lord. The next moment, they directly slapped the soul into their bodies. Everyone looked at Andrew and the 2 centaurs. A few dozen seconds later, Andrew's face was filled with guilt. I'm sorry dear lord, I failed. Cao Crossing shook his head. It's nothing. Anyway, the success rate of this thing is very low, and I didn't have any expectations. After hearing this, Andrew felt better. Then, the centaur cantor also failed, looking frustrated. At this moment, a strong momentum burst out from another centaur cantor. Cao Crossing's eyes moved, and he excitedly said, are the 3 finally going to become one for me? After a moment, the system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Kanda successfully advanced to an elite creature. All attributes increased by 30% and learned a new skill. Skull crushing throw. Skull crushing throw. Throw the weapon in your hand violently, causing damage equal to attack power asterisk 167% to the target enemy, and there is a 50% chance of causing it to fall into a short state of dizziness. Cao Crossing looked happy. This skill is not bad. It can be used as a long-range attack, and can also control the enemy. Of course, the flaw is that after the weapon is thrown out, it has no combat power. Kanda, you did a good job. The centaur was not proud. He said modestly, thanks to the gift from the lord. Cao Crossing nodded, and then took out a one-handed axe from his backpack. Caveman Berserker hand axe, blue, this thing is a blue weapon with good damage. Cao Crossing said, Kanda, your new skill will throw the weapon in your hand after using it. This hand axe will be used as a backup weapon for you. Looking at the blue weapon in Cao Crossing's hand, the centaur warrior's resolute face showed a touching look. He slightly bent his front hooves and took the weapon respectfully in a kneeling posture. Thank you, wise and generous lord. Your territory member, Kanda was moved by your generosity and his loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty. 85. Chapter 85 Uncovering the final secret of the underground palace. Kanda's loyalty increased again. Cao Crossing nodded. Now he had another elite creature under his command, and the overall strength of the team was also enhanced. Challenging the powerful creatures in this palace would be more likely. At this time, Liu Muxue was still constantly performing purification to expel the ice corruption state from everyone. It took about 10 minutes, and everything was ready. Cao Crossing took out the palace key again. The system prompt appeared. Do you want to use the palace key to open the door? Yes. The key in Cao Crossing's hand disappeared. The next moment, everyone saw that the metal door in front of them began to shake again. Boom. The 2 doors separated from the middle, revealing a gap. Through the gap, Cao Crossing saw a bright light inside. And when the door was completely opened, in front of everyone, a gorgeous palace appeared. There were all kinds of gilded decorations everywhere. Patterned floor tiles, golden pillars with carved patterns, and various extremely gorgeous decorations. In it, Cao Xing even saw a throne. The throne was golden in color, and the backrest was inlaid with many gemstones. Under the light, it reflected the bright gemstone light. Just looking at the appearance of this throne, you can tell that it must be very valuable. Cao Xing was immediately moved. However, there was a figure leaning on the throne. It was a goblin wearing azure armor and a crown. Like the goblins outside, its body was also covered with a thick layer of frost. Moreover, it was more serious than the symptoms of the goblins outside. The frost had even spread to its face. However, this goblin seemed to be able to retain the last bit of reason. It said in a hoarse voice, "You are here." Cao Xing stood behind and looked at it blankly. "What the hell are we here? Did you know we were coming?" Cao Xing asked in confusion. "Are you waiting for us?" The goblin wearing a crown did not answer and continued to sit on the throne. However, its right hand was constantly shaking, as if it was trying to suppress something. At the same time, Cao Xing took a look at the attributes of this goblin. Corrupted Goblin King, Nagram Earthquake LV25, Race, Goblin, Level, Tier 3 Boss Level Creature HP. 41,740/61740, Attack Power. 2738-2943 Armor. 4154-32, Extra plus 300, Skills, King Sweep, swings the long sword in his hand, causing 139% physical damage to all enemies in front. Stab, instantly dashes forward a certain distance, causing 177% damage to the target, and comes with a 2-second stun effect. Ground Spikes, summons a large number of ground spikes, causing piercing damage of attack power asterisk 155% to the enemy. Earth Riot, inserts the long sword in his hand into the ground, awakens the will of the earth, and causes multiple stages of earth element damage to enemies within 50 meters around, with a damage coefficient of 20% of the attack power, and makes them crippled. Summon Earth Elemental, summons 2 Earth Elementals with the strength of a 3rd level elite, to assist in the attack. The Earth element exists for 120 seconds. Advanced Corrupted Shell, armor plus 300, when attacked by physical attacks, additional 30% reduction in damage. Talent, Heart of the King, adds 20% additional attributes to all goblins under his command, and increases his own health by 50%. Status, Corrupted. Fuck. Seeing this guy's attributes, Cao Xing exclaimed. Level 25, 3rd order leader level creature, 5 skills, and an advanced corrupted shell. More than 700 armor. Even if Cao Xing stood there and hit him, he couldn't hit him at all. Obviously, this was not a monster he could deal with at this stage. At this moment, Cao Xing wanted to run away with his men on the spot. However, the Goblin King slowly spoke. "I made a mistake. This mistake caused all my people to be infected with that terrible curse." Hearing this, Cao Xing keenly realized that this might be related to the current state of the Goblin King. The Goblin King slowly said, "This human warrior, can you please help me remove this curse?" Cao Xing was stunned when he heard this guy's words. Based on his years of gaming experience, he keenly realized that he might have triggered some hidden tasks. He asked in confusion, "Help you? How?" The Goblin King slowly stood up and said, "Kill me." However, as soon as he finished speaking, his face changed immediately. The Goblin King's expression became extremely ferocious. He suddenly turned around, his head turned 180 degrees, and faced Cao Xing and others with the back of his head. However, a distorted face appeared on the back of his head. That face did not look like a human at all, but like a beast. Seeing this weird scene, Liu Muxue subconsciously tightened her weapon. It roared threateningly at everyone. "Roar. Get out of here." The roar like thunder sounded again. Andrew, Sarah and others were instantly ready for battle, but the next moment, the Goblin King turned his head back again and regained that painful expression. It said with difficulty, "As you can see, my consciousness has become increasingly confused, and I can no longer resist the corruption. If this continues, my body will be completely controlled by this monster. Warrior, please help me get rid of it." At this point, Cao Xing had understood. This Goblin King was also corrupted, and more seriously than other goblins. There was even a terrible thing parasitizing its body. but it relied on its own willpower to fight for control of its body with the thing behind it. And now it seems that it can no longer hold on. Cao Xing scratched his head and said, "You can ask me to kill you, but I'm afraid the guy behind your head won't agree. If you go crazy at that time, I won't be your opponent." The Goblin King said slowly, "It doesn't matter, I will try my best to help you suppress the curse behind me." The next moment, before Cao Xing could react, the Goblin King suddenly drew the long sword at his waist and pierced his chest. Puff. Minus 21,072. A terrifying damage number floated up. The health of the Goblin King actually dropped to just over 20,000. However, this move of the Goblin King seemed to have stimulated the human face behind it. Roar. The beast-like roar appeared again. It began to struggle frantically, as if trying to seize control of the Goblin King's body. The Goblin King held the long sword on his chest tightly, preventing it from being pulled out. "Quick, kill me. I can't suppress this guy for too long." Cao Xing was delighted when he heard it. "Damn, there is such a good thing. Come on, attack the Goblin King with all your strength. Let's help this poor sufferer to be free." After hearing this, Sam, Andrew and others rushed over to besiege the Goblin King. Irina was the fastest. She pulled the bowstring directly, and her proud chest stood up again. Whoosh. Minus 67. A weak damage appeared. This was the first time that Irina had dealt double-digit damage. Cao Xing was amazed. My goodness, this monster's defense is really strong. This is the damage caused after Liu Muxue's Aurora Blessing and Courage Blessing. Otherwise, Irina's attack would be even lower. Bang. Sam, Andrew, and Sarah's attacks also came at the same time. Minus 74, minus 112, minus 257. The only considerable damage was Sarah's attack. Under the concentrated fire of everyone, the Goblin King's health dropped by almost 500 points. Compared with its 20,000 health points, it is really not worth mentioning. But fortunately, the Goblin King will not fight back. It still pressed the long sword on its chest and tried its best to suppress the beast's face behind its head. Cao Xing regained hope and hurriedly said, "Output. Quickly output." Everyone accelerated their attack. Minus 94, minus 68, minus 77, minus 114, minus 374. After Sarah triggered Gift of Liberation, the damage suddenly increased. At the same time, a low roar continued to come from behind the Goblin King's head. Roar, roar. The Goblin King's whole body was shaking violently. "Hurry, hurry up." The Goblin King shouted, almost gritting his teeth. Cao Xing was also helpless. "I want to be fast too, but your defense is too high. I can't do it." Swish, swish. Everyone was attacking hard. 3 robots and 2 centaurs also joined the battle. According to the speed of everyone's attack, now the Goblin King's health is decreasing by about 50,060 per second. After more than 10 seconds, the Goblin King's health has dropped to 11,000. At this moment, the Goblin King suddenly pulled out the long sword from his chest. It finally said with difficulty, I can't hold it back." A ferocious momentum burst out from its body. Cao Xing was stunned. "Damn, didn't you say you could suppress it? It's not even half as good as it used up." However, the Goblin King's pupils had turned white at this time, and a ferocious aura burst out of his body. Seeing that the situation was not right, Cao Xing hurriedly ordered, "Retreat. Everyone retreat." However, Cao Xing's warning was still a step too late. The Goblin King directly swept across. Swish. Sam, Andrew, including Sarah and Abe, were all hit by this sword. Minus 2543, minus 2341, minus 2413, minus 2205. 7 terrifying damage numbers floated up. Sam and Andrew's health points suddenly dropped a lot. The 3 robots and the centaurs were almost killed on the spot by this sword. It seemed that the Goblin King was about to launch a second sweep. Seeing this, Cao Xing exclaimed, "Kanda, control it. Quick." At the critical moment, Kanda, who had just broken through the elite, threw the blunt weapon in his hand. Bang. Minus 114. Although the damage was very weak, a vortex symbol successfully appeared above the Goblin King's head. It was stunned. Cao Xing breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ordered, "Everyone else, retreat." Chapter 86. Fierce Battle. Kill the Goblin King. Everyone else, retreat. Dabe, you go first. Sarah, you stay by the side and assist Dabe. Cao Xing issued one command after another. On the field, only Sarah and Dabe could withstand the terrifying attack of the Goblin King. Moo. Dabe executed Cao Xing's order without hesitation and rushed towards the Goblin King. At this time, the dizziness mark on the Goblin King's head gradually disappeared. The third level leader level creature has a higher resistance to this negative state. At this time, it has completely turned its head over and turned into a beast. Seeing Dabe rushing over, the Goblin King stabbed with a sword. Dabe also raised his front hoof and stomped down suddenly. Puff. Boom. Minus 2014. Minus 796. A damage number appeared on the top of the heads of the two powerful creatures. However, the most important thing is that the Goblin King entered a short dizzy state again. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing was immediately happy. Everyone, keep rushing up and attacking. Sarah, throw a dagger of obstruction to slow down its movement. Blot, throw a totem to interfere with the vision of the Goblin King. Sarah threw out a dagger instantly. Blot also threw out two totems directly and then condensed a cloud of black smoke and sprayed it towards the Goblin King. At the same time, several robots, two centaurs, Andrew and Assam all joined the battle. The Goblin King's health began to drop wildly again. In the blink of an eye, it dropped below 10,000. Cao Xing was delighted. It seems that there is still a fight. Seeing that the Goblin King was about to wake up, Cao Xing hurriedly ordered, retreat, retreat immediately. These recruited creatures could not see the dizziness sign on the Goblin King's head, but Cao Xing could see that the dizziness sign began to flash, which meant that the Goblin King was about to escape. So his command seemed very timely. After the Goblin King recovered from the dizziness, he swept his sword again. Swish. However, this time, the terrifying effect did not occur because Cao Xing's men had all pulled away. Cao Xing also raised his staff, condensed the ice cone, and aimed at its twisted, terrifying face. Whoosh. Minus 17, minus 16, minus 22. The damage was not high, but Cao Xing just wanted to try and see if he could trigger the freezing effect. However, the exclamation marks on these damage numbers made Cao Xing look surprised, because these attacks were all critical hits. Cao Xing instantly understood that this face might be the weakness of the Goblin King. The next moment, Cao Xing ordered, shoot all the attacks at its face. Irina, attack with all your strength. Assam, use the sword of justice to reduce its defense. Follow your orders, Lord. The wind will guide me to defeat the enemy. The two recruited creatures received the order at the same time, and the other strong men were looking for opportunities to attack the Goblin King. Irina took a deep breath and pulled the bowstring. Whoosh. This arrow was one of her skills. Weak point strike. Minus 377. Weak point strike has a 100% critical hit effect, and it hit the Goblin King's vital point. So this arrow caused a double critical hit. At the same time, Assam raised the long sword in his hand high, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, he condensed a nearly 10-meter long sword energy. In the name of justice. Cut. Swish. Swish swish swish. Minus 113, minus 125, minus 136, minus 277. Because of the skill, Sword of Justice, each sword can reduce the enemy's armor by 10%. It is even more effective against creatures with high armor. After 4 swords, the Goblin King's armor dropped by 40%. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing was immediately delighted. Output. Quick. The armor reduction effect only lasts for 20 seconds. Cao Xing must cherish this time and cause more damage. Sarah's figure flashed. Arc flash. The shadow blade passed by. Minus 1132. Another horrible damage passed. Roar. The Goblin King seemed extremely angry. Just as he was about to raise his sword to chop, the huge Dabe blocked him. Moo. Dabe kept raising his front hooves and trampled on the Goblin King crazily. The Goblin King was furious and chopped at Dabe crazily. Minus 1754, minus 1732. After a few sword strikes, Dabe's health was directly reduced to less than 8,000. Cao Xing immediately ordered, Dabe, retreat quickly. Sarah, you go first. Blot, throw out the black smoke storm. Dabe's huge figure retreated rapidly. At the same time, Blot began to chant a spell. Thumb Negru. With the Goblin King as the center, the 15-meter area around was suddenly covered by a thick black smoke, and this black smoke began to continue to rotate. Minus 113, minus 115. The damage numbers floated up one by one, causing 2 damages every second. Moreover, this black smoke storm can last for 10 seconds. The most important thing is that it can also reduce the enemy's movement speed by 30%. With Sarah's dagger of obstacles, the Goblin King trapped in the storm can hardly move. Cao Xing didn't need to say much. All attacking units began to throw long-range attacks at the black smoke storm. Cao Xing also raised his staff. A breath of icy air gathered between his staffs. The next moment, 2 ice elemental elves opened their mouths, and an ice cone condensed in their mouths. Then they spit it out instantly. Puff. Puff. Minus 27. Minus 26. The damage was lower than Cao Xing's, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, they only inherited 80% of Cao Xing's attributes. Then Cao Xing didn't stop at all, and continued to raise his staff, condensing dense ice arrows on the black smoke storm. It was the skill he had just learned. Ice arrow rain. Crash. These ice arrows fell in waves, causing a large number of damage. Minus 32, minus 33, minus 157, minus 334, minus 452. All the ranged units were seizing the opportunity to output frantically. As for the other melee units, they retreated to the side and began to recover their health. Green numbers plus 46, plus 46 kept appearing above their heads. The angry roar of the Goblin King continued to be heard in the black smoke storm. The 10 seconds were over quickly. When the storm dissipated, the Goblin King's health was also reduced to less than 5,000. After escaping the trap, the Goblin King was full of anger and rushed towards Cao Xing with his long sword. At the same time, Sarah's figure flashed and appeared directly in front of the Goblin King. Roar. Get out of my way. Swish. With a sword slash, Sarah retreated a few steps. Minus 1799. A high damage number appeared. However, Sarah showed no fear. She slashed the Goblin King's face. Minus 525. An equally impressive damage number appeared. The Goblin King seemed even more angry, and he slashed again. Poof. Sarah's health was also reduced to less than 5,000. Seeing this, Cao Xing's heart tightened. He raised his staff again, and used the special effects above. Summon demon spiders. The next moment, 5 demon spiders about 1 meter long with patterns on their abdomens appeared. Under Cao Xing's command, the 5 demon spiders lined up one after another and rushed over one by one. Sarah, come back. After receiving Cao Xing's order, Sarah instantly hid in the shadows. At the same time, the first demon spider had already arrived beside the Goblin King. It raised its forelimbs and bit down. Minus 21, minus 4. A weak damage number floated up, but fortunately, it added a layer of poisoning status to the Goblin King. The Goblin King, who was about to come over to kill Cao Xing, casually struck with a sword. Poof. Minus 2763. A big damage number floated up. The demon spider was directly blown up, and red and green liquid scattered all over the ground. At the same time, the second demon spider came up again. It bit the Goblin King again, and then was stabbed by a sword. And this was exactly what Cao Xing wanted. The 2 demon spiders blocked the Goblin King for about a second. And in this second, everyone once again knocked down about 700 of the Goblin King's health. Moreover, because it was a summoned creature, even if it was hacked to death, Cao Xing didn't feel bad at all. Cao Xing controlled the demon spiders to die, while outputting at full strength to reduce the Goblin King's health. And when all 5 demon spiders died, Cao Xing glanced at the Goblin King's health. 3,214/61,740. The last 3,000 health points. To be on the safe side, Cao Xing also sent 2 frost elves to die. It delayed the Goblin King for 2 seconds again, and its health has dropped to 1,700. Cao Xing's eyes showed hope of victory. At this moment, the Goblin King was less than 50 meters away from him. Liu Muxue took a deep breath and directly blocked Cao Xing with her shield. She seemed to know that the Goblin King's target was Cao Xing. Liu Muxue wanted to block the Goblin King for Cao Xing, but with her current attributes, she would probably be stabbed by a sword. Cao Xing was moved and shouted, "Muxue, come back. The Goblin King is no longer good. He can't catch me. Assam, hold the Goblin King for me. Don't let him come over." Hearing this, Liu Muxue turned around without hesitation and ran to the back. At this time, Assam had already controlled the Frost Wolf and rushed towards the Goblin King. Bang! The Frost Wolf rushed directly to the Goblin King and blocked his way with its huge body. And, "Get out of my way." The Goblin King swept his sword. The huge body of the Frost Wolf was swept away directly. -2136. A huge damage number floated up, and the Frost Wolf was almost killed on the spot. At this time, Cao Xing had already controlled the tracked robot to run wildly with him. He knew that the Goblin King's target was him. However, the Goblin King was hit by the dagger of obstruction, and his mobility was greatly reduced by the frost shield. He couldn't catch up with Cao Xing at all. At the same time, Dabe, whose health was restored to 8500, directly activated Furious Charge and rushed over like a tank. Boom. Boom. The running truck rushed over madly. The Goblin King seemed to know that he could no longer catch up with the human. Bang! He suddenly inserted the long sword into the floor. The next moment, Cao Xing felt a tremor under his feet. At the same time, two earth element puppets with a height of nearly 3 meters and a body made of mud suddenly appeared. These two puppets are both elite creatures of the 3rd level. Cao Xing didn't have time to check their attributes and directly ordered, "Andrew, Assam, each of you, hold these two earth elementals. Others, continue to attack the Goblin King with all your strength." With the last 1700 health points, Cao Xing was determined to kill it. The recruited creatures obeyed Cao Xing's instructions. Assam and Andrew rushed to an earth elemental. Although these earth element were 3rd level elites, their strength was more than twice as high as this. But under Cao Xing's command, they did not show any fear. Roar. Moo. Dabe was struggling to hold the Goblin King, and Sarah, Renus, and Blot were all doing their best. One by one, the damage numbers appeared above the Goblin King's head. At this moment, the Goblin King was surrounded and could no longer rush over to chase Cao Xing. In a rage, he swung his sword and slashed at Dabe. Dabe also raised his elephant hoof high, and the two sides launched another head-on collision. Boom. -2543 -544 this time, the Goblin King was not stunned. However, his health was only 1200 left. A figure flashed by like a ghost and slashed the Goblin King's face. -263. Renus, who was standing by, had been aiming for a long time and shot the arrow in her hand instantly. Wind chasing arrow. Whoosh. -272. At this moment, the Goblin King only had 600 or so HP left. He also knew that his situation had reached an extremely dangerous level. Roar. Roar. A low roar continued from his beast-like mouth, and he directly inserted his long sword into the ground. The next moment, the entire palace began to shake violently. Dense cracks appeared, and bursts of fragments were still erupting from these cracks, attacking everyone. Puff puff puff. -257 -248 -233 -254 3-digit damages kept appearing above the heads of all the recruited creatures, and their health was dropping like water. The 3 robots and one of the centaurs had already been slashed by the Goblin King. Now, the health that had finally recovered began to drop rapidly, and casualties were about to occur. At this moment, Cao Xing, who had been aiming for a long time, suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang. -464. Armor break. Critical hit. Double damage. However, the Goblin King was still alive. The Goblin King was still holding the long sword, firmly stuck in the ground. Rumble. The health of all the recruited creatures began to drop sharply. The durability of the drill robot and the forklift robot had returned to 0, and a puff of black smoke came out of their heads. So far, the first casualty has finally occurred. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Cao Xing shouted a warning. All the recruited creatures began to retreat frantically, trying to avoid the range of the Goblin King's ultimate move. At this time, the Goblin King had 201 HP left. However, Barrett had a 2-second interval between attacks and could not fire continuously. At this moment, Cao Xing and Blot raised their staffs at the same time. Puff! Brent condensed a cloud of black smoke and blasted it towards the Goblin King. -131. There were only 60 HP left. At this moment, Cao Xing's eyes focused and 3 ice cones shot out. Whoosh! Whoosh! All of the ice cones hit the Goblin King's face. -24, -27, -25. Under the expectant eyes of everyone, the Goblin King's HP was completely reduced to 0. At this moment, the Goblin King released the double openings holding down the long sword, and the vibration of the ground disappeared, including the 2 earth element that were frantically attacking Sam and Andrew. They also stopped moving. At the same time, the Goblin King's beast-like face seemed to close its eyes. It turned its head with difficulty and returned to its previous old face. There was still a look of relief on his face. He looked at Cao Xing with gratitude and said the last words with all his strength. "Thank you." The voice faded and the Goblin King fell down. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. Successfully killed the Goblin King. Nam Earthquake LV25. Level 3 boss level creature. Killed a monster above the level and gained experience points. 2500 asterisk 300% and gained experience points 7500. Congratulations. Because you are the first survivor in the server to kill a boss level creature, you will receive the first kill reward, Aurora Holy Shield skill book, gold, asterisk 1 right square bracket. Although he did not upgrade, his experience bar soared directly to 87% of level 9. He only needs more than 1000 experience points to directly upgrade to level 10. Fuck. So many experience points, and there is also an Aurora Holy Shield skill book. At this moment, Cao Xing's eyes showed a strong joy. However, the reward tips are not over yet. Thanks to Book Friend 878,273 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Goobinge for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Book Friend 202212220153145222 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Liang Jiaqi Shao for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to You Are Not My Son for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Rugupe for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to the book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 87 Epic Props, Shining Throne. Reward prompts continue to appear. Obtained loot, intermediate power heart asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtained bright leader soul, gold, asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtained king's blade, gold, asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtained king's altar construction blueprint, gold, asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtained iron wall rune, gold, asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtained corrupted heart asterisk 1 right square bracket. A large number of golden items appeared. You have discovered the cause of the Goblin King's corruption. Reputation plus 500. At this moment, Cao Xing was hit by a huge surprise. Too fierce. What is a big explosion? This is a real big explosion. 4 golden items, plus a first kill reward. Sure enough, every first kill of these powerful creatures can bring extremely high returns. And this is worthy of the difficulty of killing the Goblin King. In fact, Cao Xing and his team did not fight the Goblin King in his strongest state. The Goblin King in his prime had a full 60,000 HP. But because he suffered from corruption, his HP was reduced by 20,000, and he was stabbed by himself, and his HP was reduced by another 20,000. So Cao Xing was lucky this time. While Cao Xing was still in ecstasy, in the chat channel, there was a big uproar because of his terrifying upgrade progress. Zangping, fuck, what did Cao Xing do again? How did he reach such a high level all of a sudden? Hongzes, it's outrageous. I've been watching the rankings and saw with my own eyes that Cao Xing's level soared from level 8 to level 9. Now he's almost reaching level 10. Mizuwei, indeed, it feels like Cao Xing's upgrade is completely different from ours. His experience increases in chunks, while we climb up bit by bit. Liang, I've just reached level 3, and Cao Xing is almost 7 levels ahead of me. Shi Changbing, isn't it said that the later you get, the harder it is to upgrade? Why does it feel like Cao Crossing's upgrade speed is getting faster and faster? Cao Crossing's soaring level attracted everyone's attention. It was because his upgrade speed was really outrageous. It can be seen from the current rankings. Level ranking of Area 174. First place, Cao Crossing, level 9, 87%. Second place, Liu Muxue, level 8, 11%. Third place, Zhaobo, level 5, 43%. Fourth place, Fang Long, level 5, 26%. Fifth place, Wu Xinghu, level 5, 19%. Sixth place, Jizin, level 5, 11%. The top 10 are almost all survivors above level 5. But Cao Crossing is leading by a huge margin. In addition, other careful survivors also noticed that Liu Muxue's experience has also increased significantly. Jiang'an, brothers, have you noticed that the experience of Goddess Muxue and Boss Cao Crossing almost increased together? Do you think it is possible that they are actually together? Pang Liming, that makes sense. Goddess Muxue is beautiful, but if she is also so powerful when she upgrades, it will be too jealous. Indeed, if Goddess Muxue is with Boss Cao Crossing, it will not be strange. Yu Yin, I envy Liu Muxue so much. She can team up with Boss Cao Crossing. Sen Yering, I wonder if Boss Cao Crossing is still short of leg accessories. I also want to join his territory. At this moment, Fang Long, who had already suffered a blow, looked even more gloomy after seeing Cao Crossing's level. He knew that it was almost certain that Cao Crossing would take the first place. By then, he would digest the rewards from the rankings, and Fang Long would have no chance to deal with him. And more importantly, the novice protection period will be lifted. If this Cao Crossing wants to deal with the Three Heroes Association, I'm afraid they will suffer a lot of losses. At this moment, Fang Long was gradually feeling desperate. At this moment, Cao Crossing did not pay attention to the chat channel. Because the system prompt appeared in his ear again. Because you commanded the battle properly this time, you demonstrated excellent leadership. Territory member, Andrew's loyalty to you has increased, and the current loyalty is 100. Loyalty has reached the maximum value. Andrew will put your orders first. Territory member, Sarah Blade Dance's loyalty to you has increased, and the current loyalty is 100. Loyalty has reached the maximum value, and you can now give her any order. Territory member, Renis Hawke's loyalty to you has increased, and the current loyalty is 92. Your territory member, Brent Brimston's loyalty to you has increased, and the current loyalty is 89. Your territory member, the loyalty of all members has skyrocketed, including the two centaurs, all have increased to more than 80. And the most important thing is that Andrew and Sarah's loyalty has reached the maximum value. Great. Cao Crossing looked at the territory members on the field. They were all injured at this time, with green numbers floating up one after another, and their precarious blood volume was recovering rapidly. Liu Muxue was constantly performing purification to recover their injuries. Cao Crossing said solemnly, "You are all the bravest warriors, I'm proud of you." Hearing Cao Crossing's praise, these territory members all showed touched expressions on their faces. No, it was thanks to the excellent command ability of the Lord that we won a difficult battle. Lord, your command ability is even comparable to the Khan of our centaur tribe. The words of this centaur were recognized by other recruited creatures. After a wave of commercial praise, Cao Crossing came to the two robots with black smoke. The durability of the drilling robot and the forklift robot has been reset to 0, and the parts in the body have been damaged. Do you want to use materials to repair it? Cao Crossing breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, these robots can be repaired. Otherwise, even Cao Crossing would feel a little distressed to lose two generals at once. Fortunately, the robot was the one that was damaged. Otherwise, if it was any other member of the territory, they would have really died. Cao Crossing used materials to repair the two robots as usual. After a while, the two robots started to turn with a creaking sound. Repaired successfully, the robot stood up again and made a mechanical sound. Master, I just fell asleep. Cao Crossing nodded. The buffs on these repaired robots have been cleared, which is equivalent to a factory reset. After thinking about it, he felt that it was normal. After all, if the buffs do not disappear after death, other lords only need to obtain the damaged robots from him. After repairing them, it is equivalent to recruiting creatures with permanent buff bonuses. Cao Xing re-performed the status on the 2 robots, and then let them recover slowly on the side. At the same time, outside the hall, a white-skinned tree spirit cautiously poked his head out. When he just entered the hall, Cao Xing felt the danger inside, so he asked Juliet to hide outside the hall first, and not come in. Seeing the battle was over, Juliet came to Cao Xing with a little fear. The fierce battle in the hall made her heart tighten again and again. Cao Xing said, "Don't be nervous, the battle is over." Juliet nodded gently, and looked at the man in front of her with admiration. He actually led his men to defeat such a powerful goblin king. Cao Xing looked at this magnificent palace with excitement in his eyes. Next, it was an exciting moment. "Everyone, get ready to work. Take away everything you can see." Hearing this, Renus and Blot were still a little confused. Andrew and Assam had already started to act. They took down the crystal chandeliers, gilded candlesticks, gold inlaid murals, and even floor tiles one by one. Sarah began to search the entire palace skillfully to see if there were any hidden compartments or the like. Blot, Sophistone and Renus opened their mouths and stared at their actions in a daze. As for Cao Xing, he walked straight to the throne. His eyes were completely attracted by the various gemstones inlaid on it. Wow, so many gemstones, they can all be sold for a lot of money, right? However, when Cao Xing saw the properties of this throne, he immediately extinguished this idea. Shining throne, special item, orange, quality, epic, attached special effect, charm gem, charm plus 50, after binding to the throne, attached special effect, lucky gem, put in the territory, it can increase the luck value of the lord bound to the throne by 10 points. And requires a level 2 Lord's Mansion to activate. Attached special effect, King's Blessing, put in the territory. It can increase the attack power and armor of all friendly units in the territory by 30% and 30%, and requires a level 3 Lord's Mansion to activate. Attached special effect, Shining Star, epic special effect. Every 7 natural days, a shining star can be released to find an area with precious resources for the Lord, and requires a level 4 Lord's Mansion to activate. Item introduction. The goblins spent most of the resources of the treasury, and commissioned the dwarf forging master, to create a throne with weak divine power. Orange. Epic equipment. This throne is actually an epic equipment. At this moment, Cao Xing felt his breath stagnate. From the previous transaction with the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce, it can be seen that a piece of golden equipment is enough to make the natives of this world covet it. And the more powerful epic equipment is probably enough to make them crazy. The value of this shining throne is already inestimable. However, Cao Xing will definitely not sell this throne for money. Only by placing it in his own territory can the effect of this epic item be maximized. So cool. Cao Xing couldn't help but marvel at the appearance of this gorgeous throne in front of him. He even imagined that he would put the throne in his own territory in the future and sit on it when he had nothing to do. It must be very majestic. At this time, a system prompt appeared. Found an unowned epic equipment, shining throne. Do you want to bind it? As long as it is bound, it can increase 50 points of charm, which is more than the charm added by 2 black diamonds. There is no need to consider this at all. Cao Xing directly clicked to bind. Chapter 88 Golden Blueprint, Hero Altar. Binding successful. Cao Xing nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, a ray of light suddenly appeared from one of the eyeball-sized gems on the throne. Then it fell directly on Cao Xing. Renus and Blot, as well as the 2 centaurs, were all looking at Cao Xing with curiosity. The centaur Candace said in confusion, "Cantle, have you noticed that the Lord seems to have changed a little bit?" Candace nodded and said, "Cantle, you are right. The Lord looked weak before, but now, I feel that the Lord is as strong as the chief." At this moment, Cao Xing, who had already put the shining throne into his backpack, heard the conversation between the 2 centaurs and a barely detectable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He knew that this was the effect of the charm plus 50 attached to the throne and their loyalty reached more than 80. Otherwise, strangers looking at Cao Xing would only think that this was a human with good temperament. At the same time, Assam and Andrew had already dismantled everything that could be dismantled in the palace. Cao Xing followed them and put all kinds of things into his backpack. Obtained 5 glazed hanging lamp, obtained 17 gilded candlesticks, obtained 673 black crystal floor, obtained 4 silk curtains. Cao Xing looked at the properties of the floor. Black crystal floor, special material, made of pure black crystal. It has excellent insulation properties, can slow down the loss of heat, isolate the moisture and coldness of the ground, and increase the temperature inside the building. Oh my god, a floor that can increase the indoor temperature. What a good thing. At this stage, the main problem for the survivors of Blue Star is to resist the cold. Even with the Lord's hut and the big bonfire, the indoor temperature is still not ideal. Obviously, this floor can increase the indoor temperature and improve comfort. More than 600 pieces of floor, that is, more than 600 square meters, are enough for me to cover the entire Lord's hut. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. At this time, Sarah suddenly appeared. Dear Lord, I didn't find the treasure chest, but I found a passage to the outside world. Since the loyalty was raised to 100, Sarah called Cao Xing with a respectful title. Cao Xing nodded. He expected that there was no treasure chest. After all, it was introduced in Shining Throne that this group of goblins consumed a lot of resources from the entire treasury to build this throne. Gather and prepare to return. Hearing Cao Xing's order, the recruited creatures came over one after another. Then, they followed Sarah to a hidden passage in the corner of the palace. Passing through the long passage, a few minutes later, everyone came out on the other side of this unknown mountain. Coming to the valley covered with ice and snow in front of them, gusts of cold wind whistled past. Cao Xing glanced at the map. They were still at the edge of the Bolus Mountains, and had not reached the depths of the mountains. In other words, not many people had really gone deep into the Bolus Mountains. There were an astonishing number of monsters hidden in this huge mountain range. The deeper you go, the stronger the monsters are. Even the caravan only walked along the edge of the Bolus Mountains. According to Assam, only experts above the 4th level can pass through this dangerous area. On the map, Cao Xing found another path down the mountain nearby. If you go down from here, you can leave the Bolus Mountains faster. Cao Xing ordered, everyone, we will go to the southwest. There is a path down the mountain. Assam, you continue to open the way. Assam nodded respectfully, then controlled the frost wolf, and went directly to the woods next to it. A group of people followed Assam. Cao Xing looked at the time above his head. Due to nightfall. 3:17. Current temperature, -55. It took an hour to travel, and it took almost another hour to find Juliet, plus exploring the Goblin Palace. Cao Xing's time this time has passed for almost 3 hours. Very good, there is still plenty of time, enough for me to return to the camp. Cao Xing nodded secretly, with an excited look on his face. Next, we need to check the spoils that exploded from the Goblin King. With excitement, Cao Xing began to check the properties of those items. The first one was a palm-sized, deeper red crystal. Intermediate power heart, advanced item. It can allow survivors, or recruited creatures, that have reached level 20 to break through to level 3 powerhouses, increasing all attributes by 100%. Cao Xing was immediately delighted. Very good, I finally got the first intermediate power heart. Because in this way, he can let Sarah complete the level 3 advancement, and her strength will be greatly increased again. He continued to check, and the second item was a group of souls. Bright leader level soul, gold. It can be used on a leader level creature below level 3, making it evolve into a leader level creature with a high probability, and the success rate is 45%, 75%. Leader level soul. Cao Xing's face showed a look of surprise again. He had experienced how powerful the leader level existence was. As long as he uses this soul, Cao Xing will have a high probability of having his own leader level creature. However, this soul has limitations, and can only be used by a leader level creature. Dabe, Sarah, and Assam are all candidates. After thinking for a moment, Cao Xing decided to give this soul to Sarah. Sarah has always been the strongest and most damaging existence in the team. Cao Xing decided to cultivate Sarah into his trump card, a real killer. It can be imagined that Sarah, who has broken through the 3rd level and advanced to a leader level existence, will be so powerful. Cao Xing shouted. Sarah. As soon as the words fell, a slender figure suddenly appeared in the shadows next to him. Respected Lord. Since entering the state of rushing on the road, Sarah has disappeared from everyone's sight. Cao Xing only needs to shout, and Sarah will appear at any time, as if she has always been guarding Cao Xing. Since the loyalty reached 100, Cao Xing felt that the dark elf's eyes looking at him were getting more and more wrong. It was a kind of oppressive, with a fiery look. Cao Xing said, Sarah Blade Dance, you have always been one of the best performers in my territory. Now, I will let you complete your transformation. After saying that, he threw the intermediate power heart and the leader level soul in his hand to Sarah. Sarah subconsciously took it, holding the red crystal and the bright soul in her hand. Her body was trembling slightly. Cao Xing could clearly feel that Sarah's eyes looking at him were getting hotter and hotter. A system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, is moved by your generosity and her loyalty is further improved. Because her loyalty is full, a special effect is triggered. DHUD. Always keep your loyalty at full value and will not be affected by any effect. Cao Xing showed joy at the corner of his mouth. Very good. Sarah has also become his DHUD. At this moment, this dark elf woman put the shadow blade on her chest, bent down slightly, and performed a solemn ceremony. Respected Lord, your glory and the shadow temple shine on me. Sarah's lines changed, and she even placed Cao Xing in front of the shadow temple. This shows that she has regarded Cao Xing as her faith in her heart. Even Liu Muxue, who was standing by, could see that when Sarah looked at Cao Xing, her eyes were about to swallow him up. However, Liu Muxue didn't seem to mind, but instead a strange smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Ahem. Cao Xing coughed twice, and then said, use it, Sarah Blade Dance, let me see your transformation. Sarah nodded. Then, she used the intermediate power heart without hesitation. This thing has no probability of failure. As long as the level is reached, it can be advanced 100%. Crack. As the crystal shattered, a powerful force was absorbed by Sarah. Everyone could feel the powerful breath fluctuations bursting out from this dark elf woman. However, the next moment, all these breaths were restrained. It was as if she had lost all sense of existence. Even if she stood in front of everyone, she would deliberately ignore this woman. This is also a necessary factor for a powerful assassin. The system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance has completed the 3rd level advancement, and all attributes have been increased by 100%. Note, the attribute improvement after advancement is the improvement of basic attributes, and the additional attributes of equipment cannot be increased. Sarah opened her eyes, like a poisonous snake in the dark waking up from hibernation. It gives people a cold, deadly, and irresistible feeling. Then, without hesitation, she slapped the bright leader soul into her chest again. Cao Xing looked at her nervously. Although the success rate of this bright soul is very high, but because Andrew had failed once before, when he transformed into a leader. Therefore, Cao Xing couldn't help but worry. However, the transformation from a leader to a leader also takes a certain amount of time. Cao Xing could only suppress his uneasiness, and began to continue to check other props in his backpack. In his hand, a golden blueprint appeared out of thin air, with a pattern similar to an altar drawn on it. King's Altar Construction Blueprint. Gold. Special building. Building effect. A king's altar can be built in the territory, and the souls of fallen heroes will be recorded in the altar. Spend souls of the same level and a large amount of resources to revive them again. Materials required for construction. Level 3 Lord's Hut. Wood asterisk 10, 000. Stone asterisk 5, 000. Mithril asterisk 1, 000. Eternal gold ingot asterisk 100. Magic pattern stone asterisk 50. Note, the same hero can be resurrected up to 3 times. Blueprint introduction. Souls return, and the resurrection of the dead also has a price. No one can play with the god of death. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89, Sarah's Transformation and Rapid Increase in Strength. Hey, the Resurrection Altar is out? Cao Xing was delighted when he saw the description on the blueprint. From today's battle, it can be seen that, if we encounter some powerful enemies in the future, it is inevitable that one or two heroes will be killed. Even if there are recruitment scrolls, the newly recruited creatures must cultivate their loyalty again. With the King's Altar, Cao Xing can be much more at ease. Of course, the cost of resurrection is also very high, and there is a limit on the number of times. Looking at the construction requirements above, Cao Xing thought to himself, this thing requires a lot of materials, thousands of mithril, and 50 magic pattern stones. The magic pattern stones I have in total are only 15 pieces, and as for the eternal gold ingot, I don't have a single one. Seeing these materials, Cao Xing knew that this was not something that could be built in the short term. He continued to check the next thing. Iron Wall Rune, gold, can be used on a recruited creature of level 2 or above to increase its armor by 2535 points. Not bad. One rune is almost equivalent to a piece of equipment. Cao Xing nodded. Aurora Holy Shield Skill Book, gold. Aurora Knight Exclusive Skill Book, skill effect. Concentrate the power of the Aurora to add 3 layers of Holy Shield to a friendly creature. Each layer of Holy Shield can completely resist one attack, and it will break after being attacked. The cooldown time is 120 seconds. What the hell? Holy Shield Skill Book. It can also be directly stacked 3 layers? Doesn't this make me invincible? Cao Xing was shocked. And soon, he gradually got the prompts behind. Each layer of Holy Shield can resist 1 attack, which means that the shield will break after 3 attacks. But despite this, it is also very strong. Cao Xing was very excited, and his thoughts gradually became active. Completely resist 1 attack. Can it resist any attack? He threw the skill book to Liu Muxue. Muxue, learn it first, and then release Holy Shield on me and see. Liu Muxue also saw the introduction of the skill book in her hand. Her mouth slightly opened, and a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. After all, this is a golden skill book, so powerful. Liu Muxue clicked to learn. Then, she sang softly, there are people in the world who have become Aurora Knights because of God's favor. I feel the revelation of the gods. May the holy light shield protect you. The next moment, a ball of golden light fell on Cao Xing. The system prompt appeared. Survivor, Liu Muxue, the skill, Holy Shield, was successfully cast on you, and the talent, Eternal Power, has taken effect, and the skill has become permanent. It has indeed become permanent. Cao Xing was delighted, and he also saw that 3 layers of light golden shields appeared around his body. He thought, it's just that 3 layers of Holy Shield can withstand 3 attacks. What will happen if the Holy Shield is broken? So, Cao Xing looked at Liu Muxue. Muxue, try to attack me continuously. Liu Muxue knew what Cao Xing meant, raised the long sword in her hand, and gently poked him a few times. Crack, crack. The golden Holy Shield on his body broke layer by layer. Cao Xing nodded suddenly. It was indeed a shield that would break no matter what attack it received. It can resist the attack of the gods, but it can also be easily broken by the attack of the level 1 monster. At the same time, Cao Xing noticed that the broken Holy Shield did not appear immediately, but was gathering a ball of golden power. About 60 seconds later, 3 thin golden shields appeared on Cao Xing's body. 60 seconds of recovery time. Compared to Liu Muxue's 120 second CD, it's already very good. Because in this way, it is equivalent to having 3 invincible states every 60 seconds. And most importantly, these states can also bless his subordinates, and the survivability of all members will soar. Especially against a strong and irrational creature like the Goblin King. As long as they take turns to fight, they can grind him to death directly. Cao Xing nodded again with satisfaction. Then a snow white heart suddenly appeared in his hand. This heart has stopped beating at this time, and the strange thing is that the shape of the facial features can be manifested on the heart. It is very similar to the beast, face on the back of the Goblin King's head that they saw at that time. Heart of Corruption. Special item. Item effect 1. If you parasitize it in your body, you can change your job to a hidden job, Corrupted Believer. All attributes will be increased by 100%, and you will learn skills such as Corruption Spread and Corrupted Scales. After becoming a Corrupted Believer, you will lose your mind, so please use it with caution. Item effect 2. Go to the Ballis Mountains. Coordinates 53,647, 3549, 24,671, where there is a hidden altar. Place the Heart of Corruption on it to summon the fallen mountain god. After defeating it, you can become the new mountain god, or make other choices. Note: the fallen mountain god is extremely powerful. Don't approach it easily before you reach level 60. Cao Xing frowned. This thing seems to be related to a powerful existence, the mountain god. However, there seems to be something wrong with this mountain god, and the prefix fallen is added. Mission item? Obviously, this is not a task that Cao Xing can perform now. In any world, the existence with the word God has an imaginable power. As for the first option, Cao Xing didn't even consider it. He had to be crazy to choose to parasitize this thing in his body. So, Cao Xing threw the heart directly into his backpack. So far, he has checked almost all the props that exploded from the Goblin King. Cao Xing still has one last golden prop in his hand, which is a golden sword. King's Blade, gold. It is the weapon in the hands of the Goblin King before. But because there is a level limit, it can only be used at level 20, so Cao Xing threw it into his backpack first. After he checked these props, Sarah's transformation was almost over. The others were watching Sarah while they were on their way. After a while, Sarah's aura changed again in a strange way. She also restrained all the cold and deadly feelings, and became more restrained. It was like the feeling that, if she didn't make a move, it would be fine, but if she did, it would definitely be stained with blood. A system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, has completed her transformation, and has advanced to a leader level creature. All attributes are increased by 30%. She has learned a new skill, Shadow Bloom. Shadow Bloom enters a deep phantom invisible state, greatly increases movement speed, and will not be released from the hidden state for the next 3 attacks, and each attack adds a layer of shadow mark effect. After 3 attacks, detonate all shadow marks, and cause full damage. Cooldown time: 300 seconds. Skill introduction. A life destined to be hidden in darkness forever is like a night blooming cereus in the silent night, and the instantaneous bloom is like a bloody flower blooming. Cao Xing's eyes condensed and he exclaimed, "What a powerful skill." This newly acquired skill can be said to have brought Sarah's assassin nature to its extreme. Deep phantom invisibility is equivalent to strengthening her hiding ability. Even leader level creatures of the same level find it difficult to discover her existence. In addition, after 3 attacks, it can still detonate full damage. The instantaneous explosion is extremely terrifying. I took a look at her attributes. Phantom Assassin, Sarah Blade Dance, Race, Dark Elf, Level 20 31024/10000, Level 3 Leader Level Creature, Detailed Attributes. Click to expand. Strong, unprecedentedly strong. With 18,000 HP and over 2,000 attack power, she can kill almost any enemy with one strike. Even a leader level relic like Dabe can only last less than 30 seconds under Sarah's hands. Too abnormal. Cao Xing sighed, with a look of ecstasy on his face. Because the stronger Sarah is, the more he can rest assured. Even after the novice protection period ends, there is no need to worry. Sarah, congratulations. Cao Xing encouraged as usual. Sarah nodded gently. Thank you, respected lord. My power will always be driven by you. The team continued to extend the forest path and walk down the mountain. After about 10 minutes, they had already reached the halfway point of the mountain. Juliet, a tree spirit, sat in the bucket of the forklift robot, with a look of having survived a disaster on her face. During the time when she was captured by the cave dwellers, she really thought that she was dead. She would never see her sister and her people again. But unexpectedly, a strange lord suddenly came and saved her. Juliet looked at the figure on the crawler robot with gratitude. This Lord Cao Xing has great power and cares about his subordinates. Little Nufu is lucky to be accepted by such a lord. And the other people of the tribe, I believe they should be able to live a good life in this lord's territory. Juliet gradually relaxed, and her gem-like blue pupils began to look around curiously. At this moment, she seemed to notice that there was something special growing on the edge of a high mountain cliff next to her. Lord, Juliet said timidly. Cao Xing turned his head and asked in confusion, Juliet, what's wrong? Juliet pointed to the cliff carefully. There are some magical plants. Hearing this, the other recruited creatures also cast their eyes. On the steep cliff, there are a few blue petals growing, surrounded by bare stone walls, with a lonely beauty. Andrew on the side asked in confusion, it seems that they are just some ordinary ice orchids, not magical plants. Juliet shook her head. Mr. Guardian, that is not an ice orchid, it is a moon condensed flower. The rhizome of ice orchid is relatively thick and can absorb nutrients better. And the rhizome of the moon condensed flower is slightly thinner, and it can only survive by absorbing some magic power, so its survival rate is very low, and it is usually difficult to see. Seeing that Juliet said so confidently, Cao Xing already believed it half a point. Although he didn't know what the moon condensed flower did, since it was a magical plant, it must have its special effect. The previous, mutated thorn vine seed, proved this point. However, the cliff was a bit steep, and it was difficult to get down. If you fall down by mistake, you will be seriously injured if not dead. It seemed that he saw the problem Cao Xing was facing. The centaur Kanta volunteered and said, Lord, let Kanta help you get it down. Cao Xing asked doubtfully, are you sure it's okay in such a steep place? Kanta patted his chest and responded, no problem. Respected Lord. Centaurs must learn to climb mountains from a young age. Centaurs who can't climb mountains would have fallen into centaur sauce long ago. Kanda on the side also nodded and said, that's right, Lord, we centaurs like to climb mountains and hate centaurs. Cao Xing nodded, then you go, Kanta, remember to be careful. Kanta saluted, then stepped on the horse's hooves and rushed towards the cliff. Clang, 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 a burst of horse hoof sounds rang out. He leaped a few times and quickly stepped onto a protruding rock on the edge of the cliff. Then he took advantage of the momentum and leaped 3 or 4 meters high. The centaur's movements were extremely flexible, like a dancer on the edge of a cliff. In a few steps, he climbed hundreds of meters high and came to the blue petals. Under the gaze of everyone, Cantle reached out and carefully picked them off. Then he leaped a few more times and came down steadily. He came to Cao Xing respectfully and handed the blue flower in his hand with both hands. Thank you for fulfilling your mission, Lord. Cao Xing nodded and said, well done, Warrior Cantle. He took it, and the system prompt appeared. Obtain moon condensation flower, blue, asterisk 4 right square bracket. It was indeed a moon condensation flower. Cao Xing glanced at Juliet next to him and couldn't help but admire. As expected of a person with the title of botanist, this pair of sisters are both rare talents. Moon condensation flower, blue, magic plant, effect 1. Planted in the territory, it can condense a drop of moon condensation flower dew every 24 hours. Effect 2. When taken for the first time, it can increase 5 points of spirit. Cao Xing asked, Juliet, what is moon condensation flower dew, and what is its use? Juliet replied softly, Lord, moon condensation flower dew is a kind of magic dew, which is said to help magicians quickly restore their spirit. Cao Xing nodded suddenly. Got it. This thing is a magic value recovery item that allows him to cast various magics continuously without feeling overdrawn. But in order to obtain moon condensation flower dew, you must first plant the moon condensation flower. Cao Xing asked, is there a way to grow this kind of moon condensation flower in our territory? Juliet thought for a moment. The growth conditions of moon condensation flower are quite harsh. It needs to take root in some extremely cold places with magical fluctuations. However, if there are a lot of ice crystals, we can simulate the growth environment of moon condensation flower, and then through some small tricks I have mastered, there is a high probability that the transplant will be successful. Cao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. That's no problem. Although he didn't have much ice crystals, He might not be able to simulate the growth environment of moon condensation flower, but the entire 174th area must have a lot of ice crystals. At that time, Cao Xing can use the materials in his hands to trade a batch of them. Juliet, you are a tree spirit full of wisdom. After receiving Cao Xing's praise, Juliet lowered her head a little embarrassedly, but she still said softly. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction, and the team continued to move forward. After a while, they came to an unfamiliar mountain forest. The system prompt appeared. You have discovered a special area, Evil Rabbit Mountain. Map introduction. This is a dangerous area in the Ballis Mountains. There is a group of ice hockey throwing rabbits here. They will attack passing merchants and rob their goods and food. They are notorious. Please pass carefully. Seeing the above introduction, Cao Xing was happy. In this heavy snow, rabbits can become bandits. Thanks to the book friends. 1 monthly ticket from Qian Shangzai. 1 monthly ticket from Zhao Jiangxin. 1 monthly ticket from You Said You Are Funny. 1 monthly ticket from Bandit Bing 1. 1 monthly ticket from King Shanshan. 1 monthly ticket from Book Friend. 161,102,743,313. 2 monthly tickets from Wingsuit Thug. 1 monthly ticket from God's Cruelty. 1 monthly ticket from Tangsha Yuan Minking. 1 monthly ticket from Utadeo. 1 monthly ticket from Mlan UNM. Thanks to the book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Bo. Chapter 90. The dust settles on the first place in the ranking. In this snowy day, rabbits can become bandits? Cao Xing laughed. Liu Muxue looked silly, as if she didn't understand what Cao Xing meant. At this moment, everyone noticed that a large group of snow-white figures appeared on the branches in the woods ahead. With erect ears and sharp teeth, it was obvious that this was what the system prompt said. Ice hockey bomb rabbits. They stood up, 70 to 80 centimeters tall, and were fat, almost as big as a piglet. At this moment, one of the rabbits raised its arm, and a ball of ice gathered above its head, and then suddenly smashed towards everyone. Lord, be careful. Assam drew out his long sword, and came to Cao Xing to protect him. Pop. -78. The ice ball hit Dabe, causing a double-digit damage. Dabe instantly raised his trunk, and looked angrily at the group of rabbits on the branches. Cao Xing also saw the attributes of this group of big rabbits. Ice Ball Bomb Rabbit LV11, Race, Beast, Level, Second Order Common Creature HP. 2140/2140, Attack Power. 2440-51, Skills, Snowball Throw, condenses a group of snowballs, causing 110% of the attack power to the enemy. Flexible Jump, can quickly move from one tree to another. Talent, Cold Resistance Talent. Rabbit Swarm. When the number of ice ball bomb rabbits acting at the same time reaches 10 or more, the attack power increases by 15%. When there are more than 50, the attack power increases by 20. And when there are more than 100, the attack power increases by 30%. Activated. Frost Bomb Rabbit LV12, Race, Beast, Level, Second Order Elite Creature HP. 3360/3360, Attack Power. 351359, Skills, Enhanced Snowball Throw, Flexible Jump, Fast Running, Talent, Cold Resistance, Talent, Rabbit Swarm, activated. My goodness, this group of bomb rabbits, the number is at least more than 300. Chirp, chirp. These big fat rabbits made threatening sounds, as if they were ready to attack at any time. Cao Xing looked at Liu Muxue next to him and chuckled. Muxue, shouldn't we change our taste? Liu Muxue still had a silly look on her face. But Cao Xing smiled and said, go, kill all these big rabbits for me. I want to eat spicy rabbit heads tonight. After receiving Cao Xing's order, the 7 recruited creatures and Abe rushed towards the forest. Chirp, chirp chirp. The eyes of the bomb rabbits suddenly turned red. They raised their arms and then smashed the big ice balls in their hands towards Assam and Andrew. Bang, bang bang bang. -67, -54, -59. Because Liu Muxue had not had time to apply the Aurora Holy Shield to all her subordinates, many double-digit damage numbers appeared above Dabe and Andrew's heads. The attacks of these rabbits are pretty good. But Cao Crossing's recruited creatures all had multiple defense buffs, and their damage was greatly reduced. Even without the holy shield, these rabbits could not cause much damage to them. And immediately, many green numbers of +46 appeared above their heads, and their health quickly increased. At the same time, blot throughout the black smoke totem, which interfered with the vision of the evil rabbits. And Irina directly turned on the hunting eye effect and began to pull the bowstring frantically. In this state, Irina had a nearly 100% critical hit rate. Swish, 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 swish. -634. -625. -633. One by one, the bombing rabbits were hit, and then they screamed and fell from the branches. At this time, they would be attacked by Assam and others. These monsters of more than 10 levels could no longer pose any threat to them. One of the elite level frost bombing rabbits condensed a large ice ball and was about to smash it towards the centaur. At this moment, a venomous snake-like breath instantly locked onto the frost bomb rabbit. Swish. -3794. A terrifying critical damage number appeared. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed Frost Bomb Rabbit LV12 and gained 200 experience points. Combatant gained experience points. 100 points. The Frost Bomb Rabbit was killed instantly. Sarah's attack was so powerful that it was terrifying. The next moment, Sarah jumped up flexibly. Then she caught an arc flash in the air. Swish. This skill was used by her as a means of displacement, fast and fierce. -2374, -2263, -3891. In an instant, all the bomb rabbits cut by her attack were killed. A lot of experience acquisition prompts appeared. Sarah, a third level leader, was so powerful that it was terrifying. Cao Crossing did not use merit. He was afraid that the gunshots would be too loud and attract some powerful creatures in the mountains. Instead, he raised his staff and condensed ice arrow rain. Dozens of ice arrows appeared out of thin air above the heads of the group of bomb rabbits. Crash. Waves of ice arrows fell, knocking the group of bomb rabbits off the trees. Soon, the number of dead bomb rabbits exceeded 50, and Cao Crossing's experience points were also rising wildly. At this moment, many survivors in Area 174 were staring at the leaderboard. Since they saw Cao Crossing's experience bar start to move again, they knew that maybe today, Cao Crossing could directly take the first place. They all wanted to witness this moment with their own eyes. First place, Cao Crossing level 9, 91%, level 9, 92%, level 9, 93%. Every few seconds, Cao Crossing's experience points were rising. The chat channel of Area 174 has already sparked a heated discussion. Ziyansky, boss Cao Crossing is so awesome, he's about to reach level 10. Xian Chuwen, I really don't know how Cao Crossing did it. Why does it seem as easy for him to level up as eating and drinking? It's hard for me to kill a rabbit. Zuo Fei, I just took a look at the world channel. There are nearly 200 regions in the world, and it seems that only the first place in less than 10 regions has reached level 9. Hearing this, the other survivors were shocked. Shenpeng, oh my god, boss Cao Crossing is leveling up at such an outrageous speed. Is there anyone in other regions who can catch up with him? Zuo Fei replied, that's for sure. There are billions of people in the world. With such a large population base, isn't it normal for a few monsters to appear? Other survivors echoed, indeed. I heard that Kazmu in District 67 has a level 10 boss level creature under his command. Relying on this level 10 boss, Kazmu is far ahead in their region. Muhammad in District 53 found a turret. He invested all his resources in it. He went everywhere looking for monsters, and led them to the vicinity of his territory. Then he used the turret to destroy these monsters, and then went out to finish them off. His level increased rapidly. Tetsuya Yamagami in District 11 seems to be very powerful. It is said that he chose a mechanic profession. Now he can mass produce self-destruct robots. Salman Khan in District 17 is said to have built a soldier training barracks. He gave up the development of his territory and trained all the polar people and other civilians into soldiers. He began to invade the territories of the indigenous peoples everywhere, and his soldiers were crazy. The development speed was very terrifying. Go away, Asen. After their discussion, everyone found that there were indeed many capable people in each district, and they all had different ways of development. Some invested all resources in themselves and took the personal route. Others invested resources in the territory and took the defensive route. There were also those who directly gave up the development of the territory and took the route of exploding soldiers. At this time, a survivor named Zhu Yangxin said, "No wonder the boss Gang Ming in District 1 once said that there is more than one way to develop in this world. Finding the one that suits you is the best." The survivors in the chat channel nodded one after another. Shenpeng continued, "However, although there are many strong people in each district, the boss Cao Crossing should be the first one in the whole server to reach level 10, right?" Since there was no specific understanding of the situation in other districts, no one could answer this question. At this time, another survivor said, "Look, Cao Crossing has reached 99% of his level and will soon reach level 10. Hearing this, everyone looked at the ranking list. Within 5 seconds, the ranking list changed. Level ranking list of District 174. First place, Cao Crossing, level 10, 0%. Reward has been received. Subsequent upgrade progress will no longer be updated. Second place, Liu Muxue, level 8, 72%. Third place, Zhaobo, level 5, 93%. Fourth place, Fang Long, level 5, 73%. Fifth place, in the chat channel, the other survivors saw that the first place had been settled, and they immediately sighed. Sure enough, it's still Cao Crossing who took first place. Yeah, there's really no suspense, the gap is too big. The survivor named Jizanayu chuckled. I seem to see that Fang Long is still using the elite recruitment scroll to offer a reward for Cao Crossing's position. The Three Heroes Association must be very anxious to see Cao Crossing take first place soon, but they can't do anything but watch the gap between Cao Crossing and them getting bigger and bigger. After hearing this, the other survivors also laughed meaningfully. At this moment, the chat channel of the Three Heroes Association fell silent, because there was really no one who could refute what Jizanayu said. And just as they were discussing, a white light rose from Cao Crossing's body. Your level has been upgraded. Current level, level 10. This upgrades strength plus 3, agility plus 1, spirit plus 4, constitution plus 2. Congratulations. You are the first survivor in area 174 to reach level 10, and you have obtained the ranking rewards. Beast meat asterisk 200, medical kits asterisk 10, medium resource packs asterisk 10, silver treasure chest asterisk 1, second order leader level creature recruitment scroll, gold asterisk 1, primary heart of power asterisk 1 right square bracket. After the system prompt ended, Cao Crossing looked at the silver treasure chest and a golden recruitment scroll lying in his backpack, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Great, with this scroll, I can recruit another leader level existence. After Sarah transformed into a leader level existence, her powerful strength was obvious to all. Although this one is a second order leader, it must not be weak. Cao Crossing's heart was full of expectations. Chapter 91 Decomposing the Rabbit Carcass, a huge harvest. Cao Crossing was full of expectations, but the most important thing now was to deal with the current battle. The formation of the bomb rabbits had collapsed, and they were jumping around everywhere, trying to escape from here. But Cao Crossing was waiting for a wave of food, so how could he let them escape easily? Renus, Sarah, stop them for me. Assam, Andrew, kill the bomb rabbits on the ground. As Cao Crossing gave the order, the recruited creatures began to show a more fierce offensive. Whoosh, whoosh, the fleeing bomb rabbits were hit on the spot by Renus, and blots off a stone also set off a black smoke storm at this time, killing a large number of bomb rabbits. Chirp, chirp. The ice hockey bomb rabbits no longer had the arrogance and banditry before, and they tried to find a place to hide everywhere. They even wanted to get into the mouse hole on the ground, but because they were too fat, most of their butts were exposed. Seeing this scene, Cao Crossing's mouth curled up. Then, he condensed several ice cones and shot them over instantly. A few minutes later, the battle was over. Most of the ice bowl bomb rabbits were killed, and some of the other rabbits managed to escape. Because of Dabe's huge body, after activating Furious Charge, he broke many silver fir trees. In addition, Cao Crossing's Ice Arrow Rain and Blot's Black Smoke Storm were both group attack damage. A mess appeared in the forest. Cao Crossing noticed that there were some bird nests on the broken branches. He walked over and collected everything in the bird nests. Obtained 6 bird eggs. Obtained 37 feathers. Obtained 6 bird eggs. Obtained 37 feathers. Liu Muxue also followed and collected them, and then asked curiously, Xing, are these feathers useful? Of course they are useful. Cao Crossing turned around and replied, feathers are needed to make arrows. In the future, the militia we train will need to make a lot of arrows, and these arrows will consume a lot of materials, so we can save as much as possible. I see. Liu Muxue's eyes showed a sudden realization. Then, she also followed and collected more diligently. Collect all the bird eggs and feathers on the ground. Total, eggs asterisk 72, feathers asterisk 342. Then, there are the bodies of these bombing rabbits. When Cao Crossing approached, the system prompt appeared. The body of the ice hockey bombing rabbit, decomposable. Cao Crossing directly clicked on the decomposition. A burst of white light appeared on the fat rabbit body. Then a rabbit skin, a pile of fresh rabbit meat, and 2 blue stones appeared on the spot. Cao Crossing took a look at the properties of these things. Worn snow bomb rabbit skin, white, asterisk 1 right square bracket, although slightly worn, the thick hair has good warmth retention, and can be made into cold-proof clothing. It can also be sold in the town for a good price. Bomb rabbit meat, green, asterisk 16. Rabbit meat with weak magical fluctuations. 1 piece of rabbit meat equals 5 food. When taken for the first time, it can increase the agility attribute by 1 point. Hard rabbit tooth, green, asterisk 2 right square bracket. Hard rabbit teeth can be sharpened and used to make gun heads, or sold to merchants in the city. Ice crystal stone, green, asterisk 1 right square bracket. Hey, green grade rabbit meat, this is good. A snow bomb rabbit can provide more than a dozen pieces of rabbit meat, which is about 10 kilograms. Although it can't be sold at a high price like snow blizzard bear meat, they killed a lot of rabbits. Just now, they killed at least nearly 200 rabbits. If they were all decomposed, they could harvest a lot of rabbit meat and rabbit skin. Cao Crossing's eyes were filled with joy. Muxue, start decomposing the rabbits. Liu Muxue's face was also filled with the joy of harvest, and she nodded excitedly, yeah. After this wave of harvest, the food harvested will be enough for the residents of the territory to survive for half a month. Successfully decompose the body of the ice hockey bomb rabbit. Successfully decompose the body of the frost bomb rabbit. Successfully decomposed. System prompts kept appearing. Liu Muxue traded all the resources she had just harvested to Cao Crossing to save space in her backpack. Cao Crossing counted the harvest and obtained a total of worn ice hockey bomb rabbit skin, white, asterisk 154, worn frost bomb rabbit skin, green, asterisk 5. There was no way. There were too many rabbits just now, and it was a melee, so there was almost no complete rabbit skin. In addition, some rabbit meat and rabbit teeth were also obtained. Ice hockey bomb rabbit meat, green, asterisk 2310. Frost bomb rabbit meat, blue, asterisk 112. The meat of elite bomb rabbits is tender and fresh. When taken for the first time, it can increase spirit by 2 points and physical by 2 points. Hard rabbit teeth, green, asterisk 297. Ice crystal stone, green, asterisk 75. Primary element crystal asterisk 24. The harvest can be said to be quite rich. The most important thing is that a lot of blue rabbit meat exploded from those elite rabbits. The price of this stuff can be said to be almost the same as that of violent bear meat. Cao Crossing was delighted, because in this way, he will have something new to trade with other survivors. Moreover, now that the resources are sufficient, the inventory of snowfield blizzard bear meat can also be taken out for trading. The daily food of the people can be replaced with other foods to maximize the benefits. Thinking of this, Cao Crossing nodded with satisfaction. After making sure that there was nothing missing around, he announced, Continue to go down the mountain. Dang. Dang dang. Dabe took a step and moved forward along the mountain road. After that, there were no more accidents. They soon arrived at the foot of the mountain and then left the Bolus Mountains. In the vast snowfield, different footprints of their group were left. Cao Xing looked at the time above his head. Due to nightfall. 2 hours and 17 minutes. Current temperature, -57. There are more than 2 hours left, which is enough for me to return to the territory. The team followed another route and moved towards the camp. As usual, Sarah disappeared into the shadows and explored the way ahead. Since she advanced to the 3rd level leader, Sarah's movement speed was terrifyingly fast. Even in the snow, it was completely unable to delay the Dark Elf's ability to move. After advancing about 5 kilometers, Sarah appeared silently beside Cao Xing again and reported, "Dear Lord, a village was found ahead." Village? Hearing this, Cao Xing's eyes were a little puzzled. He opened the map and took a look. From where he was, it was about 1 kilometer away in the northwest direction. There is a village called Hog Village. Looking in the direction of the map, you can vaguely see a low building covered with snow. These buildings can be seen from such a distance, which means that this is a village of considerable size. Cao Xing thought, if there is a village, there should be grocery stores, food stores and other stores, right? Can I deal with the sundries in my hands and then find these natives to exchange some other resources? Thinking of this, Cao Xing made up his mind. Let's go and take a look. Cao Xing led the team and approached Hog Village in a mighty manner. After approaching, everyone found that the scale of this village is really large. There are at least hundreds of houses of all sizes, which are almost as large as the area of a town. A frozen river passes along the edge of the village, and next to it, there are cultivated square farmlands, covered with greenhouses to resist wind and snow. Not only that, Cao Xing also saw many sheep pens and cattle sheds near the village. There were a group of sheep and cattle with luxuriant hair inside. So many cattle and sheep. Cao Xing's eyes lit up. If all of them were slaughtered, how much beef and mutton would it be? Liu Muxue whispered, Xing, those seem to be yaks, which can produce milk. Hearing this, Cao Xing became even more excited. Milk is a good thing. It can not only restore blood volume, but also increase satiety. Cao Xing made up his mind that if possible, he would see if he could buy a few cows from these aborigines and raise them himself. Let's go and take a look at this village. Dang. Dang dang. The group of people moved towards the village with great momentum. When they got closer, Cao Xing found that in addition to these agricultural and animal husbandry developments, Hog Village's defense force is also quite good. Around the village, every 200 or 300 meters, there is a watchtower, several tens of meters high, with 2 archers standing on it, constantly patrolling the surroundings with sharp eyes. However, Hog Village seems to have encountered some accidents recently. It seems that several areas outside the village were hit by something, and houses collapsed in large numbers. A group of villagers were using ladders and hammers to repair them urgently. There were still some bloodstains on the ground, and it was obvious that some fighting had taken place here not long ago. Looking at the ice fragments on the ground, Cao Xing seemed to understand something. A group of armed militiamen rushed out of the village quickly. They noticed Cao Xing and his group walking in the snow from a distance. However, it was hard not to attract attention with the combination of Cao Xing's team. There were 3 3-meter high machines, and a nearly 5-meter high mammoth next to them. Then there were the centaurs and the chair, which were creatures that were hard to see in the snowy plains. Boom. Boom. Every step the mammoth took caused a strong vibration, and even caused the snow on the eaves of several houses near the village to collapse. When the militia approached, they exclaimed, "Gods, what did I see? It looks like a mammoth. Oh my god, how could the sacred mammoth come to a hog village?" A group of militias looked at Cao Xing, and others with shock and vigilance. Cao Xing glanced at the attributes of the militia. Hog Village Militia, Uno LV10, Faction, Ice Crystal Kingdom, Level, 1st Level Ordinary Militia Health. 940, Attack Power. 1141 17 Armor. 1619, Skills, Basic Swordsmanship. Basic Swordsmanship learned through training in the barracks. Quickly send 2 slashes forward. causing 2 stages of attack power asterisk 66% damage to the enemy. Current status, neutral. Chapter 92, discovering an aboriginal village and purchasing food. There were a total of 18 militiamen here, including an elite militia captain. Cao Xing took a quick look and found that these were all first level creatures, which could not pose any threat to him. At this moment, one of the militia captains looked at Assam and asked, "This night, sir, what are you doing in Hog Village?" He mistakenly thought that Assam, who was riding a frost wolf, was the leader of this team. Assam waved his hand and said, "Please talk to my lord." After hearing this, the militiamen all looked at the 2 people sitting on the back of the tracked robot. They were instantly attracted by Liu Muxue's beauty and exclaimed, "What a beautiful lady. Is this a noble from the Ice Crystal Kingdom?" Then, the militiaman looked at Cao Xing next to them and asked tentatively, "Hey, this lord. May I ask what you are doing in our hog village?" Cao Xing replied, "Nothing. I just passed by your village to see if I can purchase some supplies or do some business." Hearing this, the militiamen slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Among them, the militia captain, who was about 30 years old, stood up. "My lord, our hog village welcomes wanderers and merchants from all over the world. But, I'm afraid your mounts and these mechanical creatures cannot enter the village. They will scare the villagers." As if afraid that Cao Xing would be angry, the militia captain hurriedly said, "But please rest assured, sir, we will arrange your mounts in the sheds outside the village, and will not let them be attacked by the wind and snow." Hearing this, Cao Xing nodded. "Okay, these are my companions. They are all very obedient." The militia captain breathed a sigh of relief, and then led Cao Xing and others to the shed nearby. Although it was only a temporary shelter, it was still clean. Cao Xing nodded and said, "Muxue, Assam, Sarah, follow me into the village. Andrew, Renus, take good care of our companions." Since he was only going to the village to buy some supplies, he didn't need to bring too many people. And with Sarah, a 3rd level leader, he could easily solve any dangers. Renus and Andrew saluted respectfully. "Follow your orders, Lord." After thinking for a moment, Cao Xing saw the tree spirits in the corner. "Juliet, you come with us." Juliet looked confused, but she subconsciously jumped off the bucket of the excavator and walked to Cao Xing's side. Then, the 5 of them left the shed and walked towards the village. However, as soon as Sarah came out, she went into hiding. This was her habit, never exposed to the public. Cao Xing didn't care. Soon, they entered the village. "You have entered the neutral area, Hog Village. There are many houses in this village, and every household has a stove burning. On the street, there are many vendors pushing carts, pulling some vegetables and fuel such as wood and coal, selling along the street." Seeing Assam wearing knight armor and Juliet with pale skin, these villagers looked at each other with a hint of fear and curiosity. Cao Xing didn't care, but looked at the buildings on both sides of the street. Blacksmith shop level 2, sewing shop level 2, or processing plant level 3. These shops sell some blank equipment and simple cold resistant clothing. However, it is indeed difficult for such a village to produce some skilled blacksmiths or sewing masters. Cao Xing had no intention of going in. His purpose was to buy a batch of food and then see if he could buy some cows or sheep to raise them himself. At this time, Liu Muxue pulled Cao Xing's sleeve and pointed to the corner of a house. Following the direction Liu Muxue pointed, Cao Xing saw a thin young man wearing a cotton hat, looking at them with a scrutinizing look. Cao Xing took a look at his attributes. Hog Village Villager, Danny LV2. After thinking for a moment, he took out a coin from his backpack and tossed it in the air. The young man named Danny seemed to understand something and walked over nervously. Sir, may I ask how I can help you?" Cao Xing asked. "I want to buy some food, and I need you to lead the way for us." After hearing this, Danny, a villager, showed a hint of adult shrewdness under his young face. In this day and age, those who can afford to buy food are all rich people. Danny, a villager, hurriedly said, "Sir, you can go to the grain store to buy food. I know the owner of the grain store. If the transaction volume is large, I can try to get a discount." Cao Xing was happy. This young man is quite capable. He can even hook up with the owner of the grain store. He was so happy that he threw 10 crowns directly to him. Danny, a villager, happily took it and kept thanking him. Cao Xing asked again at this time, how long can you use a crown like this? Because he didn't know the prices of this world. In order to avoid being ripped off when buying food, Cao Xing had to ask in advance. After Danny, a villager, received the money, he happily replied, "Sir, 1 crown can buy a piece of brown bread in our village, and 3 crowns for white bread." As if knowing what Cao Xing meant, Danny continued, "Sir, according to the grain prices in our village, like the unpeeled wheat, 1 catty is 10 crowns, peeled wheat is 15 crowns, and 1 catty of flour is 30 crowns. After Danny finished speaking, Cao Xing nodded. It seems that the purchasing power of the currency in this world is still quite high. Before Cao Xing went out, he had 35,000 crowns in his hand, and on the way he met an unlucky chamber of commerce and picked up more than 40,000 crowns. Adding up, it has exceeded 80,000 crowns. This is a huge sum of money, which should be able to buy a lot of food. Thinking of this, Cao Xing also felt confident. At this time, villager Danny added, "Sir, the price of these grains is quite affordable, but if you want to enjoy yourself, the cost may be a bit high. Any glass of wine in Zulan Tavern starts at 30 crowns, and the most beautiful and coquettish woman there even costs 400 crowns a night." Hearing the last sentence, Cao Xing's mouth twitched. Damn, this little guy is not very old, but he knows a lot. Juliet and Liu Muxue next to them blushed and turned their heads away, embarrassed to listen. "Don't talk nonsense, take us to the grain store," Cao Xing said speechlessly. "Okay, sir." Villager Danny led Cao Xing and the other 4 forward. As they walked, they also saw various vendors shouting. A small detection robot from the Frost Iron Kingdom. It can lead you to find all kinds of precious metals. A must-have for gold diggers, and only costs 1,800 crowns. The Frost Heart Lotus produced in the Bolus Mountains has the effect of improving eyesight and calming the mind, and is sold for 3,000 crowns. A group of snow wolves appeared near the falling snow lake. We are now recruiting 5 strong men above the 1st level to drive away the snow wolves, and each person will be rewarded 400 crowns. Baron Selden will start the night trial in the near future. Warriors with strength above the 1st level can sign up and participate in the trial. Hog Hunter's Hut purchases a large number of magical creature furs and other materials at a preferential price. Ruth Tavern needs a batch of materials. Amid the shouting along the way, Cao Xing and others came to the grain store in Hog Village. Pushing open the door, a burst of warmth came from inside. There were stoves burning on both sides of the hut, and the fire was burning, crackling. I looked at the temperature. Current temperature 7. It's not a negative number anymore. It's really warm inside the grain store. At this moment, a woman who looked about 40 years old, with a curvy figure and a mature charm, lazily lay in front of the counter. Seeing Cao Xing and others come in, the mature woman's eyes suddenly lit up. As a businessman for many years, she knew that this was a big business when she saw Cao Xing and others' dress and outstanding temperament. "Hey sis, are you here to buy grain?" "Yes," Cao Xing said directly. The grain store owner noticed Danny next to him and knew that they had already understood the price, so she asked, "Sirs, how many kilograms of grain do you need to buy, and do you want it peeled or not?" Little Danny should have told you that if you buy more than 300 kilograms of grain, our grain store can give you a 10% discount. Cao Xing thought to himself, a 10% discount is not bad. If he buys a large amount, he can save a lot of money. So Cao Xing asked, "Besides wheat, do you have other grains here, such as rice?" As an Oriental, Cao Xing is more accustomed to eating rice. After hearing this, the proprietress of the grain store looked at Cao Xing with her narrow and long almond-shaped eyes and chuckled. "Of course, we have it, but the rice reserves are not large. We can give it to you at the price of 10 kroner per kilogram." Cao Xing nodded, having already made up his mind. He said directly, "I want 1,000 kilograms of peeled wheat, 500 kilograms of rice, and 300 kilograms of flour." As Cao Xing reported the numbers one by one, the joy in the proprietress's eyes became stronger, and even her breathing became a little rapid. She almost forgot how long she had not done such a big business. The proprietress tentatively asked, "Sir, are you sure you really want so much food?" "Yes." After getting Cao Xing's personal confirmation, the proprietress's breathing stagnated. She looked at Cao Xing with a strong sense of favor. Then, the lady boss smiled and said, "Dear guests, let me introduce myself again. My name is Irina Green. Thank you very much for taking care of my business." Irina Green said. Then she bent down slightly and bowed to Cao Xing, revealing the white patch on her chest and a very full ravine. Cao Xing didn't have any thoughts, but just nodded lightly. The villager Danny on the side swallowed his saliva when he saw it. Irina straightened up again and then said seriously, "According to the food needed by the Lord, a total of 35,000 crowns are needed. I will give you a discount here, 15% off, and then round off the decimals. It is 29,000 crowns." After saying that, she looked at Cao Xing with a gentle look. "My lord, are you satisfied?" Cao Xing nodded. "Yes, but I don't have a carriage for loading goods and a horse for pulling goods. You can sell me one by the way." Hearing this, Irina chuckled. "No problem, then take 30,000 crowns from the lord. How about it? Deal." Cao Xing readily agreed and then took out a large pile of coins, a total of 30,000 crowns, and handed it to Irina. Seeing so many crowns, Irina's eyes were more charming. The villager Danny next to him almost popped his eyes out. This was the first time he had seen so much money in his life. Irina chuckled again and said, "Well, please wait a moment. I will arrange for someone to load the food for you." Cao Xing nodded and said, "Okay, let's go around the village and come back to get the food." "Okay, sir, please rest assured. I will never give you less weight. I promise you." Irina patted her full chest. Cao Xing nodded. Then he walked out of the grain store with villagers Danny, Assam and others. He was not worried that Irina would steal his money. He had a rough idea of the defense strength of Hog Village. With the power he had now, it was enough to flatten the village. In this world, force is everything. Axing, "Are we going to buy cows now?" Liu Muxue asked softly. Cao Xing nodded. "Yes." He just spent 30,000 kroner on buying food. Cao Xing still had about 50,000 kroner in his hand, which should be enough to buy a lot of yaks and sheep. So, Cao Xing asked, "Danny, if you want to buy cattle and sheep in your hog village, what procedures are required?" "Or what procedures are required?" "Cattle and sheep like these are the assets of a village. If outsiders like them want to buy them, they may need to go through some troublesome procedures." After Cao Xing finished speaking, he took out another 10 crowns from his backpack and handed them to Danny. Danny saw that there were another 10 crowns and immediately took them with a smile. "Sir, there is no need for any procedures to buy cattle and sheep. You just need to find those farmers, negotiate the price with them, and then get the approval of the village chief. I know a few farmers, Jeffrey, Mel, Harden. They all raise a large number of yaks, alpine sheep, big-horned cows. If you need it, sir, I can take you there." Cao Xing nodded and said, "Take us over to have a look." "Okay." This Danny seemed even more enthusiastic. Since he came into contact with Cao Xing, he has earned 20 crowns, which is almost a week's income for these ordinary villagers. Led by villager Danny, Cao Xing and his party soon arrived at a 3-story building that was more luxurious than other houses. Knock, knock, knock. Danny knocked on the door. After a moment, a voice came from inside. "Who is it?" "Mr. Jeffrey, I'm Danny. There are several adults from outside who want to buy a batch of yaks and sheep from you." There was silence inside for a moment. Then the door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man with a big beard wearing loose clothes and no belt walked out. Looking behind him, a woman in her early 30s with a high nose was hiding behind the door of the room, sticking her head out and looking at Cao Xing and others curiously. The eyes of the middle-aged man with a big beard were also full of impatience. Cao Xing's mouth twitched. It seemed that they came at the wrong time. "Are you guys the ones who want to buy cattle and sheep?" the middle-aged man with a big beard said impatiently. Cao Xing nodded, "Yes." However, the bearded middle-aged man waved his hand and said, "Sorry, we are not doing business today." This guy waved his hand to drive him away, as if he was in a hurry to go back and continue fighting. At this moment, his eyes caught Liu Muxue and Juliet next to him. Their stunning looks and tall figures immediately attracted the attention of this bearded middle-aged man. He looked at Liu Muxue and Juliet with an aggressive look. The two women were obviously a little uncomfortable when he looked at them. At this time, Cao Xing took Liu Muxue and Juliet's hands and pulled them behind him. Liu Muxue was fine, but Juliet seemed to be holding hands with a strange man for the first time, and she lowered her head shyly. Cao Xing smiled and said, "I advise you not to look around, otherwise you may suffer a lot." There was a hint of threat in his tone. The bearded man was instantly furious. "What did you say?" Thanks to the book friends, Goddess Cao Xing L for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Morose Xiaoxi for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to the Lost Angel for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Gubing for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to the Journey of the Heart 911 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Hahishan for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Tanlang Ziwei for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to the book friend 2019041531025573 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to the book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 93 I bought you too. What did you say? The middle-aged man with a big beard was angry and was about to explode. At this moment, Assam drew out his long sword. King. The cold sword tip was immediately aimed at the middle-aged man with a big beard. In the corner next to him, Sarah had already locked onto him silently. At this moment, the big beard felt as if he was being stared at by a 1,000-year-old venomous snake. It seemed that he would be swallowed by the venomous snake in the next second. The aura of Assam and Sarah alone was unbearable for him. After seeing the armor on Assam, he seemed to finally wake up at this time. The middle-aged man with a big beard turned pale, and then he collapsed directly on the ground in fear. He knelt on the ground, kowtowed and begged for mercy. "Sir, spare me. Sir, spare me. I was too reckless and offended you. Jeffrey begs for your forgiveness." Hearing the big beard's plea for mercy, many villagers passing by in the village looked over here. However, because the aura emanating from Assam was too strong, these villagers did not dare to approach at all. The bearded man continued to kneel on the ground, his face pressed directly into the snow, and his whole body trembled. However, after about 10 seconds, Cao Xing still did not speak. For the bearded man kneeling on the ground, almost every second was a complete torture. He was afraid that the young man would be unhappy and directly order the knight next to him to chop off his head with a sword. The bearded man could see that with the strength of this knight, none of the militiamen in the entire village could be his opponent. In other words, even if this knight killed himself, Hog Village could not do anything to him. Thinking of this, the bearded man was already filled with fear. However, Cao Xing did not do anything to him, but said to Danny, "Next one." Danny was also shocked by the strong aura of Assam. At this time, he came to his senses and hurriedly said, okay. Then, he led Cao Xing and others to the depths of the village. Assam put away his sword, and Sarah hid her aura again. The bearded middle-aged man was left shivering in the cold wind. It was not until Cao Xing and the others walked away that the middle-aged man suddenly stood up from the ground. He did not dare to stay for a moment and turned back to his room. After a bang, he slammed the door shut. Danny continued to lead the way. After seeing Assam's strength, Danny, a villager, became more enthusiastic and kept explaining to Cao Xing along the way. Soon, they came to another building with 2 floors. Danny smiled charmingly. "Sir, this is the home of Master Mel. He is easy to talk to. And Master Mel's daughter Elisa is so beautiful. Her little face is as clean as the pebbles in the river. All the young people in our hog village want to marry her." Cao Xing was speechless. His daughter is beautiful. What does it have to do with me? Danny smiled and took the initiative to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. This time, an old man with a sad face, about 50 years old, walked out. His deep eyes swept over Cao Xing and others. And Cao Xing also took a look at his attributes. Hog Village Villager, Melverin LV7, Faction, Ice Crystal Kingdom, Level, First Level Ordinary HP. 540, Skills, Intermediate Feeding Skills. Having raised various livestock for many years, he has mastered the habits of livestock and can raise better quality livestock. Talent, none. Current status, neutral. Cao Xing's eyes lit up when he saw Mel's skills. He actually has intermediate life skills. He is a talent in animal husbandry. At this time, villager Danny stepped forward and explained to the old Mel why Cao Xing and his friends came. Old Mel nodded, and he seemed very polite. Dear guests, I already know your purpose. If you want to buy my cows, then follow the market price. 5,000 crowns for an adult yak, 2,000 crowns for a sheep, and 3,500 crowns for a big-horned cow. What do you think? Cao Xing's mouth twitched after hearing this. This price was a little beyond his expectations. One yak could even buy 5 slaves. But it was normal, after thinking about it. After all, yaks and sheep are creatures that can produce resources sustainably. In this world, livestock are indeed more valuable than people. Mr. Mel, how many yaks, sheep, and big-horned cows do you have on your ranch? Hearing this question, old Mel's eyes showed a thoughtful look. However, he replied, Hog Village is just a small village. There are not many resources for me to raise a large number of livestock. Currently, there are 11 yaks, 15 sheep, and 11 big-horned cows on Mel's farm. Hearing this, Cao Xing thought for a moment. These cattle and sheep together are worth more than 100,000 kroner. No wonder Danny called these farmers masters. It turns out that they are all local rich people. Cao Xing seemed to have made some kind of decision at this time. He said directly, Mr. Mel, I'll buy all the cattle and sheep on your farm. In addition, I'll pay another 20,000 kroner to buy you as well. What do you think? All these add up to about 150,000 kroner. Although Cao Xing didn't have so much money now, he still had a lot of precious things in his backpack. Amber pebbles, moon gems, and silk fabrics can all be sold at extremely high prices. Old Mel thought he had heard it wrong. He scratched his ears and asked in confusion, Sir, what did you say? Cao Xing repeated, I said, I'll buy you as well. This time, not only Mel, but also Danny beside him was stunned. They have seen many people buying cattle and sheep, but this is the first time they have seen people buying people together. Looking at their confused faces, Cao Xing explained, to be honest, I'm a lord. I have a territory not far from Hog Village. These cattle and sheep need professional people to raise them after they are bought back. I think you are very suitable. Old Mel wanted to refuse, but he looked at Assam next to him. In fact, when Assam threatened the bearded man just now, old Mel had already seen it, and he couldn't help but be surprised at the strength of this tall man. This is a powerful knight, even stronger than some second-level knights. But he didn't expect that they would find him in the blink of an eye. Old Mel suddenly thought, if I'm in the territory guarded by this knight, I don't have to worry about my personal safety, right? He asked tentatively, my lord, in your territory, don't you have to worry about the invasion of snow demons at night? Cao Xing was stunned, then smiled and said, of course, my territory is absolutely safe. Assam on the side also said, my lord is right, our territory has a very strong defense force. Even I'm not the strongest in the territory. My lord, there are many companions under my command who are stronger than me, and their defense force is much stronger than your village. After Assam finished speaking, at this moment, old Mel was really moved. The defense of Hog Village is not strong. In this land of ice and snow, there are always some hungry creatures that will rush into the village and attack the villagers. At night, there will be some terrible creatures invading. Especially today, they saw with their own eyes that several meteors suddenly hit the village. Those meteors turned into ice nests, and a group of monsters with ice spikes drilled out of them. Many villagers died in the mouths of those monsters, and even a lot of militiamen died. This made old Mel even more unwilling to stay in Hog Village. He hesitated to speak, and seemed to want to agree. However, after some struggle, old Mel sighed, my lord, I'm indeed willing to go to your territory, but now I can't leave Hog Village. Oh, why? Because I'm waiting for my daughter to come back. Hearing this, Cao Xing asked in confusion, is your daughter out? Old Mel sighed, yes, Elisa has been lively since she was a child. This time, she insisted that she found a group of cloud yaks in Liu Muxue Lake, and said that she wanted to tame them and bring them back for me to raise. Alas, but the sacred creature such as the cloud yak has not appeared in the snowstorm for many years. How could Elisa find such a creature? but she didn't listen to my advice and went to Liu Muxue Lake alone. This trip took 2 days. Cao Xing frowned. Didn't you send the militia to look for it? Old Mel shook his head. Liu Muxue Lake is dozens of kilometers away from the village. The militia in the village are too weak. They don't want to go too far. Having said that, Old Mel looked at a Sam beside Cao Xing and suddenly thought of something. My lord, those militiamen dare not go so far, but with your strength, we should be able to reach the Snowfall Lake. If you can bring my daughter back, I'm willing to join your territory without charging any fees, with all my assets. At this point, Old Mel knelt down. At the same time, the system prompt appeared. Hog Village, Mel issues a commission task to you. Task content, go to the vicinity of Snowfall Lake, find his daughter Elisa, and bring her back to Old Mel. Task reward, Mel joins your territory, do you accept? Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing did not accept it immediately, but first glanced at the countdown above his head. Due to nightfall. 1 hour and 31 minutes. He opened the map again, and found the location of Snowfall Lake on it. He took a look, and found that it was 40 to 50 kilometers away from Hog Village. I don't know how Old Mel's daughter found such a far place. And the remaining time is not enough to go to Snowfall Lake. Cao Xing said, Mr. Media, I can help find your daughter's whereabouts, but it's getting late now, and your daughter has been out for 2 days, I'm afraid. Chapter 94, Clues to Magical Creatures and Cloudjacks. In fact, Cao Xing wanted to say that a little girl had been outside alone for 2 days, and there was a heavy snowfall the night before yesterday. I'm afraid Elisa has been frozen into a figurine by now. Old Mel sighed and said, I understand what the Lord means. The snowfield at night is too dangerous. The temperature is not something that ordinary people can survive. But Elisa has been very smart since she was a child. She has gone out alone and spent the night outside the village before. There were several times when even I thought she would not come back. And a few days later, this little girl came out from nowhere again. She seems to have her own survival skills, but she won't tell me when I ask her. So I think little Elisa should still be alive. Cao Xing thought for a moment, then nodded and said, okay, Mr. Mel. After dawn tomorrow, I will go to the area near the falling snow lake you mentioned to find the whereabouts of your daughter. Do you think it's okay? After hearing this, Old Mel was immediately grateful and said, yes, as long as this lord can go to find my daughter, tomorrow is fine. Cao Xing nodded and accepted the task. Successfully accepted the task, Mel's commission. The favorability has been improved. Cao Xing helped Old Mel up. After asking some details of the task, Cao Xing turned and left. With Old Mel watching, Cao Xing and others disappeared on the street, preparing to go to the grain store to pick up the food he bought. On the way to the grain store, Cao Xing thought helplessly, I just want to buy a few cows and now I have accepted a task. Shaking his head, forget it, let's go to Liu Muxue Lake tomorrow to see if I can find Old Mel's daughter. Xing, is Liu Muxue Lake dangerous? Liu Muxue asked tentatively. Cao Xing shook his head, I'm not sure, but there is no X marked on the map, which means there is not much danger. Liu Muxue nodded lightly and felt a little relieved. Danny, a villager at the side, said, Sir, I just heard from Grandpa Mel that Elisa discovered the Cloudjack. This is an extremely sacred and rare creature. If it is true, then you, sir, may be rich. Hearing this, Cao Xing became interested. Oh, what does a Cloudjack look like? What is special about it? Hearing this, Danny, a villager, touched his head embarrassedly. I haven't seen a Cloudjack either. But I heard from the adults that the Cloudjack is just like its name. The hair on its body is like cloud silk. The texture is very soft and has strong warmth retention. It can even generate heat by itself. The noble grandfathers in those big cities are willing to spend a huge price to buy a piece of Cloudjack fur. Hearing this, Cao Xing's eyes showed surprise. This is the first time he has heard of fur that can generate heat by itself. In this icy and snowy place, this kind of fur is even comparable to the function of a golden equipment. If the Cloudjack is really so magical, wouldn't those mercenaries catch it? It seems that he saw the doubts in Cao Xing's heart. Villager Danny explained cheerfully, "Sir, cloud yaks are extremely rare and hard to see. Moreover, their locations are not fixed. It is possible that you saw a group of cloud yaks the day before, and they disappeared the next day. It can be said that it is hard to find." At this point, Villager Danny paused. "Moreover, I also heard that the milk produced by cloud yaks has magical powers. It can not only beautify the skin, but also enhance people's physical fitness." Cao Crossing was stunned after hearing this. From what Danny meant, the milk of cloud yaks can enhance physical fitness. For survivors, this is a precious resource. Cao Crossing became more determined to go to Liu Muxue Lake tomorrow. "Danny, this is good information." Cao Crossing directly took out 20 crowns and handed them to Danny. Seeing Cao Crossing take out so much money at once, Danny's eyes were wide open. He stretched out his hands, took it tremblingly, and kept thanking him. Cao Crossing waved his hand. Then, they came to the door of the grain store. The proprietress Irina had been waiting there. At this moment, Irina was lazily leaning against the door, wrapped in a wolfskin coat, but still unable to hide the mature charm. Every movement seemed to make people fall in love. Seeing the figures of Cao Crossing and others, Irina's eyes suddenly lit up. "Hey sir, you are finally here." Cao Crossing nodded. "Are all the things ready?" Irina hurriedly said, "Of course they are ready. All the food has been loaded on the carriage for you. Sir, do you want to weigh it?" Cao Crossing glanced at the simple carriage at the door. It was full of various food bags, and in front of the carriage, there was a black and brown Jansky horse. He shook his head and said, "No, thank you, boss lady." Hearing Cao Crossing's thanks, Irina immediately covered her face and laughed. The majestic chest trembled with laughter, which made Danny next to him stare straight. Irina said with satisfaction and charm, "My lord, you are so polite. Next time you come to our hog village, I will invite you to have a couple of drinks at Zulan Tavern, and talk about life together in the evening." Her words were suggestive. However, Liu Muxue, who was standing next to her, heard the latter sentence and immediately realized something. She subconsciously took Cao Crossing's hand, and looked at Irina with a vigilant look. Seeing this scene, Irina laughed again. Cao Crossing coughed awkwardly twice, and then said, "Boss, we will leave first. Thank you very much." "You're welcome, take care, my lords." Cao Crossing nodded. Sam came to the carriage skillfully, took the reins, and walked out of the village. Under the gaze of a group of militiamen, Cao Crossing and others walked out of Hog Village, and just as Cao Crossing and his men left, a young man wearing black iron armor on the upper body and jeans on the lower body, walked out of a tavern next to the street, who looked a bit out of place. He stared at Cao Crossing's back, with complex expressions flashing in his eyes. If Cao Crossing was here, he would definitely find that this person was also a survivor from Blue Star. His name is Shen Jinbing. Shen Jinbing sighed at this time. "I didn't expect that this person is Cao Crossing, the focus of the chat channel, the number 1 in the ranking of District 174. I actually met him. What a powerful existence. He actually has a level 13 leader under his command. No wonder he can upgrade so quickly." Shen Jinbing only saw Sam's information at present, and did not notice Serang in the shadow. At this time, a trace of hesitation appeared in his eyes. Now Fang Long's high reward for Cao Crossing's location can be said to be known to everyone. A level 10 elite creature recruitment scroll is enough to increase the strength of most survivors, and it also makes them feel excited. However, Shen Jinbing was afraid that telling the information here to the Three Heroes Association would provoke Cao Crossing's revenge. After hesitating for a while, Shen Jinbing opened a private chat and sent a message. "I have the information you want, but make sure you don't expose me." In the snow, a group of people moved forward in the dim sky. Sitting on the tracked robot, Cao Crossing glanced at the countdown above his head. Due to nightfall. 32 minutes. Current temperature, -56. In the last half hour, I finally got back before dark. Cao Crossing breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at the map. It was only a few hundred meters away from the camp. In the snow in the distance, there was a bright red color, reflecting the figures of many houses. It was like a small world isolated in the ice and snow. When he got closer, Cao Crossing saw that the group of polar people, the tree spirits, and the human Kao were still working hard. collecting supplies, upgrading houses, and building new buildings. The entire territory is in a state of hot development. Outside the territory, there are 2 railroad tracks extending to the mine cave outside the snow, and the mine carts on them are carrying a lot of ore. Liu Muxue's beautiful eyes were full of expectation, and she said in surprise, Xing, our territory has changed a lot. Cao Xing also noticed that compared to when they went out, the current territory can be said to have ushered in huge changes. First, the bonfire in the center of the territory has changed from a big bonfire to a big furnace nearly 3 meters high and more than 1 meter in diameter. The scope of the territory has also expanded a lot. The radius has reached 500 meters, and the bonfire coverage has reached 1 kilometer. This area is already quite large, and it is not a problem to grow food and raise cattle and sheep in it. In addition, Cao Xing also saw 7 buildings more than 10 meters high. 3 of them are primary element arrow towers, and 2 are primary sentry towers. As for the other 2, they are lighthouses. There are many more buildings in the territory. Dazhuang, Cao Yi and others also noticed the mighty figures in the snow from a distance. Compared with before they went out, they have 4 more people, and the team has become stronger. Not only that, Cao Xing also brought back a carriage of supplies. They all stopped their work and looked at the approaching figures with hope. When they saw the tall mammoth, they exclaimed, "It's the Lord. The Lord is back. Everyone, come out to greet these brave warriors." Hearing Dazhuang's shout, dozens of people in the territory came over in a large crowd. Under their gaze, Cao Xing and his party walked straight into the territory. In an instant, a warm current came. Everyone felt comfortable all over. The centaur Candle said excitedly, "What a warm territory. It's much more comfortable than our centaur tribe." Candle also echoed, "That's right, Candle. The centaurs like it here." Including the black smoke shaman on the side. His face was surprised. After all, this was their first time entering the survivors' territory. And the magical thing, bonfire, is unique to the survivors. Cao Xing also looked at the thermometer in confusion. Current temperature, -21. Chapter 95. The Survivors' Actions. The temperature is so high outdoors? Doesn't this mean that the furnace has at least increased the temperature of the territory by more than 30 degrees? Cao Xing's eyes were filled with joy, because this meant that the temperature inside the house would be even higher. At this time, all the people in the territory shouted loudly, "Welcome back, Lord." They all bent down and saluted respectfully. 3 people of different races were mixed together, among whom was Ziyani, who was tall and plump. She also had a look of joy in her eyes, like a wife welcoming her husband home. Cao Xing nodded. At this time, Juliet, sitting on the bucket of the forklift robot, looked at the territory curiously. She also discovered the magic of this territory, and the people in the territory all had happy smiles on their faces. Juliet even saw the long lost ease on the faces of her own people. This was an expression that had never appeared on the faces of the tree spirits since the destruction of the pale sacred tree. At the same time, Juliet and Eve in the crowd looked at each other. The next moment, the 2 women both had a look of surprise in their eyes. "Sister. Little Neve." Juliet jumped off the shovel excitedly and rushed to Neve's side. The 2 tree spirits hugged each other. "Wow. Great. Sister is finally back." Neve thought she would never see her sister again. "It was Lord Cao Xing who saved me. Little Neve, you are awesome." They all had tears of emotion on their faces. The people next to them all had complicated expressions on their faces, because they knew that Cao Xing succeeded. Their lord really brought Neve's sister back from the dangerous Bolus Mountains. Everyone looked at Cao Xing with deep respect, especially the group of tree spirits. They were so moved that they couldn't say anything more. Then, they all knelt down. "Thank you, kind lord. The tree spirits will always remember your kindness." Including little Neve, who was standing next to them. They also knelt down with Juliet. At the same time, a lot of system prompts appeared in Cao Xing's ears. "Members of your territory, Neve has been touched by your actions, and her loyalty has been increased. Current loyalty. 93 members of your territory, Valerie has been touched by your actions, and her loyalty has been increased. Current loyalty. 85 members of your territory. This wave directly raised the loyalty of all tree spirits to above 85, almost surpassing Dahua and the others. Cao Xing felt happy, and he waved his hand and said, "Get up. As I said before, if you join my territory, you are one of us, and your family is also my family. As long as everyone contributes their own strength and develops the territory wholeheartedly, you can rest assured about other things." Cao Xing's words were very concise, but they sounded like a magic needle to stabilize the sea and the ears of these people, making everyone feel safe. In this world, if you don't live in those big cities, a sense of security is really a luxury. Cao Yi, a citizen on the side, was the first to say, "Praise the merciful Lord, your great power protects us." Other citizens also shouted, "Praise the merciful Lord." Cao Xing nodded. Then, he looked at the properties of the big furnace in the territory. Furnace, level 11, furnace effect, can increase the temperature of an area with a diameter of 1000 meters by 2535 consumption. 60 minutes/120 wood or 60 minutes/30 coal. Materials required for the next level: stone asterisk 500, wood 300, iron asterisk 120, copper asterisk 30, primary element crystal asterisk 10. Introduction: a furnace that can provide a large amount of heat source. With it, you have the ability to survive in this extremely cold world. Cao Xing was delighted. Okay. Next, we will upgrade it to level 16 to become a large furnace, level 21 to become an energy station, and level 26 to become a super energy station. By then, even if there is a blizzard, my territory will be as warm as spring. The upgrade of the furnace is a qualitative change. He is even more hopeful about the development prospects of the territory. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "Dazuang, report today's progress." Dazuang walked over excitedly and said, "Lord, according to your request, we have upgraded the campfire to a furnace, and built an elemental arrow tower, a sentry tower and a lighthouse. In addition, we have also built a tavern, but we have not arranged any staff for it yet. And the frost archer training barracks you ordered has also been built." Dazuang finished speaking in one breath. Cao Xing was also very satisfied. Then the chieftain Cao Yi also reported, "Lord, the railroad track has been laid in the mine 2 kilometers away, and the iron, or you ask me to sort, has also been sorted." Cao Xing nodded. "Well done, Cao Yi. Tomorrow, you will take people to upgrade the ore processing plant, blacksmith shop, and sewing shop to level 2. If we want to develop our territory, we need more advanced materials." "Yes, respected Lord." Cao Xing looked at the group of tree spirits again. Valerie, the mature looking tree spirit woman, came over. "Lord, please give me your orders." Cao Xing said, "We have new members, and we will build a new shelter for them. There is also the Jansky horse. You take it to the robot room first." "Yes, respected Lord." Valerie walked over and took the horse away. The 3 polar men on the side had already noticed the thing covered with black cloth on the carriage. He asked curiously, "Lord, what's on the carriage behind you?" Cao Xing smiled mysteriously. "Go and have a look, Sun Zuang." After hearing this, Sun Zuang immediately ran over with his short legs. Then, he lifted the black cloth and exclaimed, "Oh my god. It's food. It's a whole carriage of food." Hearing this, the other polar people were also shocked and gathered around. Si Zuang said with surprise in his eyes, "This is the best wheat and ground wheat flour. This is rice, a lot. Mother Earth Goddess, I have never seen so much food in my life. This is enough for us polar people to eat for a year." As soon as Si Zuang finished speaking, he was slapped by Sun Zuang. "Si Zuang, don't talk nonsense. These are the food of the Lord. Only he has the right to distribute." Si Zuang also realized that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Lord, Si Zuang said the wrong thing. Please punish Si Zuang." Other polar people also knelt down one after another, terrified. Cao Xing laughed and waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. These foods were brought back for our own people to eat. Sun Zuang, Si Zuang, move these grains into the basement and store them all." Seeing that Cao Xing did not punish them, but asked them to move the food, the group of polar people looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. Yes, respected lord. The 8 polar people stood up immediately and got busy. Seeing the group of polar people carrying bags of food into the cellar, the others also realized how much supplies Cao Xing and his team had brought back this time. Not to mention the group of natives. Even if they were seen by other survivors, they would rush over excitedly to grab them. The tree spirits put their hands together, as if they were praying. Seeing that the sky was getting darker, Cao Xing called Dahua over again. Then he gave all the goat milk, ceviche, yak meat, and some ordinary meat that he had harvested before to Dahua. Cao Xing said directly, use these things to make a dinner for our members, and let Dazhuang send people to move the other ingredients that cannot be used to the cellar for storage. Dahua looked at the dazzling array of rare foods in her arms, and her eyes showed strong surprise. She found that her lord was simply omnipotent and could bring back a lot of supplies every time he went out. Lord, you are like a squirrel in the snow, and the goddess of luck favors you. Cao Xing was happy. What kind of strange metaphor is this? He smiled and asked Dahua to prepare dinner. Then, he looked at Xiaoyan and Tongchachu, who were wearing wolfskin coats. At this moment, Xiaoyan's tall and voluptuous legs were tightly together. Every time she looked at Cao Xing, she would lower her head embarrassedly. Compared with the passionate boss lady Irina, Xiaoyan was more like a red rose hidden among the flowers, waiting for others to discover her charm. Let's go, I have something to tell you. After that, they entered the sewing shop together. Under the gaze of the mother and daughter, Cao Xing took out a large amount of rabbit skin from his backpack. Hundreds of ice and snow bomb rabbit skins were piled up into a small mountain. Then, Cao Xing took out the cloth, snow wolf skin, and deer skin he picked up during the day from his backpack. Dozens of rolled cloths, each about 20 meters long, were piled up into a small hill again. Xiaoyan opened her mouth slightly in surprise. This, so much. Cao Xing nodded. Well, keep those precious silk cloths for now. I will use them when I find more advanced furs in the future. Those linen cloths and wool cloths can be made into base clothes, and sewn together with rabbit skins can provide better warmth. There are more and more members in our territory, and we also need to make some quilts and sheets for them. I may have to trouble you these days. Hearing this, Xiaoyan hurriedly shook her head and said, no, it's okay. We don't have much to do in the territory. We all feel a little guilty. Cao Xing nodded. I will make a storage box later and let Dazhuang move in, and then you can put all these furs and cloths into the storage box. Xiaoyan said softly. At this time, Cao Xing seemed to remember something. By the way, what professions did you and Chachu choose? Although Cao Xing did not plan to let them participate in the battle because of the talent of eternal power, as long as they can bless everyone, they can level up while lying at home. In this game, each profession has 1 or 2 buff skills, although there are not as many as professions like Aurora Knight. Before Xiaoyan answered, Tongchachu on the side said, Big brother, the profession I chose is cold iron mechanic, and my mother is snow hunter. Cao Xing nodded. The snow hunter profession has an hunter perception in the early stage, which can increase the accuracy by 10%. The cold iron mechanic is a bit troublesome, and it will not have a mechanical spirit possession skill until the later stage. There is only one firepower amplification in the early stage, which can increase the attack power and range of friendly forces. But this skill is very rare, and Cao Xing is not sure whether it can be found on the market. Okay, I get it. Cao Xing finished speaking, left 2 bottles of yak milk, and then left the sewing shop. At night, under the illumination of the lighthouse, Cao Xing's territory was still bright. At this time, Dahua was still preparing dinner, and there was still a while before the meal. Cao Xing pondered and said, next, I have to go to the market to trade some supplies. A lot of resources have been harvested today, and these are urgently needed for many current players. Cao Xing can make huge profits from them. He first checked the world channel. Lu Tao, woohoo. Brothers, today I found a village in the wild. The village chief invited me to his house for dinner. As a result, at the dinner table, his daughter fell in love with me, but I like the village chief more. What should I do? Nahabi, a group of wandering merchants also came outside my territory. He asked me if I had any goods to trade and said he would accept anything. I directly sold the group of polar people in exchange for hundreds of units of food, which is enough for our family to eat for many days. Ha ha ha. Fujiko Shunma, the method above is good. Today, a group of refugees came to my territory and asked me to take them in. I happened to be short of food in the territory, so I killed them all and used them as reserve food. Jinkanayu, shit. Which bastard said that we can further develop relations with the people in the territory. Today I was going to visit a refugee I took in, but before I could do anything, that woman started yelling and called all the other refugees over. She also picked up weapons and prepared to deal with me together. This bunch of unruly people. I'm so mad. Rothstein, everyone, our territory seems to be a very rare thing in the eyes of those natives. I directly sold the territory and bought a house in Ahu City. Ha 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 ha. I don't have to worry about the food of those polar people anymore, and I don't have to worry about the territory being invaded by monsters. Seeing the various operations of the survivors on the World Channel, Cao Xing couldn't help but twitching his mouth. It was a bit too outrageous. However, it can be seen that everyone has integrated into this world, and they have also discovered that these indigenous people are living people, all with their own joys and sorrows. Shaking his head, Cao Xing opened the 174 area channel. The chat here is much more normal. Tanzegang, sorry for the trouble, brothers. I just upgraded the polar man's hut to level 2 today and summoned 8 polar men in one breath. I didn't expect these guys to eat so much. One person eats 5 foods a day, and 8 people will eat 40. Our family is almost out of food. Where can we get food for them? Thanks to Bookfriend. Autumn Sadness for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend. AI Land for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriend 161,118,102,743,313 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Kingshan Mingai for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to lighting a cigarette afterwards for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 201702140807143337 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Zujia Wenjiu for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to AI Land for the 100 point reward. Thanks to Bookfriends for their recommendation votes and subscriptions. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96, Transaction, harvest a lot of resources. Seeing the comments above, other survivors immediately responded. Shiwiking, the above, you are taking too big a step. Look at me, I don't even recruit a single polar person. My brother and I go out hunting, and the food we get is enough for our family to eat for many days. I'm Yoi, woo woo woo. I summoned an orc warrior yesterday, but he ate 20 foods in one meal. The food in my territory was eaten up by him in 2 days. Now there is no food to feed him, and this orc has started to rummage through boxes and cabinets, and is also smashing my house. What should I do now? Fully, it's bad. 2 ice nests appeared outside my territory. I didn't care about it, but in a blink of an eye, hundreds of ice nest monsters appeared outside the territory. Now these monsters have surrounded my territory and I can't get out. Once the novice protection period ends tomorrow, I'm screwed. Chen Yang Gang. Ha ha ha. You guys are too miserable. I'm happy today. I'm going to tell you a quick way to level up. Aren't there ice nest monsters everywhere now? You can lure all those ice nest monsters here, and then use long range attacks to kill them. Anyway, it's the novice protection period now, so those monsters can't get in, and they are also very stupid. They won't run away, even if their health is at the bottom. As long as you are brave enough and lure enough monsters, you can keep killing them, and your experience will increase. I have already reached level 5 using this method. After listening to Chen Yang sharing, the other survivors suddenly realized something. Fuck. This method seems to really work. Thank you for sharing your experience. Good people will be rewarded. I wish he will have 8 children and 1 pregnancy. The survivors were pleasantly surprised and went to the vicinity of the territory overnight to check if there were any ice nest monsters that could be lured here. Especially the survivor who was surrounded by thousands of ice nest monsters, who was even more desperate at this time. Cao Xing nodded secretly. This Chen Yang is indeed quite capable. The Dragon Awakens expansion pack seems to be a disaster, but for some survivors, it is also an opportunity. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to find so many low-level monsters near the territory to upgrade in normal times. In addition, there are many survivors posting trading information. Liu Dang, a green quality deadwood staff for a green quality broadsword, just a broadsword. Huang King Gaiang, 20 pieces of iron for 5 food, any food will do. Lansong, 10 black bread for 1 piece of meat. Are there any brothers who want to trade? I've been eating black bread for several days in a row, and I'm about to vomit. Guanhe, I've put bird meat on the trading channel, and I need a lot of resources and equipment, so pre-order as soon as possible. Looking at their trading information, Cao Xing thought for a moment. The survivors now have some resources in their hands, but meat is still in short supply. Occasionally, 1 or 2 survivors who sell meat also sell it at a very high price. Then, Cao Xing also posted a trading information. Consignment item, ice hockey bomb rabbit meat, green, inventory reserve. 1,500 yuan. Required items, ice crystal stone, glacier flakes, ice dragon mark, primary element crystal, mithril, etc. Seller's note, a large amount of rabbit meat that can increase attributes, and rabbit skin that can be made into cold-proof clothing are for sale. Various drawings, skill books, materials, and props are required. Cao Xing is going to sell a batch of green rabbit meat in his hand in exchange for some materials, drawings, skill books, etc. However, even if it is only a part, there are still 1,500 pieces of rabbit meat. If it is divided into 100 G for trading, it can even be traded for 15,000 copies. It is enough to have a huge impact on the market of the 174th zone channel. At this moment, some survivors who are paying attention to the market also saw what Cao Xing put on the shelf. Bomb rabbit meat. The first consumption can also increase 1 point of spirit. This is a good thing. When they saw the name of the consignor, they were shocked. It turned out to be Cao Xing, who was so surprised that I thought someone could sell such a large amount of attribute added rabbit meat at once. At the same time, someone shouted in the chat channel, "Brothers, boss Cao Xing has put good stuff on the shelves again. This time it's rabbit meat with added attributes, and the price is also cheaper than others. Hurry up." Seeing this man's joy, many survivors' faces changed, and they also opened the market, one after another. Fuck. It's green rabbit meat that increases spirit. Let me check the price. 1 ice crystal stone can be exchanged for 100 G of rabbit meat, which means 10 can be exchanged for a whole piece of rabbit meat. Glacier flakes and ice dragon marks can also be exchanged. It's 3 materials for 100 G of rabbit meat, and 30 materials for a whole piece of rabbit meat. There are other materials, primary element crystals, mithril, pet contracts, etc. Boss Cao Xing will take them all. After hearing this, the other survivors said in surprise, "That's great. Boss Cao Xing's prices are still so affordable. Although they are a little expensive, they are much better than others. That's great. I have some mithril and ice crystal stones on hand, and I don't have any use for these materials now. I can exchange them for meat with added attributes. This is worth it. I also have a pet contract, but it only has a 5% success rate. I don't know if Boss Cao Xing is willing to take it. Hurry up, brothers. The limit is 1,500 yuan. If you go too late, they will be gone." At this time, a survivor named Gongzhangru said, "Remind everyone, the new expansion is about to be released. Glacial flakes and ice dragon marks can be used to exchange for things. I suggest that you keep them for yourself." Another survivor named Kanjishan retorted, "Then keep them for yourself. I'll add the attributes first." Others also echoed, "Yes, the truth is to overcome the difficulties in front of you first." For a while, a large number of survivors opened the market and traded with Cao Xing. Transaction successful. You got glacier flakes right square bracket asterisk 60. You lost ice hockey bomb rabbit meat right square bracket asterisk 2. Transaction successful. You got primary element crystal right square bracket asterisk 10. You lost ice hockey bomb rabbit meat right square bracket asterisk 1. Transaction successful. You got mithril right square bracket asterisk 20. You lost ice hockey bomb rabbit meat right square bracket asterisk 1. Transaction successful. You got primary pet contract right square bracket asterisk 1. You lost ice hockey bomb rabbit meat right square bracket asterisk 1. Transaction successful. The system prompts refresh the screen frantically. This time, Cao Xing obtained more than 2,000 pieces of rabbit meat, which means he could sell them in more than 20,000 portions. However, he only sold 1,500 pieces and kept some of the rest as reserves. Green rabbit meat is very popular, and soon, Cao Xing sold all 1,500 portions of rabbit meat. Looking at the pile of materials in his backpack, Cao Xing's eyes showed a strong joy. He took a look at the harvest. The total amount obtained: glacier flakes, asterisk 7780, ice dragon mark, asterisk 15,440, ice crystal, green, asterisk 1184, primary element crystal, asterisk 354 mithril, asterisk 484 pieces, primary pet contract, asterisk 51 pieces, and some other miscellaneous materials, which can be said to be quite abundant. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Very good. I received a lot of ice dragon marks and glacier flakes this time. Although I don't know how many ice dragon marks I need to exchange after the new expansion is launched, the reserves I have should be enough to exchange for a lot of good things. Since today is the first day of the expansion preheating, there are not many ice nests in various places. The two materials Cao Xing has can be said to be at least 70% of the reserves in the entire 174th area. But unfortunately, Cao Xing didn't exchange for any skill books or blueprints. This is because ice hockey bomb rabbit meat is only green grade, which only adds 1 point of spiritual attribute, so it can't make those survivors who have blueprint skill books excited. Everyone has developed to this point and understands the importance of these props, so they won't take them out for trading easily. But it doesn't matter, green grade rabbit meat can't make them excited. Cao Xing also has a high level blue elite rabbit meat. This thing can directly add 2 points of spirit and 2 points of constitution, and it is a precious beast meat of the same level as violent bear meat. So, he put up a trading information again. Consignment item, frost bomb rabbit meat, blue, stock reserve. 100. Required items: skill book, territory construction blueprint, magic plant, seller's note, blue rabbit meat, plus 2 points of spirit and constitution. Only skill book and blueprint are needed. If you have something special, you can also private message me. Consigner, Cao Xing. Blue quality rabbit meat has just been put on the shelves. Because the trading popularity of green rabbit meat has not dissipated, it instantly attracted the attention of a large number of survivors. Oh my god. Brothers, there is even more powerful frost bomb rabbit meat, which directly increases 2 points of spirit and constitution. The magic profession is blessed. Yes, although the previous violent bear meat was not bad, it was only the best for strength players. I didn't expect that in a blink of an eye, Cao Xing would put the rabbit meat for the magic profession on the shelves. But it's a pity that I can't exchange it with other materials. I still have a lot of mithril. Hahaha. I need territory construction drawings. I have a first level city wall drawing here. I wonder if Cao Xing wants it. I also have a heating pipeline construction drawing here. I wonder if Cao Xing wants it. I'll go ask. At the same time, Cao Xing also received a lot of private chat messages. Those survivors posted the information of the drawings in the chat channel, and then Cao Xing gave a price based on the rarity of the drawings. Among them, Cao Xing really found a lot of good things, such as basic city wall construction drawings, bakery construction drawings, cowshed construction drawings, and so on. In addition, there are some skills that make him excited: ice wall, big ice spear, holy healing. He even saw a copy of Hunter Perception of the Snow Hunter and Firepower Amplification of the Mechanic. Cao Xing was delighted. Sure enough, as long as we can bring out something that is attractive enough to these survivors, there is no need to worry about them not bringing out good things. In this way, Xianyani and Tongchuchu can level up while lying at home. In excitement, Cao Xing began to send prices one by one and then negotiate. Chapter 97, Advanced, Level 2 Frost Mage. Cao Xing started to negotiate one by one, and after almost half an hour of arguing, he finally finalized the prices. Transaction successful. You get basic wall construction blueprint. You lose frost bomb rabbit meat. Blue, right square bracket asterisk 2. Transaction successful. You get intermediate wall construction blueprint. You lose frost bomb rabbit meat. Blue, right square bracket asterisk 8. Transaction successful. You get basic cowshed construction blueprint. You lose frost bomb rabbit meat. Blue, right square bracket asterisk 1. Transaction successful. After more than a dozen system prompts, Cao Xing used 120 pieces of blue rabbit meat to exchange all these things. This wave can be said to be a great harvest. Just the construction blueprints, I got 9. Plus 6 skill books. Remove the blueprints of cowshed, bakery, intermediate furnace, vegetable greenhouse, which can be seen from the name. Cao Xing still has 5 special blueprints. At this time, the survivors in the chat channel seemed to be a little reluctant. But at the current stage, they didn't have much that could attract Cao Xing. After all, their level was too low. So when he sold bear meat and rabbit meat, he didn't set a very high price. Cao Xing nodded secretly. While making a lot of money, it is a long-term strategy to let more people survive. After the level of these survivors is upgraded, they can bring me more and more precious resources. After the transaction, Cao Xing directly closed the chat channel. Then, with excitement, Cao Xing began to check the drawings he had obtained. Basic wall construction blueprint armor. 40 durability. 1200 area. 10 meters long asterisk 3 meters high asterisk 40 centimeter wide. Can be bent. Materials required for construction. Level 1 Lord's Hut. Stone asterisk 30. Wood asterisk 20. Time required 0 hours 24 minutes. Item description. Basic stone wall, which can be upgraded to an intermediate wall using blueprints. Intermediate wall construction blueprint armor. 120 durability. 5000 area. 10 meters long asterisk 4 meters high asterisk 60 centimeter wide. Required for upgrade. Level 2 Lord's Hut. Basic wall. Stone asterisk 100. Wood asterisk 50. Iron asterisk 10. Time required 4 hours 32 minutes. Item description. A more solid level 2 wall, which can be upgraded to a high level wall using blueprints. Obviously, these two blueprints are matching. You must build the basic wall first before you can upgrade it to the intermediate wall. Cao Xing clapped his hands and clicked on the two drawings to study. Then he continued to look at them. Heating pipeline construction drawing. Attribute. You can lay multiple pipes in the territory to transport the heat from the furnace to the room to increase the temperature. Durability. 100 length. 1 meter materials required for construction. Level 11 furnace. 5 irons. 1 copper. Tools that can improve the happiness of the people. It is recommended that you build it early. Intermediate territory storage box construction drawings capacity. 80 materials required for upgrading. Primary territory storage box. Wood asterisk 30. Mithril asterisk 10. Primary element crystals asterisk 5. Intermediate storage box. More storage. Basic iron gate drawings armor. 100 durability. 3000 area. 3 meters wide asterisk 3 meters high asterisk 10 centimeters thick materials required for construction. Level 1 Lord's Hut. Wood asterisk 50. Stone asterisk 30. Iron asterisk 20. Copper asterisk 5. Keep an eye on your gate. 3 drawings. All good. And after the novice protection period is lifted, these drawings can greatly increase the security capabilities of the territory. Cao Xing clapped his hands and clicked to learn. Then, there were the 6 skill books he was most looking forward to, excluding the Firepower Amplification and Hunter Perception, prepared for Ziyani and Tongchuchu. The remaining 2 books were his and Liu Muxue's skill books, 2 for each. Cao Xing took the lead in checking his 2 skill books. Ice Wall. Concentrate magic power to create an ice wall of 3 meters high * 2 meters wide * 50 centimeters wide in the 50-meter area ahead to block the enemy's attack. Ice wall durability. Spirit * 10. Maximum existence time 5 minutes. Skill cooldown time 60 seconds. Not bad. My mental power is almost 60 now, and 600 points of durability can block a lot of attack damage. And I will soon be able to advance to the 2nd level, and my mental power will be greatly improved. When the time comes, with the special effects of the Snow Mountain Robe, maybe I can directly summon 2 ice walls. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction, and continued to check the next skill book. Big Ice Spear. Consume a certain amount of spirit to condense a big ice spear, causing magic damage equal to attack power * 188 to the enemy, with a 70% chance of causing a 13-second freezing effect. Cooling time 30 seconds. This big ice spear should be an enhanced version of the ice cone technique, with a significant increase in lethality and attack distance, and a higher chance of freezing. Cao Xing was delighted. Not bad, not bad. Both skills are very good. He clapped his hands and learned them all. Skills successfully learned. Ice wall technique. Big ice spear. Then, a red crystal appeared in his hand, which was the primary power crystal. It can allow him to advance to a 2nd level creature after reaching level 10 with greatly improved attributes. This thing seems to have no chance of failure, and I just reached the level, so I'll break through directly. Cao Xing clicked to use it directly. The next moment, a pure power appeared in his body. Cao Xing only felt that his whole body seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation, and an incomparable sense of pleasure surged in his heart. The system prompt appeared. Advanced successfully. You have become a mid-level frost mage, and all attributes have increased by 100%. Note, all attribute increases are basic attribute increases, and equipment additional attributes and other attributes will not be affected by the advanced bonus. Powerful improvement. The basic attributes have doubled, which has greatly improved his vision, physical strength, reaction ability, and mental strength. Every advancement is a qualitative transformation for any creature. Cao Xing first put on the Snow Mountain Robe and added 10 points of mental strength. He looked at his own attributes. Name, Cao Xing. Race, Blue Star Human. Level 10 and 75 over 10,000. Second order. Detailed attributes. Click to view. Very good. Ice healing can restore 75 health points per second. Ice armor can also increase more than 50 points of armor. Now, when dealing with monsters below the 1st order, they can't die, even if they want to. Cao Xing was overjoyed. At this time, he seemed to remember something. I remember that the rose wine of Metina I picked up on the mountain during the day can increase the spiritual attribute by 10 points, and another kind of strong liquor can also increase strength by 10 points. I'll drink 2 glasses when I eat later. It should be good. Then, there are 2 other skill books of Aurora Night. Holy Healing Technique. Concentrate the power of the Aurora to instantly restore the health of friendly units to spiritual * 3, with a cooling time of 30 seconds. Cao Xing thought to himself, Musu's spiritual energy should be around 50 points now. 3 times is 160 recovery numbers, although not high, but it's better than nothing. The second book is called Shield Slam. Shield Slam. Hold the target and hit it violently, causing 91% damage, and 80% of the enemy will fall into a 25-second dizzy state, with a cooling time of 120 seconds. This is a good control and survival skill. If used well, it can achieve a chain control effect. So far, Cao Xing has almost processed the gains of this transaction. It can be said to be a great harvest. At this time, Dahua came to Cao Xing and said respectfully, Lord, dinner is ready. Shall I take the food to your hut first? Cao Xing shook his head. No, we'll go to the cafeteria to eat today. By the way, Dahua, Prepare a cup for everyone. Through taking the secret vitality potion before, Cao Xing already knew that taking these props with buff effects can also receive the bonus of eternal power. Cao Xing wanted to use the red wine and liquor he picked up today to increase the attributes of all members of the territory. Soon, Cao Xing brought Liu Muxue to the cafeteria. The cafe is currently only level 1, with a small area, and it is full of creatures from different races, which is dazzling. Snake people, chair people, tree spirits, centaurs, etc. Cao Xing thought to himself, it seems that the upgrade of the cafeteria should also be put on the agenda, otherwise, there won't be enough places for everyone to eat. Seeing Cao Xing and Liu Muxue come in, all the people in the territory had respectful looks on their faces. The leader Cao Yi started his speech, which was nothing more than praising Cao Xing's contribution to the entire territory and the bravery of other warriors. While he was speaking, Dahua and Dahua each took a bottle of red wine and poured it into everyone's glass. The sweet aroma of wine mixed with the aroma of food instantly spread. Everyone couldn't help but smell it, especially the two centaurs, whose eyes widened with excitement. Oh, Father Modi, such a mellow aroma of wine. This is a good red wine. Kanda, we can also taste such delicious red wine. Including the resolute Knight Assam. There was a smile on his face. Cao Xing smiled, then raised his glass and said, let's toast to today's efforts and our new members. In the cafeteria, all members raised their glasses and shouted excitedly, cheers. Cao Xing drank the red wine in his hand. After a while, the system prompt appeared. Successfully took Matina Rose red wine, mental attribute plus 10, talent, eternal power, has taken effect, and this state has become permanent. Not only Cao Xing, but all the people on the field, including the polar people and the tree spirits, all gained attribute upgrades. They all stared at each other with wide eyes. But the next moment, everyone understood something. Praise the Lord, your power is as amazing as always. Praise the Lord. Cao Xing smiled. Everyone, there is a second cup. This one is strong liquor. Be careful not to get drunk. Chapter 3 has been reviewed. It will be solved in the morning. Woo woo woo. Chapter 98, Land of Hope. Zayana's request in the middle of the night. Everyone, be careful not to get drunk. Cao Xing reminded. Hearing this, the two centaurs and the polar people patted their chests and promised, don't worry, Lord, the centaurs will not get drunk. Dahua and Dahua on the side also took up 2 barrels of strong liquor and poured them into everyone's glasses. There are so many people on the field. Pouring a glass for each person will consume almost 3 bottles of wine. However, in exchange for so many permanent attribute improvements, this is obviously worth it. Everyone drank the strong liquor in their hands. After taking Vizima champion liquor, Cao Xing also increased his strength by 10 points as he wished. And these people also received the same improvement. Some of them soon fell into a drunken state, talking nonsense one by one. Then it was the dinner stage. The two centaurs took the initiative to sing, and their broken voices made everyone cover their ears. The polar people devoured the food at the table, and most of the tree spirits were drunk and lay directly on the ground. The cafeteria soon became a mess. However, everyone here had a happy smile on their face. A system prompt appeared. You arranged a sumptuous dinner, which made all the people in the territory feel happy and belonging. Your territory has obtained a special title, Land of Hope. Land of Hope, a territory full of hope, increasing the probability of attracting merchants or refugees by 30%, and increasing the probability of attracting high-level talents by 5%. Title Introduction. You can make people from different races and different beliefs feel the hope of life here again. You are an amazing lord. Cao Xing was stunned. The title of Land of Hope. It can also increase the probability of attracting high-level talents. This thing is good. He was happy in his heart. He didn't expect that holding a dinner party would have unexpected gains. Cao Xing laughed and then took Liu Muxue out of the cafeteria. He asked Liu Muxue to go back to the Lord's cabin to rest first. Then, he went straight to the tavern. The remaining Metina Rose wine, Vizima champion liquor, and Ever Rose wine were all placed on the wine cabinet. Dozens of precious bottles of red wine and liquor made the empty shelves full. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Next, as long as we find a bartender, we can get the tavern running and attract more talents. Of course, the premise is that my territory is strong enough. So far, today's harvest has almost been processed. Next, we have to wait until tomorrow to let Dazliang and others build a wall to prepare for the end of the novice protection period. Without the protection of the system, if he encounters a group of monsters and his territory buildings are scattered, Cao Xing will be heartbroken. After doing this, Cao Xing clapped his hands and went straight into the Lord's hut. A stronger warmth came over him. The two stoves inside emitted bright flames, providing heat for the entire room. Cao Xing looked at the temperature above his head. Current temperature 7. Great. The indoor temperature is finally not negative. Next, connect the heating pipes, and the indoor temperature can rise again. By then, it will be more comfortable than turning on the air conditioner in winter. Cao Xing thought happily. At this time, Liu Muxue had just come out of the shower room, wearing only a wolf skin. Only he and Liu Muxue had the authority to open the door of the Lord's hut, so no one else could enter without permission. When Liu Muxue saw Cao Xing coming in, her face suddenly turned red. However, in Cao Xing's surprised eyes, the wolf skin on Liu Muxue's body slid down her shoulders. The next moment, a jade-like body appeared in front of him. At this moment, she was naked, with her arms around, dragging the shape and size of her chest. Below the waistline, that could be grasped, there were slender legs, gently put together. It seemed that because of nervousness, the two legs were rubbing back and forth. Like a perfect work of art, she completely presented herself in front of Cao Xing. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing could not help but feel his blood boiling. Before Cao Xing could react, Liu Muxue whispered, Xing, hold me. This sentence made Cao Xing lose his mind. He walked over quickly, picked up Liu Muxue's knee with his right hand, and carried her like a princess. With the beauty in his arms, he could not even feel her weight of less than 100 pounds. Cao Xing held her, and went from the first floor of the Lord's hut to the second floor. This is their resting area. The two small wooden beds before have become a double bed. The bottom is covered with a soft wool blanket, and the top is a large bearskin. Finally, it is no longer a hard bedboard. Cao Xing gently put Liu Muxue on the bed. The beauty's eyes flickered, and she seemed a little embarrassed to look at Cao Xing. Cao Xing's face gradually approached, and Liu Muxue grabbed a corner of the bedsheet with both hands, and her breathing inevitably became rapid. Immediately, the two figures got into the bed together. The night was burning quietly. The temperature outside was getting lower and lower, but Cao Xing and the others were getting hotter and hotter in their bed. After a long time, the two figures gradually separated, and Liu Muxue gently leaned against Cao Xing, with a satisfied flush on her face. Her smooth right hand kept caressing Cao Xing's chest, and her heart couldn't help but tremble when she thought of the man's wild actions just now. Muxue, it's time to rest, Cao Xing said. Well, Liu Muxue responded softly. Just as the two were about to fall asleep in each other's arms, there were knocks on the door of the Lord's hut. Knock, knock. The knocks were a little hurried, and Cao Xing asked in confusion, who? It was the middle of the night, the coldest time of the day, and the only people who could knock on the door at this time were his own people. A gentle voice came from outside the door. Sir, I'm Yanni. I'm sorry to bother you so late. Cao Xing and Liu Muxue looked at each other, and then asked, nothing. Is there anything wrong with you? Yanni said quickly, sir, it's Chachu. Chachu seems to have a high fever and fainted half an hour ago. I tried many ways, but Chachu's temperature still won't go down. I really have no other choice. I can only come to ask for help from you, sir. When she said the last part, Yanni's tone was already crying. It can be seen that she was really anxious. After hearing this, Cao Xing also frowned slightly. Having a high fever in the snow is indeed a very troublesome thing. But fortunately, he has a medical kit in his hand, and more than one. So Cao Xing said, I know, I'll come out right away. Hearing the response, Yanni outside the door seemed to see hope. Cao Xing climbed up from the bed and quickly put on his clothes. Liu Muxue, who was leaning on the bed, said worriedly, Xing, Can I go with you? Cao Xing shook his head and said, no, you should rest well. It's just a high fever. It's not a big problem. Liu Muxue nodded obediently. Then, Cao Xing came to the first floor and pushed open the door of the Lord's hut. In an instant, the cold wind of the night blew over, making people shrink their necks. Xiana's eyes were red, as if she had just cried, and her whole body was shaking unnaturally, looking extremely fragile. She was really anxious. In this world, Tongchachu was everything in her life. If something happened to Tongchachu, Xiana probably wouldn't have the courage to live anymore. Cao Xing said, let's go, take me there. Yeah. Xiana nodded quickly, turned around quickly, and walked towards a sewing shop. Cao Xing followed her. When she pushed open the sewing shop, she found that it had been transformed into two rooms. One was a studio and the other was a lounge. It seems that this woman has remembered Cao Xing's previous commission and is ready to work hard in the sewing shop for a long time. But she didn't expect that Tongchachu would suddenly have a high fever. Where is Chachu? Cao Xing came in and asked. Xiana pushed open the door of the lounge. At this moment, Tongchachu was lying on a small wooden bed, covered with a thick quilt, and her body was shaking constantly. Her lips were pale, and she was still calling for her mother. This scene made Xiana burst into tears. She knelt directly beside Cao Xing and begged in a voice like a cuckoo crying blood, sir, please save Chachu. Cao Xing glanced at the girl's attribute panel. Landlord, Tongchachu LV1, health value 6300s, status, coma, weakness, high fever. Cao Xing grabbed Xiana's soft arm and gently helped her up. Get up, don't worry too much, I will save her. Hearing Cao Xing's promise, Xiana's tears gradually stopped. Under his gaze, Cao Xing directly took out a medical kit. Medical kit, white, can be used to treat injuries or common diseases. Restore 100 health points. Note, a simple medical kit can be used to restore some common symptoms caused by weather, such as colds, fevers, frostbite, etc. Note 2, it can be used directly during the novice protection period. After the protection period ends, it needs to be treated by someone with medical skills. Cao Xing was happy. Fortunately, fever is within the treatment range of the medical kit. However, after the novice protection period ends, it will not be so convenient to treat these diseases. Regarding medical talents, we must also find a way to recruit some. The system prompt appeared. Do you want to use the medical kit on the subject, Tongchachu? Yes. The next moment, the medical kit in Cao Xing's hand disappeared. At this time, Tongchachu seemed to feel a strange energy. Her body gradually calmed down. The tightly frowned brows gradually dissipated, and a trace of blood gradually appeared on her pale lips. This scene made Xiana next to her seem to see some hope, and her body was trembling with excitement. Cao Xing glanced at Tongchachu's condition. Condition, coma, weakness, high fever, recovering. Cao Xing nodded, and then instructed, Chachu is recovering, but the symptoms of high fever will not subside so quickly. She needs to rest for a while. She will recover almost tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you. Xiana's face, full of mature charm, was filled with strong gratitude. Cao Xing smiled and said, you're welcome. I'm glad Chachu is okay. After that, he took out 3 medical kits from his backpack and put them on the bedside. He took out 2 skill books. These 3 medical kits, if Chachu has any symptoms, remember to use them as soon as possible. The other 2 skill books, you and Chachu studied together, and I will help you level up. Xiana looked at the skill books, and her eyes were filled with gratitude again. She knew that this was Cao Xing taking care of them, mother and daughter. A wave of warmth passed through her heart, making her tears burst out. Thank you, sir. Xiana took the skill book and bowed solemnly to Cao Xing. However, this woman didn't even button up her wolfskin coat because she was too anxious. At this angle, the magnificent scale was fully presented in front of Cao Xing. A piece of white and greasy snow-white flesh. This scene directly caught Cao Xing's eyes and even his breathing became a little rapid. Seeing that Cao Xing didn't speak, Xiana raised her head tentatively and then noticed his fiery eyes and her loose collar. Instantly, a strong sense of shame surged in her heart. Xiaoyani wanted to cover her collar subconsciously, but she didn't know what she thought of. She didn't make any other movements, but kept this posture, allowing Cao Xing to appreciate it quietly. After a moment, Xiaoyani asked, "Is it beautiful?" Cao Xing nodded subconsciously. "Beautiful." Xiaoyani suddenly became more shy. She seemed to have mustered up the courage, took the initiative to step forward, and gently grabbed Cao Xing's right hand. Her palm was warm, and then she put it into her collar. Cao Xing didn't expect that she would take the initiative to do this. In an instant, he felt like he was falling into the clouds, and subconsciously used more force with his right hand. Xiaoyani let out a series of charming gasps. Then she raised her head, staring at Cao Xing with a charming look in her eyes. It seemed that every movement of her body carried the charm of a mature woman. This directly stimulated Cao Xing to use more force. Xiaoyani only felt that a strong and powerful hand was holding her heart. The beautiful woman's breath was like orchid, and she kept making suppressed and seductive sounds. Her fleshy thighs were shaking slightly, as if she was about to lose her balance. Xiaoyani's beautiful eyes widened, and she tightly grasped Cao Xing's arm, and her whole body was shaking violently. As Cao Xing continued to stimulate them, something seemed to be ignited in their hearts. At this time, Xiaoyani saw Tong Chuchu sleeping soundly on the small wooden bed. She almost suppressed the heat in her heart and whispered, "Master, Master, go to the next room." Under the leadership of Xiaoyani, the two came to the next door workshop. As Xiaoyani gently closed the door, she came to Cao Xing with a trembling body. In Cao Xing's surprised eyes, Xiaoyani knelt down. 10 minutes later, Xiaoyani stood up, gently took off her wolfskin coat, took off her white t-shirt, and then presented her plump figure in front of Cao Xing. Before, through the clothes, Cao Xing only knew how magnificent Xiaoyani's size was. In this state, he was even more surprised by the exaggerated size and roundness. Cao Xing didn't need to say more. The beautiful woman had already knelt down on her own initiative, holding her white cream with both hands, and gently serving Cao Xing. Warm, smooth, soft. Waves of strong stimulation were touching Cao Xing's nerves. Like it, Master? Xiaoyani asked tentatively. Cao Xing nodded. Very good. After hearing this, the beautiful woman was shy and secretly happy. As long as the adults like it. If you need, you can come to me anytime. Hearing the latter sentence, Cao Xing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. In the following time, he completely sank into the gentle countryside. He didn't need to do anything at all. Xiaoyani would take the initiative to let him fall into the strong stimulation. After a few minutes, the temperature gradually became hot. The beautiful woman also felt her legs wet. Before the two of them took the next step, Cao Xing suddenly heard a dull roar with extremely strong penetration coming from the territory. Roar. The two of them changed their faces at the same time. Thanks, book friend 2023040509540547141 monthly ticket. Thanks to book friend Xianlahu for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, book friend. 2024011092807324441 monthly ticket. Thanks, book friend 2022017211531663441 monthly ticket. Thanks, Z Lion Who and You for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, JK Domain God for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Autumn Sadness for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Comfortable Moment for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Morose Zyadaxi for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Endless Wind 123 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Fat Mammoth Brother for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, A Moment of 3000 Years for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, book friend. 20210301106576586106106 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, book friend 202. 30,529,142,243,985's 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to 2 monthly tickets from Han Chen Waxio. 'Ao. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket from Duziai. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket from Kukedahe. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket from Yaxia Thug, thanks to 1 monthly ticket from King Xian Mingai Lai, thanks to 2 monthly tickets from Xingzi Kaek, thanks to 1 monthly ticket from Shuiao 202012141936165990, thanks to 1 monthly ticket from Isle of Iguaguo, thanks to 1 monthly ticket from Shuiao 201904151310255573, thanks to 1 monthly ticket from Kyushian Sodi, thanks to all the book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 99, Devil in the Snow. Roar. The roar resounded throughout the snowy plain, waking up all the people in the territory in the middle of the night. At the same time, several primary elemental arrow towers built in the territory automatically launched attacks. Swish, 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 swish. The sound of arrows breaking through the air came. Xiaoyani was still serving Cao Crossing at this time. When she heard the roar, she was frightened, and her face turned pale. My lord, what happened outside? Cao Crossing gently helped her up, and then put her clothes on. I'll go and see. You take Chuchu inside, and don't go out. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Xiaoyani heard the last sentence, which was like a warning to her family, and sweet juice rose in her heart. She nodded heavily and said, yeah. Cao Crossing quickly walked out of the sewing shop. At the same time, the people in the territory also walked out one after another. Assam rushed out of the room as soon as the roar appeared. Seeing Cao Crossing at this time, Assam quickly warned, Lord, be careful, that's the cry of the snow demon. Snow demon? Assam nodded and said, yes, it's an evil creature that only appears at night. It is said that the snow demon is a combination of the vengeful spirits of the dead in the snow and likes to sneak into the vicinity of the villagers' houses and then disguise as a human and knock on the door. If you open the door at this time, the snow demon will dig out your heart. Cao Crossing was stunned. What if I don't open the door? Assam shook his head and said, if you don't open the door, they will break in and eat the hearts of everyone in the room. Cao Crossing felt speechless. It turned out that, as long as he was targeted by the snow demon, he would die no matter what. Assam continued, it seems to want to attack our territory, but it was stopped by an invisible force. Cao Crossing nodded. The benefits of the novice protection period are reflected here. Even if you encounter monsters invading at night, you don't have to worry. Accompanied by Assam, Cao Crossing quickly came to the edge of the territory. At this moment, the lights of the 2 lighthouses were shining on the snow outside the territory. A grey-white monster with forelimbs on the ground and antlers on its head was reflected. At this moment, the monster was full of arrows shot by the elemental arrow tower, and blood was constantly oozing out of its body, dyeing the entire snow red. However, the green number +313 continued to appear on its head, and the damage of the elemental arrow tower seemed to be offset by it. Roar, roar. The snow demon let out a low roar. Seeing so many people in the territory, the monster with antlers suddenly stood up, with a body more than 3 meters tall, looking like a devil in the snow. Not only that, it also showed a human form, stretched out one of its front hooves, and made a knocking motion towards the air in front of it. Even more weird, they actually heard a knock on the door. Dang. Dang dang. The dull knocking sound echoed in everyone's ears, like a life-threatening drumbeat. This scene directly stunned everyone. At this moment, the snow demon still remained standing alone, looking at the people in the territory, and slowly opened its big black mouth. It seemed to be saying, I'm targeting you. This frightened the group of polar people so much that they were shaking like chaff. Assam explained on the side, my lord, this snow demon is targeting us. It may be a bit troublesome. Huh? Is the snow demon strong? Not too strong, but the snow demon is a creature that is difficult to kill. They have a strong ability to survive in the snow and are extremely difficult to deal with. Assam said, even if the creature they target hides on the first night, they will come back on the second night until they devour the target's heart. Cao Crossing also frowned after hearing this. If this is the case, it is indeed a bit troublesome. After all, no one wants such a monster to appear outside their house every night. Cao Crossing took a look at the attributes of this guy. Snow Devil LV15, race, unknown, level, second order boss level creature HP. 6520/6530. Attack power 3353/74. Skills, Body of Wraith, immune to 50% of physical damage. Elemental Body, immune to 50% of magic damage. Heart Snatching Tongue, extends a long tongue to attack the heart of an enemy 10 meters away, causing 230% damage, with a certain chance of causing instant death. Wandering Snow God, when HP drops below 30%, dodge probability increases by 50% and can transform into an elemental body, blending into the snow and escaping quickly. In the Wandering Snow God state, it is immune to all control skills. Talent, Body of the Snowfield, in the snow, restores 5% of HP per second. Wow. This snow devil is not very strong, but its survivability is terrifying. Immune to 50% physical and magic damage, which directly makes its survivability even more terrifying than that of boss monsters of the same level. Plus, it recovers 5% of its health per second, and has an escape skill. No wonder Sam said that the snow demon is a creature that is difficult to kill. It would be strange if it could be killed. At this time, the snow demon still stood up, and under its antlers, a pair of dark eyes stared at everyone in the territory, which made people shudder. Cao Xing fell into a state of thinking. The territory shield will be lifted next. If he is always stared at by such a difficult guy, it is not a solution. If this monster really appears every night as Sam said, will Cao Xing still sleep? So the best way is to kill this snow demon directly. And to deal with this kind of creature with abnormal recovery ability and survival ability, you can only crush it with powerful force, and then kill it with one blow. Cao Xing evaluated the power in the territory, and had already made a decision in his heart. He led Sam to the edge of the territory, only about 15 meters away from the snow demon. At this moment, the snow demon looked at Cao Xing. Black liquid flowed from the corner of its mouth, and its eyes were locked on his heart. Cao Xing felt a sharp pain in his chest, but he was not afraid. Instead, he took the initiative to speak. "You want to eat my heart?" Cao Xing pointed to his chest. The snow demon nodded slowly, as if it could understand human words, with a look of desire in its eyes. Cao Xing did not feel much fear. In this magical world, it was not surprising to see strange creatures. He continued to speak to attract the attention of the snow demon. Not only that, Blotsoffer and Irina also stood beside Cao Xing. Gradually, more and more people stood beside Cao Xing. They all burst out with their aura, and the snow demon was not only not scared, but became more eager, because of the strong vitality shown by everyone. At the same time, Sarah and Andrew, as well as 2 centaurs, had sneaked out from the other side of the territory. They began to surround the snow demon from different directions. Not long after, Cao Xing noticed that 4 figures appeared behind the snow demon. A slight arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Cao Xing ordered, "Get ready." At this moment, Renes pulled the bowstring, and Blot was also gathering the power of black smoke. Sam also raised his long sword high, ready to release the Frost Wolf sword key at any time. Cao Xing directly took out the Barret. He wanted to kill this snow demon with the force of thunder. At this time, the snow demon also saw the attack that the creatures in the camp were brewing, but it did not seem to be afraid, and swept through everyone with empty eyes. The snow demon was extremely confident in its ability to survive, and it did not think that the people in front of it could pose a threat to its life. Seeing that Sarah and Andrew were already in place, Cao Xing ordered, "Attack with all your strength. Kill it for me." The moment the words fell, a wind-chasing arrow was instantly shot out. At the same time, a storm of black smoke instantly rose in the area of 15 meters near the snow demon. Cao Xing's Barret also fired bullets at this moment, and the Frost Wolf Knight next to him directly swept through with a sword. Instant. The area where the snow demon was located was covered by various attacks with dense damage numbers. -131, -134, -254, -256, -357, -331. Although everyone's attacks were greatly weakened, one wave directly killed nearly 1,700 of the snow demon's health. Cao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. It's a good idea. The snow demon didn't seem to expect that these people's attacks would be so fierce. Roar. Roar. A series of angry roars appeared. A green number +326 appeared above its head. At this moment, 2 arrow towers attacked and hit its restored health again. The snow demon was about to escape from here, but the black smoke storm raged, greatly slowing down the snow demon's movements. Cao Xing directly ordered, "Go in and kill it with all your strength." Assam was the first to respond. He raised his long sword high, and the terrifying sword energy condensed. "In the name of justice, kill all evil." The next moment, the frost wolf led him into the black smoke. Swish, 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 swish. 4 terrifying sword energies swept past. -194, -211, -237, -258. The snow demon's health dropped by 1000 again, and its defense value also dropped sharply. What was even more terrifying was that Andrew and Sarah had also rushed into the black smoke storm. Sarah directly entered the shadow bloom state. The shadow blade in her hand swept across instantly. -1164. This knife directly cut the snow demon's aorta, reducing its health to less than 4000. At this time, the druid slapped it. -224. Although the damage was not high, a bare paw mark appeared on the snow demon's head. The snow demon's defense power dropped again. At the same time, Sarah's second knife slashed out. -1243. Another terrifying damage. The blood volume of the snow demon dropped directly to below 3000. Roar. The snow demon was completely panicked. It began to ignore the injuries on its body, crawling on all fours and madly fleeing. However, Assam and Andrew held the snow demon tightly and resisted a lot of damage. At the same time, Sarah's third knife also slashed down. -1241. The snow demon still had a little over 2000 blood volume. Cao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. Explode. Explode quickly. At this moment, all the members of the territory launched terrifying attacks, and Cao Xing pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang. Chapter 100. Kill the snow demon. Bang. After a gunshot, the bullet flew past instantly. -541, -214, -144, -135, -67. This wave of concentrated fire directly took away 1100 HP of the snow demon. Roar. The snow demon roared angrily, and its HP had dropped below 30%. Before it could make the next move, Cao Xing ordered, "Cantle, use your skills to control it." The centaur canter on the side, threw the blunt weapon in his hand. Bang. -109. The damage was not high, but it made the snow demon fall into a dizzy state. Cao Xing was immediately happy. This wave was stable. Kill it in a second. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone started the second round of concentrated fire, and Cao Xing also fired the second shot. This wave of concentrated fire would definitely kill the snow demon on the spot. And at this moment, the snow demon, in a dizzy state, actually let out a strange roar. Woo. The next moment, its body melted directly, and it was forcibly released from the dizzy state, and then quickly disappeared in the snow. Bang. Boom. Everyone's attacks fell into the air, splashing snowflakes all over the ground. And the snow demon actually disappeared out of thin air. Run away. Cao Xing's face was full of disbelief. Damn, this is too outrageous. The dizzy state can be forcibly released for me. Cao Xing knew that this was the effect of the snow demon's skill, Snow God Wandering, which was too abnormal. At this moment, Cao Xing noticed that a green number +325 suddenly appeared in the snow in the distance. He instantly realized that it was the snow demon. A look of hope appeared on Cao Xing's face again. There. At this moment, all the recruited creatures reacted and launched various long-range attacks. However, under the Snow God Wandering state of the snow demon, no damage was caused. Seeing that the snow demon was about to escape, a trace of helplessness appeared on Cao Xing's face. There was no way. He really tried his best. This snow demon is too hard to kill. No wonder Assam said that few people can kill snow demons. And after this time, this snow demon knows Cao Xing's methods. It will be even more troublesome to deal with it next time. At this moment, Sarah suddenly appeared in the dark. She snapped her fingers. Pop. A burst of explosions suddenly occurred on the snow 100 meters away. Bang. Not only that, Cao Crossing also saw a big damage number floating up. -4848. The system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the snow demon LV-15, a second level boss creature, and gained 1000 experience points. Combatants gain experience points 500. Not only Cao Crossing, but everyone on the field widened their eyes. Fuck. Cao Crossing was shocked, and he also understood that this was the effect of Sarah's Shadow Bloom skill. Each attack leaves a layer of shadow mark, which can then be detonated instantly. This explosion directly killed the snow demon on the spot. Cao Crossing was so happy that he gave Sarah a thumbs up. Sarah, you are awesome. After receiving Cao Crossing's praise, Sarah's thin lips pursed into a smile, and then nodded gently. Cao Crossing also led people directly to the body of the snow demon outside. After the snow demon died, it was directly shattered into a pile of ice debris. Among the ice debris, Cao Crossing saw a red heart and some other materials. Obtain snow demon heart *1 right square bracket. Obtain snow demon tongue *1 right square bracket. Obtain fallen soul *1 right square bracket. Obtain brass ancient coin *2 right square bracket. Obtain intermediate element crystal *5 right square bracket. Not bad. A lot of things exploded. Cao Crossing took a look at the properties of these new materials. Snow Demon Heart, Effect 1, can be eaten. Increase the upper limit of life by 500 points. Life recovery speed plus 5%. Can take effect once at most. Effect 2, allow magic plants to absorb the vitality contained in it and accelerate the growth cycle. The beating heart of the Snow Demon still contains a strong vitality. Cao Crossing looked at the beating heart in his hand and couldn't help but complain. Can this thing be eaten? He couldn't get over it all at once, so he put the Snow Demon Heart into his backpack and checked the second thing. Snow Demon Tongue, a tongue that has pierced and tasted the hearts of many creatures, with a strong smell of blood. Effect, made into bait, it can attract some special beings. It is said that among the nobles of the empire, the Snow Demon Tongue is an extremely rare ingredient, and many royal families are eager to taste this delicacy. Cao Crossing's mouth twitched. Damn, these nobles are quite gluttonous, and they eat this thing. He checked the next thing with a speechless face. Fallen soul, the soul of the guardian of an ancient country has now been polluted by the evil breath of a mysterious existence, and has fallen into a dirty snow demon. If you can find the sacred altar and purify the fallen soul, you will gain the friendship and special gifts of that ancient country. Ancient brass coins, extremely ancient coins, no longer in circulation on the continent, with space magic engraved on them. After collecting 100 ancient brass coins, you can exchange them for an ancient treasure chest, from which you can open ancient weapons, production drawings, or other extinct items. The first 3 items were all parts of the Snow Demon, and Cao Crossing put them directly into his backpack. As for the last ancient brass coin, seeing the introduction above, Cao Crossing thought, it can be exchanged for ancient weapons. Is it similar to the beret in my hand? I remember that there is also an ancient weapon prefix in front of the name of this thing. You have to collect 100 to exchange them. According to the ratio of 2 per snow demon, Cao Crossing must kill at least 50 snow demons to exchange for an ancient treasure chest. Obviously, this is not something he can do now. Shaking his head, he put all these things away. Under Asam's protection, Cao Crossing walked back to the territory. The noise just now woke up all the people in the territory from their sleep, including Liu Muxue, who came out of the hut. They were all nervous, watching the battle outside the territory. The ferocity of the snow demon frightened these people in the territory. Fortunately, the powerful lord and his men killed the snow demon. Looking at their fiery eyes, Cao Crossing clapped his hands and said, "Okay, it's okay now. Go back and rest. We have to work early tomorrow morning." The resident Cao Yi immediately took the lead and said, "Yes, Lord, your power protects us and allows us to spend a peaceful night. Praise the great Lord." Then, all the people in the territory got into their warm shelters. Cao Crossing also took Liu Muxue to return to the Lord's hut. When passing by the sewing shop, he saw Xiaoyani leaning against the door. Cao Crossing nodded, indicating that she was fine. Xiaoyani smiled with relief, and then nodded gently. After returning to the Lord's hut, Cao Xing and Liu Muxue fell asleep in each other's arms. Nothing special happened in the second half of the night. The next day, just after dawn, a system prompt appeared. Attention survivors. You have spent the 5th night of the Frozen Age. Today will be the last day of the novice protection period. After tonight, the game content will change. Please be prepared. The remaining time of the novice protection period. 22 hours. Weather forecast. Light breeze. Damp and cold temperature. Suitable for going out and developing territory. Cao Xing and Liu Muxue both woke up. Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing thought, is it the last day of the novice protection period? According to the degree of danger in this world, it is estimated that many people will die after the novice protection period is over. After hearing this, Liu Muxue also had a worried look in her eyes. The experience of the snow demon invasion last night made her realize that the snowfield is not safe at night. In addition to the snow demon, there is also the upcoming expansion pack, Dragon Resurrection. A large number of ice nest monsters will appear in every corner of this world. In addition to the wild beasts wandering in the snowfield, those crazy hunters, and the army of aliens that have not yet been encountered. Danger can be said to be everywhere. These monsters can take the lives of a large number of survivors. However, when she thought of the strength of the territory she was in, her worries gradually dissipated. As for the life and death of others, Liu Muxue didn't have any thoughts to think about it. This can't be blamed on her. In this world, it is not easy to protect yourself. Cao Xing said, get up, Muxue, wash up, we are going out to arrange work for the people. Yeah. Liu Muxue responded softly, but before getting up, she put her arms around Cao Xing's neck and kissed him. Cao Xing smiled. A few minutes later, the two walked out of the Lord's cabin. At this time, a large number of people were standing in the open space outside the door. When they saw Cao Xing coming out, light instantly appeared in their eyes, and a group of them greeted him. Good morning, Lord, I wish you good health. Good morning, my beautiful lady, I wish you will always be as beautiful as a flower. Cao Xing was happy. These natives were all good at speaking, and they had different greetings every morning. Dazuang. Hearing Cao Xing calling him, the polar man Dazuang immediately stepped forward and said seriously, Lord, please give me your orders. Cao Xing said, today you will suspend the mining of the copper mine, and put away RLs in mine carts, to prevent them from being destroyed by those monsters. Then you will take all the polar men, go around the territory, and start building the initial city wall with all your strength. Try to encircle our territory within 1 day. Now the diameter of Cao Xing's territory is 1 kilometer, and it takes more than 3,000 meters to build a circle of city walls. According to the calculation, that it takes 24 minutes to build a city wall. 8 polar men will go all out and build the city wall at the same time, and they can almost encircle the entire territory before dark. This is the advantage of having a large number of people. As long as there are enough laborers, a defensive fortification can be built in 1 day. Dazuang shouted, got it, Lord. Cao Xing looked at an old man next to him. Cao Yi, your mission today is also quite complicated. You need to upgrade the sewing shop, blacksmith shop, canteen, and all shelters to intermediate level. Then build the bakery, cowshed, and other buildings. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.